Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Moonslayer right here on GMT Recap. To begin today's story, an information board from some game recommended levels from 10 to 35, with a 3-star suggested rating. The abundant rainfall had created this vast primeval forest. Inside, there were many rich materials such as wood and large fruits, which were the main economic resources for the villagers around. However, along with the exploitation of the deep forest, large dark figures were often seen moving around. At this moment, a boss was shouting at a player, "Do you dare to face me head-on, in a fight to the death?" The man with the scar over one eye was Lu Human King, and the boss he was about to confront was named Amon, who had lost one arm. The boss, eyeing him, continued to shout, "If you're tough, come at me, who's afraid of who?" Though his words were bold, his mind was calculating. His health was almost depleted, and he decided to gamble on one last move. The boss swung a large heavy sword, using a special attack aimed at him. He muttered to himself, "Here it comes." The boss's attack, the Ice Mountain Slash, with the large sword striking the ground, sent shockwaves through the earth and rocks, causing them to scatter. Player Lu Human King managed to dodge the boss's strike. He had activated his acceleration skill, boosting his speed by 30% for 5 seconds, and leapt up, preparing to unleash a cross-extermination slash. With his gaming experience, he accurately calculated the timing of the monster's special attacks and the steps to avoid them, jumping just 0.5 seconds before the boss unleashed its ultimate skill. He used the smokescreen to create distance, combining the two skills silent step and cross slash. "Truly, I am a genius, unmatched by anyone." He was feeling smug after slaying the crippled boss, when the notification sounded, "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the elite boss." Amon, one hand on the system screen, examined the information about his sword. Amon's heavy sword required level 15 swordsman, with durability of 100/1, 100 attack plus 84, critical hit plus 12, speed 10, and special level requirement 5. Lu Human King happily swung the sword, impressed that it was an advanced attribute that reduced the level requirement. To obtain such a weapon on the very first day, his luck was extraordinary. With this, he was sure to rise to the top of the rankings, level, and combat power. An adorable little spirit assistant with red hair appeared and said, "Congratulations, Master." "Congratulations, Master. You've obtained powerful equipment." He happily responded, "Ah, is the spirit assistant bringing any news?" As he had guessed, Little Spirit then announced, "Master, the time-limited event has opened. Will you participate?" The announcement board displayed the information. The timed event has begun. Blood Moon City Wanderer, we will release a rare boss in the Giant's Forest for a limited time. Defeating the Blood Moon Wanderer boss will reward players with rare equipment and a large amount of EXP. We invite players to hunt it down. The event will last for another 30 minutes. He smirked and thought to himself, whatever comes, comes. The limited time boss is probably a bit challenging, just the right opportunity to test my new blade. He opened the map to locate the boss. At this moment, Little Spirit also spoke up, "Master, I sense many players are heading towards the boss. We must hurry and increase our speed to avoid being beaten to it by others." He sighed and replied, "I want to speed up too, but it's nothing but trees and more trees. It's dizzying, my head's spinning." As they were talking, a brilliant purple light shot up ahead. He thought to himself, "Purple light. Could it be a purple equipment drop?" He excitedly shouted, "Purple equipment, purple equipment. Even if it's not for a swordsman, selling it should easily fetch a few thousand coins. It's definitely mine, mine, mine." He quickly ran towards the source of the call of wealth. His speed increased as he approached, and upon arrival, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So much equipment. I'm gonna get rich, get rich. This is all mine, all mine. This is my script." In front of him was a pile of equipment embedded in the ground. He felt a sense of pride, as if he were the main character in some movie. However, life doesn't always go as expected. A shadow flashed past him, and he only had time to feel a chill on his neck before he was stunned. What the hell? A pig chewing garlic. No way, my equipment. The heavy sword that he had fought so hard to obtain was now stuck in the ground, blending into the pile of equipment. The one who had struck was the boss of the time-limited event Blood Moon Wanderer, a skeleton wielding two swords. It killed players in under a minute, and the word terrifying was the only way to describe this boss. However, the group that had just arrived did not witness the earlier scene, and they all exclaimed in awe. The boss is over there, oh my god, so much equipment, heaven really has eyes. The boss is mine, I'm gonna get rich. As time passed, one by one, people rushed to attack the boss. The Blood Moon Wanderer kept moving, and the group members were injured one after another. A girl assessed the situation and proposed a plan. This boss seems really strong. How about we all work together to take it down? Another person nodded in agreement. Everyone rushed in together. Archers and mages attacked from a distance to limit the boss's movements. Warriors attract the boss's attacks and take turns to tank the damage. Another person agreed, there are so many of us, we drain their blood until they die, then we handle the dropped equipment, everyone grabs what they can, and whatever someone manages to steal, that's their curse. The group encouraged each other, raising their gear to attack. However, under the two blood-red swords and the shadow of the Blood Moon Wanderer sweeping past, everyone was wiped out. The remaining players were horrified. Damn it, is this a boss meant for people to fight? Wasn't someone just boasting earlier? Move. The person immediately denied, I'm just a passing swordsman, this has nothing to do with me. I came here just to sightsee. Another person shouted while running, run now, if they kill us, we'll lose our gear and EXP. At this point, the event had ended. Some players had died, and some had managed to flee in time. The boss, having sheathed both swords behind his back, muttered, that was too little to kill. 3 days earlier, in the office of a certain company's CEO, the old CEO shouted angrily, Luli, I'm deeply disappointed in you. With your ability, you could have gotten a stake in the company this year, become a shareholder in our Heaven's Mandate company. The future is bright, limitless potential, but instead, you want to investigate some disappearance case that harms the company's interests and reputation. After the board of directors voted, you were fired. Do you have anything else you want to explain regarding this matter? Facing the questioning of the old director, the young man calmly replied, no. This incredibly handsome young man was named Luli, 26 years old, 183 cm tall, former head of game R&D at Heaven's Mandate, a top data analyst, a master's degree holder in computer science, and so on. He coldly turned away, leaving behind the words, if there's nothing else, then I'll proceed with the resignation formalities now. After he left, the old director sighed in disappointment, what a pity, such a talent wasted. Secretary Wang, see if you can find someone to replace Luli. If not, based on Luli's treatment, try increasing the salary by 20 million and see what happens. The short-haired, cute secretary, who had been standing silently behind him, didn't say anything at all now. The director continued calling, Secretary Wang, Secretary Wang, Secretary Wang, I'm talking to you. At that moment, Secretary Wang's face looked as though she had just suffered a heartbreak. She was silently lamenting. The two previous applicants for this position had only applied so they could catch a glimpse of Luli each day. If Luli left, she would also resign without a second thought. What was this old man babbling about? Didn't he know he was being too noisy? As for Luli, at that moment, he had just completed his resignation formalities and was on his way home, holding a picture tightly in his hand, thinking, boss, I've finally found a clue regarding your disappearance. In the picture, the 3 children look so adorable, and I will definitely find you. He silently made that decision. After walking for a while, he reached up and held his chin in thought. Where am I? So this guy is a workaholic, coming home only once every 2 years, and he's also directionally challenged, unable to tell north from south, east from west. Scene change, a woman's angry voice shouted. Break up, break up, Afei, you damn bastard. You always tell me I'm the only treasure of yours, but on your WeChat, there are 68 nicknames all calling someone else treasure. A petite and beautiful girl, dressed in a fashionable style, pointed at the blonde guy, cursing at him. The blonde guy, kneeling on the floor, tried to explain. Let me explain, the girl didn't give me a chance. I don't need to hear your excuses. Not a single word from his mouth made any sense. Let's just break up for real. I don't want to see your face ever again. After scolding him, the girl cried, covering her face, and ran off, accidentally bumping into Lu Li, who had just returned. Meanwhile, Afei, still kneeling on the ground, shouted after her. Don't go, everything I said was sincere. Each of you is a unique treasure in my heart. Just as Lu Li walked in, both of them felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Afei was surprised. Second brother Lu Li, I'm speechless, did you come back at the wrong time? Isn't this Afei guy not at all like he was earlier? No, second brother, whenever you come, it's always the right time. Lu Li was still puzzled. But my girlfriend, this jerk right here, has no intention of changing. It's a small issue, just a small issue, in 2 days everything will go back to normal. Come in and sit down first, second brother, you must be thirsty, would you like something to drink? He casually mentioned drinks, but his eyes unintentionally landed on the bra lying on the sofa, and then at the pile of things scattered across the floor. Lu Li picked up the bra with 2 fingers, looking displeased as he said. Afei, I've told you many times, when you're living alone, you need to be more mindful of cleanliness. You need to show more self-discipline in your life. Afei, hearing him nagging, quickly stopped him. Brother, I know. With that, he snatched the bra from Lu Li's hand and casually tossed it aside. Second brother, this time when you come back, you have to stay with me for at least 2 days. Every time you come back, you're always in such a hurry. Lu Li was still angry because the disciple had made a mess and even dared to throw things away. However, when he heard the change of subject, he casually replied. This time, I probably will have to stay a few more days. Afei happily asked. Really? That's great. Then let's go have barbecue tonight. Lu Li answered. No, you're exhausted from work. You should take me to a mage. Don't worry, second brother, it's definitely a reputable place. Lu Li's tone became serious as he said. Afei, there's a clue about the boss's disappearance. Afei also became excited. Boss, a clue? Now you're serious. The equipment you asked for before is all ready. Tonight, it's time for Phantom Moon of Heaven's mandate to officially revive. Lu Li replied. Good. The reason for the boss's disappearance must be related to this game. Let's move. A few hours passed, and the midnight bell rang. The two of them had already put on their professional gaming gear. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. After connecting, the system also announced. Verifying civilian identification information. Verification complete. Do you confirm entering the game? Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. The system continued. Welcome to the world of Blood Moon. Dear player, I am your assistant, Little Spirit. The virtual assistant of the game Wei Yu, you can call me CC. The game is about to begin. I wish you a happy journey in this virtual world. The system data continues to load, with continuous notifications ringing. The nerves have been connected, and the sensory system is now online. Adjusting vision, connecting to the scene field, displaying light effects, and loading data is complete. Character creation is now starting. After a series of lengthy announcements, the final one is the game entry notification. You have arrived at the Newbie Village mod. The medieval setting and Lu Li's character panel is also displayed. Lu Li, a newbie adventurer, level 1, profession not yet advanced, attributes, strength 15, intelligence 5, agility 12, no elemental resistance, no charm, no achievements. He tried to feel the experience and thought to himself, the neural connection is fully optimized, and the body senses in the game, the temperature and humidity feel incredibly real. At this moment, a Fae nearby waved his hand at him. Second brother, over here. This is my new friend. Let's form a team and do some quests together. He couldn't help but feel helpless at the way his younger brother was hitting on girls. Too quick, he thought, but he had something to do, so he could only make an excuse. You two go ahead. A Fae asked in surprise, we're going ahead, second brother, aren't you coming with us? The newbie mission is the same for everyone. He just smiled and said, we're taking different paths. I have other matters to attend to, you should focus on leveling up. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving his confused younger brother behind. What did he mean by different paths? On this side, after separating, he immediately called his virtual assistant. A little spirit appeared. Master, I'm here. He ordered it to open the special gift redemption code. A notification popped up on the screen. To open the window to redeem your special gift, please enter your redemption code. He typed in a long, complex code. After entering the code, another notification appeared. The redemption code is correct, redemption successful. You have 3 unread emails, please check them. The virtual assistant curiously asked Luli, Master, what are these 3 items? I've never heard of them. He checked his inbox while answering her, those are my hacks. The little assistant was shocked and frightened, hacks, Master. We strictly forbid hacks. Stop it, or you could get permanently banned. Luli didn't care, saying, I've hidden these in the game's bottom code, the system can't trace them. Even if they try to dig, it'll take them half a year, so getting banned is impossible. At this moment, the information about the items in the second box also appeared. Item 1, the All-Chi bracelet requires level 10. All professions can use it. Durability +5, strength +5, intelligence +5, agility +5, physical resistance +5, willpower +5. Specially, the quality of the equipment increases with level. Every 10 levels, the quality of the equipment will increase once, with a hidden attribute. Each time the equipment quality increases, the user will randomly receive a skill according to their profession. He ordered the virtual assistant, CC, help me hide this equipment. The little girl was surprised, huh? This bracelet looks so beautiful, why do you want to hide it? Luli replied indifferently, it's too bulky. I prefer a tidier look. Then he checked the next item. The screen displayed the item information. Item 2, Random Achievement Codex. Every 10 levels, random character events will generate achievement tasks. Completing the tasks will reward you with a random hidden attribute bonus. He assessed this item, this one seems like I just input a command to make the item powerful, and the rest is randomly generated by someone else. Little Spirit chimed in, it seems like it could be a very interesting item. The screen continued to display the information for the third item. Item 3, Azura Dungeon Invitation Letter. This item is just a scroll tied with a dark red string, with a skull symbol on it. Luli opened the scroll inside. 2 years of working at Heaven's Mandate just to obtain this. During the boss's experiment, a hidden plotline was discovered. This must be the reason the boss disappeared. If anything happens later, the clues will be cut off at this point. I can't let anything happen to a Fae. Inside the scroll was an invitation to the Azura Hell training. The Azura tribe fears nothing in this world, following its true heart and seeking only the self. Anyone who obstructs me from finding the self, I will kill. Anyone who stands in my way, I will slay. Next was a system notification about transitioning to the Azura profession, asking players to pay attention. Upon changing to this profession, a completely new storyline will be activated. Without hesitation, Luli confirmed. At that moment, his heart suddenly hurt sharply. My heart hurts so much. He was transported to a strange space, surrounded by 4 skeletal monsters. They raised their knives and stabbed him, leaving him no time to react. He was confused, thinking to himself, "What's going on? How come I didn't know the storyline was set up like this? This pain feels too real." The notification panel turned red, displaying the following message: "Your character has been detected as dead. There was incorrect information regarding the Heavenly Law character being attacked in the area. System error restarting, restart failed, restart failed." The error restart notifications echoed continuously. Luli's consciousness at that moment felt as though it was falling through an endless void, dizzying, unable to see anything at all. He wondered if he might be stuck in the game forever. The system disconnected from the game, and a glaring red notification appeared: "Error code not detected, your data source cannot exit the game." Luli was shocked to find he couldn't log out. The logout command was supposed to be an absolute, forced action. How could it fail? The system tried to correct the error, and then it responded, "I." Suddenly, the system rebooted. A skeletal hand rose up, followed by the whole skeletal figure. Luli thought to himself, "The system has rebooted." A notification appeared: "Luli skeleton soldier, decayed, level 1, unclassed. Attributes: strength 20, agility 17, attribute resistance 5, intelligence 30, stamina 19, charisma 5. He was puzzled. Why did I turn into a skeleton? Wasn't I supposed to be an Azura? He began assessing his surroundings. Where is this place? Over there, a necromancer holding a dark staff. Wait, it's coming to life. A servant of mine, looks like the summoning was a success. It turned out this person was an epic level boss, Soul Summoner, level 30. Skills: Hellseal, Corrosion, Fire of the Branch, Summon Undead. He thought to himself, there must be an NPC ahead. Let me try talking to them. Then he waved his hand and asked, "Hello, may I ask where this place is?" The boss on this side was completely confused. Perhaps it was the first time it saw a skeleton capable of speaking. What? How can it speak? Could it be that summoning a skeleton guard is very rare? Seeing that it didn't speak, he thought it was not going to engage in conversation with him, assuming this was not a beginner NPC area. So, he decided to ask someone else. He turned to leave. On the other side, the boss was angry. Why isn't it sitting down? It seems to not even follow my orders. Sure enough, the slave, without the lash, still felt like he had some human rights. He immediately summoned the chains of hell to bind Luli. He still didn't understand what was happening and questioned. "What are you doing?" The other one grinned menacingly. "What am I doing?" "Ha, of course, I'm teaching you how to be a good dog." He cursed in his mind. Is this a beginner boss? Damn it, I'm only level 1 and don't even have any skills. Who designed this script? At that moment, something unexpected happened. He was thrown far away, and the chains shattered. It turned out to be a high-level monster passing by, and the other person vanished as well, perhaps crushed underfoot. Luli felt a bit scared. This seems too terrifying. Did I end up in the wrong place? How am I supposed to play like this? He then called out to the virtual assistant to check on something. She immediately teased, "I'm here, master. Your new outfit looks really cool." He no longer had time to pay attention to her playful remarks and asked, "Where exactly are we?" She replied, "Master, your current location is in the Pure Dark Zone, the birthplace of all the high-level bosses in Phantom Moon. It's the most dangerous area in the game." Luli rubbed his bony head and asked, "So how do I proceed with the game? What if there are no local quests to complete?" She responded, "Wait a moment, I'm checking for you." She then opened the system support panel to look it up. After a while, she successfully found the information and said, "There's a quest location 100 km away from you. Master, follow me." He thought to himself, 100 km? Up in the sky, dragon-like monsters are flying around. Down here, Luli is struggling to climb the mountain. He sighed to see, I'm telling you, is there no normal path left? Little Spirit helplessly replied, Master, this is the shortest route. If you take a detour, it'll be another 400 km. At that moment, they were floating on a dry tree branch. A giant carnivorous fish was closing in on them from behind. He flapped his bony arms with all his strength, speeding up, and didn't forget to yell at the virtual assistant, Cece, why are you leading me through this cursed path? The little girl innocently encouraged him. Master, hang in there. Do you need me to play some music to add more drama? No need, Master. You have a message from a fae. The chat window popped up. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Second brother, my main quest is to kill 20 wild boars. I'm exhausted, but I've reached level 5 and even got a rare equipment drop, a 6th grade staff. He replied. Good, not bad. A fae asked further. Second brother, where are you? What level are you? Did you sneak off to clear a high-level dungeon with better gear? No, I'm still level 1. A fae clearly didn't believe him. Impossible, that doesn't sound like you at all. Second brother, the early stages of monster hunting can be a bit tiring. Just hang in there a bit more. As he often said, he wasn't in the mood for small talk with this guy. He had things to do, so he hung up the phone. At that moment, Luli was being chased by a giant snake monster. He ran for his life, and C continued to encourage him. Master, hurry, it's almost catching up. Damn, do you really need to tell me that? He cursed while running. After a long and exhausting journey, they finally arrived at their destination. C cheerfully said. Master, it's just ahead. Luli exhaled deeply. Phew, they had finally arrived. Looking ahead, he saw a massive green light column and a long line of people with no end in sight. He sighed and asked. Do we really need to wait in such a long line just to get in? The virtual assistant announced that the estimated waiting time was 2 hours, but suddenly, he noticed an entrance on the other side with no one around. The little girl anxiously said, Master, this is not the route according to the plan. Luli rushed ahead, hesitating for a moment before replying, You always say it's about entering the city, so any way in works. Your planned route is just too rigid. C still wanted to persuade him, but she stopped herself. You rest for now, Luli told her. C could only comply, Yes, Master. At this point, Luli approached the gate, only to be blocked by 2 large pigs standing guard. One of the pigs spoke to him, Hey, what do you think you're doing? He calmly replied, Gatekeepers, I have some urgent business. Can you let me through? The pig didn't make it difficult for him, Alright, everyone has their urgent moments. Go ahead. Luli thought to himself, everything was going much more smoothly than he'd expected. He thanked the 2 pigs and walked inside. The pigs, smiling, responded, No need to thank us, just go on in. After he entered, one of the pigs couldn't help but laugh. What a deep play, he even thanked us. Bro, did you hear that? The pig actually said that. Just wait until later. Let's see how this little brat dies miserably. Then both of them laughed loudly, ha. At this moment, an announcement echoed from inside, signaling that the registration period for the Stormcloud platform had ended. The Stormcloud platform wins, great wealth and fortune. The Stormcloud platform loses, 9 deaths and 1 life. Luli walked down the hallway, thinking to himself that it had finally arrived. As he reached the end, a large hall with blinding light greeted him. It turned out that this was a gladiatorial arena, and a rabbit was chattering away. Finally. Our last contestant has finally appeared. Let me go over this contestant's basic information. Luli's profile appeared before everyone's eyes. Luli, skeleton soldier, level 1, and so on. The crowd immediately began murmuring loudly. What? This contestant is only level 1. Where did this loser come from? This guy is here to be a joke, right? Definitely a setup by the show. I could send a fart and still defeat him. Ha ha ha. Others laughed mockingly. Ha, who knows, maybe this Pow Wee player could bring us a more interesting storyline. At that moment, the rabbit shouted for everyone to be quiet. Alright, everyone, quiet down. I believe all of you can't wait any longer. Now, I officially declare that the Stormcloud platform battle has begun. The audience cheered in excitement. The rabbit continued. Once again, taking on the role of the commentary duo, the most powerful pair you all know. I am the agile rabbit. A turtle with a microphone next to him spoke up. And I am. The rabbit ignored the turtle as it slowly spoke out. Alright, although everyone has heard this many times, according to the rules, I will still announce the tournament's regulations. The rules of the Stormcloud platform, a tournament using the gladiator format. Both sides will fight to the death for victory, and in the end, there will be one winner. To ensure fairness in the match, the levels will be adjusted to the lowest participant's level, but no lower than level 10. Skills can only be used within the adjusted level range, and the equipment will be standardized and issued by the Stormcloud platform. Third, the only criteria for determining a participant's victory, unless the opponent admits defeat, is to kill the opponent. As for the reward for the winner, the Stormcloud platform will grant 5,000 EXP and a weapon corresponding to the level. The rabbit quickly continued, now, we begin adjusting the levels for the contestants. This is a Stormcloud platform match where the ranks of the players have been lowered to the lowest they've ever been. As soon as the rabbit finished speaking, the contestants' levels were immediately reduced. They grumbled, humph, why do I only have 2 skills left at this level? The ultimate killing skill I just learned is useless now. Little skeleton, you'd better hope you don't face me, or I'll break your bones one by one. Don't naively think that the level difference alone can make up for the gap in experience and skills. At this point, everyone's attention was on him, though it was hardly in a positive light. A silent exclamation of awe. If I had known earlier, I should have just followed CC's arrangement. It's clear now that I've entered the wrong door. At that moment, the system notification also sounded. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 10. You may now choose your starting class. Luli hesitated while selecting his class. With so many responsibilities, which one should he choose? Back when the 3 of them played together, the other 2 had both said that he was very suited to play as an assassin. So, he chose assassin. He quickly selected the assassin class, and the system confirmed the change. Congratulations, you have successfully switched to the assassin class. Meanwhile, the rabbit quickly moved on to the next stage of the program. I wonder if the contestants have adapted to the level adjustments yet. Time waits for no one. Now, let's begin equipping all the contestants. The rabbit spoke with all its might, deliberately ignoring the turtle who was stammering. Who hired this rabbit as the MC? I'd hire a turtle to make a stew instead. Luli had now received his equipment, 2 daggers. He silently assessed them, this doesn't feel bad at all. If he couldn't win, he would surrender immediately. It should be fine. The rabbit MC continued with the introduction. Now, and now. Here, we arrive at the super important highlight of this Stormcloud platform event. Let's give a warm welcome to the Dream Assisting Master who was here specially for the Yuntai event. In this competition, those who perform exceptionally well will have the chance to be recruited under their banner. On the left here is the renowned figure of our blood origin city, Zhuang Huaishui my lord. The system panel displayed the information of the cold-faced, massive monster. Zhuang Huaishui, the hallmaster of Beiyu Hall in Blood Moon City. A key figure in managing the city's foreign warfare strategy and deployment of military forces. The rabbit's voice continued with the introduction, stating that half of Blood Moon City's military strength came from Beiyu Hall under Zhuang Huaishui my lord. Moreover, the leader of the young master martial artists across the 7 cities was also a disciple of Zhuang Huaishui my lord. Being favored by Zhuang Huaishui my lord was a great honor, a shining glory for one's ancestors, a source of pride, and a leap to new heights in life. Below the stage, the crowd cheered loudly. Zhuang Huaishui my lord, I am your fan. Zhuang Huaishui my lord, do you still take concubines? Zhuang Huaishui my lord, Zhuang Huaishui my lord, and so on. Turning to the other side, the rabbit continued with the introduction. And the person on the right here is the most beautiful woman in Blood Moon City, Wu Yu Lord. The system panel also showed a brief profile of her. Wu Yu, the hall master of Dongyu Hall in Blood Moon City, the director of the Blood Moon City's resource distribution and the Blood Pool secret realm. The rabbit then went on to introduce this fiery, stunning beauty. Wu Yu Lord was indeed a distinguished figure, a true high-class and wealthy lady. At the same time, the strength of Lord Wu Yu was also unfathomably deep, but the selection criteria for candidates set by Yu Lord were extremely strict. Until now, Lord Wu Yu had only taken on one disciple, but as the saying goes, talents are hard to find. Lord Wu Yu's disciple was none other than Hani Xiao, the one who had won 10 consecutive matches at the Stormcloud platform, a peerless genius who shook Blood Moon City. Needless to say, the crowd erupted again, but this time their uproar was not as intense. You Lord! Another person, interrupted him. Shu, be quiet. Wu Yu Lord has a very bad temper. If he doesn't like you, he'll kill you. That's right, I heard that on the road. When Wu Yu Lord saw someone he didn't like, the first thing he did was gouge out their eyes, then chopped them up and fed them to the hellhounds. I also heard that one of his bodyguards shouted a single command, and Wu Yu Lord had the person's tongue ripped out. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent in fear. But to Lu Li's ears, only one sentence stood out. Hani Xiao, the boss, finally, there's a lead on him. He secretly glanced at her, thinking to himself that this Wu Yu woman must know something. He had to find a way to get close to her. Meanwhile, when Lu Li secretly looked at her, Wu Yu had also noticed that he was staring at her. She felt uncomfortable and thought to herself, how dare he stare at me so openly? I really want to crush him. But never mind. Zhuang Huaishui is right next to us. If I do that, he'll have a reason to act all high and mighty, teaching me a lesson. Maybe it's better to just kill Zhuang Huaishui right now. The energetic rabbit continued speaking. Alright, the introduction is done. Who will end up with the generous reward and the heaven-defying opportunity? Let's watch the match together and provide the audience with a better viewing experience. Let me, the rabbit, quickly commentate and explain in real time for everyone. At this point, the match had begun, and the rabbit resumed his role as commentator and explainer for everyone. Let's start with our first competition. The most anticipated competitor in this round of the Stormcloud platform is the Blood Claw tribe's deficient Battle Mad Master. Born with the bloodline of the Mad Beast, he naturally possesses a higher class and is a representative figure of the new generation. His claws are razor sharp and are widely recognized as one of the top seed competitors on the Stormcloud platform. This time, he finishes it with a single strike, as Blood Claw dominates the match to claim victory. With the first match over, the rabbit continued to comment on the second. Next up is a member from the Great Sword Corps Warrior Guild, Bei Lei. The Great Sword Guild is a newly rising guild under the Nanyu Hall. A human-shaped demon with a demon's face, wielding a sword, appears before everyone. His opponent this time is a goblin, Bei Lei, the vice president of the Great Sword Guild. It is said that Nanyu Hall has a great reputation. His sword is fast, precise, and ruthless, with countless experts having been defeated by it. It seems he also wins quite easily. The second match thus ended. Oh, the third winner has appeared. It is the demon twin swordsman from the distant wildlands, who came slashing towards Blood Moon City. Naturally, his strength is not to be underestimated. At this moment, everyone focuses on a humanoid monster wielding twin swords, with a very strange eye growing in the middle of his stomach. The rabbit swiftly hopped over and switched to introducing the fourth match, which was none other than Lu Li's. However, his match ended quickly. The fourth winner was. What? It was the contestant Pao Hui? Did anyone see what happened? How could he? So interesting. Let's start the next round, which will be even more thrilling. The semi-finals. The announcement board displayed images of the victorious contestants and the list of upcoming matches. The announcement continued. It said that the first match had been randomly decided, and up next would be contestant Pao Hui, the demon twin swordsman. Go! That guy really is arrogant. He contemptuously told Luli, surrender. I look down on killing someone as weak as you. You are not worthy of me even making a move. Luli remained silent and did not respond. Scene transition, a fireball technique struck and killed a monster. A soft sound followed, and then a wow was heard. Fei bro, you're really awesome. We've wiped out this monster swarm. It turns out that Fei was hunting together with the cute little sister. She wasn't any less playful than the other girl and acted coquettishly. That's right, none of us could even touch you, bro. How did you do that? Teach us. Fei beamed with pride from the compliments. These things are just child's play, not worth mentioning. The little fox girl continued to flatter him, and people could tell Fei was already quite skilled. The other girl also chimed in. That's right, bro, are you a professional player? Fei happily teased the two of them. You little troublemakers, would you like to see something even more amazing from me? But then, thinking of Luli, Fei suddenly shifted to a serious tone and said, but wait until you two meet my second brother, then you'll know what true skill is. Deep in thought, Fei wondered how second brother was doing now, whether things were going smoothly for him. Luli and Go were facing each other on the arena, in the semi-finals, and Go had forced him to surrender. Of course, our side wouldn't give up so easily. The rabbit MC quickly commented. Wow, looks like our guild's player has a lot of spirit, not willing to accept the professional player's kind gesture. The monster had eyes on its stomach, and it pointed the sword at him. It seems like you still don't understand the current situation. You've missed your only chance to survive, but don't worry, I'll make sure you die a satisfying death. With that, it immediately swung two swords quickly into the air, and a fierce green sword light shot toward him. The rabbit MC quickly complimented, impressive. The speed of this lightning-fast move from the Go player is enough to make one dizzy. Luli was not weak either, he quickly dodged the opponent's fast attack. The rabbit MC was surprised. What? Our Pao Hui player managed to dodge that? Like a dog catching a fly, he continued to unleash two streams of pink swordlight, quickly injuring Luli. The rabbit quickly updated the situation. The player has once again managed to avoid the Go player's barrage, but he is still hot on his heels. You can't escape, he said, launching an even more powerful strike than before, the mortal severing strike. Even so, Luli was still able to dodge the Go player's attack. This left the rabbit MC in even more disbelief, adjusting his glasses. What? Pao Hui has dodged a fully charged strike from the Go player? This is unbelievable. Ignoring the chaos around him, Luli focused more than ever on the battle. Right now, he was carefully analyzing his opponent, estimating the length of the enemy's arm to be around 80 cm. The enemy's weapon has a 100 cm blade, and the handle is 20 cm long. Subtracting the palm of the hand and adding the length of the arm, the enemy's effective range must be less than 200 cm. As long as I control this 200 cm well, the chances of being hit are low, but I still need to be mindful of possible situations, such as weapon throws or ranged skills. The enemy's skill requires 0.5 seconds of charging before delivering a strike that travels at around 160 km/h. With my reflexes, dodging this shouldn't be hard. At the moment, I have already created some distance. For the next move, he is likely to use a skill called Swift Slash. This skill is a direct charge forward and will have a brief delay. If I catch that moment, I can seize the opportunity and win. In contrast to Luli, Go is being affected by the gossip around him. Go, aren't you supposed to be very strong? Oh, right, how come you can't even handle a level 1 little skeleton? So embarrassing, just quit already. The worst thing in a battle is to lose composure, yet this fool has done just that. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this is so infuriating. This idiot just got lucky, hitting a fly by chance. The next move will cut it in half. Just as Luli predicted, he uses Swift Slash. Seizing that brief opportunity, Luli swiftly counterattacks. Alright, move 80 cm to the left, crouch down 60 cm, and activate the skill heart in mind one strike. The moment he was slightly delayed, he unleashed the final blow. I can't believe my eyes. He cried out, unwilling to accept it. What? How is this possible? How could I die? At the hands of this little nobody? I haven't even become the master of worry-free yet. But that was all, as he immediately collapsed to the ground, dead beyond recovery. The rabbit MC, quick-witted as always, couldn't have predicted this. The match has ended, and player Pao Hui is the winner. I can't believe my eyes anymore. Ji pinched the cheek of the delay turtle, as if trying to confirm that this wasn't a dream. Could it be that player Pao Hui is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Does he actually have some skill? Let's give player Pao Hui a round of applause and look forward to his future performances. Zhuang Huaishui, intrigued, said, "This little skeleton is somewhat interesting." Wu Yu, what do you think? Wu Yu answered calmly, "It's just a little bit of cleverness, nothing surprising. But your thoughts have shifted a bit, though it's still not enough to make me bored. I'll grant you a little more time." Zhuang Huaishui nodded. True, this lowly bloodline will forever only be a waste. The rabbit continued to set the mood. Alright, dear audience, please remain silent. Though the final match was exciting, the next one is the most thrilling of this Stormcloud platform event. You could say it's the battle to determine the champion. The notification displayed information about the next match, Blood Battle Mad Master Bloodclaw vs Tang Corp's Swordsman Bei Lei. The match began. Both were in their initial phase. Bloodclaw Lion pointed straight at Ghoul Bei Lei. Ha! You should know clearly in your heart, you're no match for me. This ghoul isn't simple either. Bloodclaw, my bloodline may not be as strong as yours, but as long as I still have my sword in hand, I will advance without hesitation, unstoppable. As Bei Lei spoke, he also launched his attack, using the heavy sword to trigger the move Willow Blade Swift Cut. Holding the heavy sword, his movements were surprisingly agile. Even the rabbit MC was astonished. What? Competitor Bei Lei is using the combined skill of Streaming Water Turn and Instant Slash? This move is at least 5 times faster than the Thursday NTRM used by competitor Go earlier. One strike from this would be enough to sever Bloodclaw's head. Bei Lei, pleased with himself, arrogantly said, "This is the price of underestimating your opponent. Remember, bloodline isn't everything." He was planning to spit out a few more cool lines before finishing off his opponent. However, life doesn't go as planned. His attack was caught by Bloodclaw's claws. Bloodclaw held firm, and Bei Lei's sword shattered into pieces. He was horrified. What? How can this be? Bloodclaw didn't give his opponent a chance to recover. Using his innate ability to unleash power, he brutally activated Bloodclaw's rage, tearing Bei Lei apart with 2 strikes. He died in one blow. Bloodclaw arrogantly looked at the opponent's corpse and said, "What did you expect? I thought you might have some real strength, but it turns out you're just trash like this." The rabbit MC seemed to snap out of it, everything had happened so quickly. Oh my god, Mad Claw's player is so strong. The player Bei Lei, whom we had such high hopes for, was knocked out in a single hit. He excitedly hugged the turtle MC's neck, almost dragging the little guy along with that ghoul. It turned out that the champion of the Stormcloud platform had already been decided beforehand, with the entire arena chanting Bloodclaw's name. Bloodclaw, Bloodclaw. Zhuang Huaishui nodded in satisfaction. This tiger wasn't bad, its bloodline was pure enough and had some potential for cultivation. On the other hand, Wu Yu seemed to disdain it. This bloodline is nothing special, it wouldn't even be worth guarding the gate for me. Lu Li, a little frightened, thought, what just happened? That lion actually bit through someone else's weapon. If the weapon was something provided by the system, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Unless that lion has reached level 10, but its base attributes are still much higher than average. Sensing Lu Li's gaze, the lion turned back to him and said, "Hey, are you still daring to come up here?" "Haha, I haven't even gotten tired of this yet." Blood Claw Lion arrogantly wagged its tail, taunting Lu Li. "Come up, weren't you so impressive just now? If you're brave enough, don't back down." Lu Li, of course, could not be easily provoked by this monster. He was merely silently weighing the pros and cons. If what he had analyzed earlier was correct, it seemed like he had no chance of winning. However, the only way to get closer to her was to win this match. He cast a deep glance toward Wu Yu, who was sitting on the high platform. She had a clue related to Lu Li's boss. The quick-witted rabbit also showed some empathy and offered advice to him. "Ahem, Pao Hui, your performance today wasn't bad. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountain remains, there's no fear of not having firewood to burn. As long as you're still alive, second place is already a great honor." Wu Yu twisted a strand of her hair, thinking to herself, not going on stage would be such a letdown. Surely, it wouldn't be so boring, right? On the other hand, Lu Li had a different thought. If he gave up just because of a little difficulty, how could he still dare to hope for the boss? The boss and third brother were the only family he had. Compared to his own life, family was far more important. No matter what difficulties lay ahead, nothing could stop him. So, he made up his mind. The screen announced that the match between Blood Battle Mad Master, Blood Claw, and the Pao Hui player had begun. This dazed lion thought that it had provoked him, so it laughed with delight, mocking him. The minds of these lower-level creatures were truly foolish. Just a little provocation and they charged headfirst. Then let the person who makes it into a dessert before victory use your despair, your unwillingness, and your extreme regret to slowly satisfy me. Lu Li scolded him, "Why are you so talkative? Do you still want to fight or not?" Lu Li quickly approached the lion, but Blood Claw stood still and sneered, "Your speed is even slower than that sword fighter from before, too slow." However, after several times of dodging Lu Li's attacks, he quickly made an assessment the speed was decent, and he almost forgot that Lu Li was an assassin. It seemed that he had only been hiding his skills all this time, but it didn't matter, they were all trash in the end. Afterward, he stopped dodging and shifted to an offensive stance, slashing out with a claw. Lu Li quickly evaded, realizing that in terms of speed, he had no advantage. This lion's basic attributes were certainly much higher than his own. Blood Claw began to feel irritated, this little brat was like a dead bug in a pile of trash. Suddenly, he noticed something. There was a small wound on his face, with a drop of blood dripping from it. "Ha! Blood? When did this happen? How did I not notice? Damn it, this is such an insult, and utter humiliation." In front of so many people, Blood Claw, the most respected and revered of the noble Fury Lion clan, the leader of the younger generation, was wounded by this filthy piece of trash. Damn it! Blood Claw immediately activated his passive skill, Blood Battle Unleashed. For the next 5 seconds, his speed, strength, and critical hit rate increased by 20%. He declared to Lu Li, "I will make you die in the most humiliating way possible." The rabbit quickly exclaimed, "It's really unbelievable. Our player Pao Hui is actually able to go head-to-head with Blood Claw without being at a disadvantage." Zhuan Huaishui and Wu Yu were both thinking differently about Lu Li. Zhuan Huaishui silently wondered, strange, his level and bloodline are both at the lowest tier. While Wu Yu thought, this is getting more and more interesting. The rabbit continued, "It seems like Blood Claw is really angry now. He'll probably give everything he's got in the next attack." Blood Claw used his speed to close the distance and launch an attack on Lu Li. "You think you're so great? Then I'll crush you with the speed you're most proud of. He moved rapidly, attacking constantly, forcing Luli into a passive position and making him struggle. Suddenly, Luli showed an opening. Damn it, I lost my balance. Mad Claw took this opportunity to launch an even stronger attack. Let's see where you can run to. Fierce Mad Claw shouted, remember this for the next life, trash like you belong in the trash can. At this moment, Luli no longer appeared as troubled as before. Now, he seemed to be teasing the enraged lion. I was just messing with you. It can be said that I was waiting for this move from you. This move of yours has great destructive power, but the skill has a 0.5-second delay. He immediately launched the backstab skill, which allowed the user to teleport behind the enemy and initiate an attack. He continued to analyze. Before the skill activation finishes, you cannot turn around. Blood Claw had been calculated by him but showed no sign of worry. Instead, he smiled. Good calculation, but useless. Although he can't turn around for a moment, he can activate another attack skill. Blood Claw activated his unique Blood Origin skill, Blood Fury, Lion's Roar. A lion-like roar echoed throughout the space. Luli was struck by the skill, immediately unable to move, only able to maintain awareness while his body was frozen. This was when the excited voice of the rabbit MC rang out. It's here! The unique Blood Origin skill of the Frenzied Lion Clan, Blood Fury Lion's Roar, forces enemies within a 5-meter radius to stand still for 1.5 seconds. Zhuang Huaishui stroked his chin with interest. To have awakened the Blood Origin skill at such a young age, impressive. I want this Blood Claw. Wu Yu sneered. With how much you've eaten, aren't you afraid you'll burst your stomach and die? Zhuang Huaishui understood her meaning but didn't care. My taste is quite refined, and anyway, you said you wouldn't hold a grudge against the disciple. Wu Yu felt a bit unhappy. It had been a long time since she had felt any interest, and it was such a pity. At this moment, Blood Claw was extremely pleased with himself. Although he had been slightly outwitted, he had managed to turn the situation around and now felt as if victory was firmly within his grasp. This is the absolute power of bloodlines. Despair, trash. A Mad Claw strike came down, and Luli tried to dodge, but he couldn't escape unscathed. One of his legs was taken out. The rabbit commentator expressed regret. The player Pao Hui is truly unfortunate. He had one leg broken and now another thigh by Blood Claw. The only advantage, speed, is gone, and the contest has now been decided. Let's see whether player Pao Hui chooses to surrender or die with dignity in the arena. Blood Claw sneered, his current posture making him appear much more pleasing to the eye. Right, no need to surrender. Luli asked skeptically, what do you mean? I mean that even though the contest may end, I won't let you off. After all, whether inside or outside, you'll be finished. You might as well be generous and let the audience watch live. Who knows, maybe someone will remember your name for a day or two. Luli didn't say anything, but it seemed like he was secretly amused. The atmosphere felt like the fish was about to bite the hook. Blood Claw stood with his arms crossed in front of Luli, speaking in a mocking tone, we should play something more interesting. Breaking each bone one by one, the trick seems a bit outdated. Plucking your head off to play soccer, even more boring than the previous trick. Indeed, it's hard to design good lines. Luli silently measured the distance to him, just 3 steps away. Blood Claw folded his arms and took a step forward, sneering, don't stay so silent, you should say something, help me liven up the atmosphere a bit. Luli mistakenly counted 2 steps, and Blood Claw pretended to be careless. Oh, sorry, I accidentally stepped on your foot. One more step, Luli's eyes turned red. He thought to himself, now is the chance. In that instant, he stood up, swung his sword, and charged at Blood Claw. His arm, which had fallen to the ground, also moved. The hand on the ground flung the sword towards the back of Blood Claw. At this moment, Luli was already rushing to strike Blood Claw, his heart filled with excitement. Exactly, it's only when there's resistance that you can bury it. Luli executed a backstab, attacking Bloodclaw. The dual assault caught Bloodclaw off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, barely able to speak. What? Before he could say anything else, he was slashed from behind. The sudden attack made him widen his eyes, mouth agape, before falling face down onto the ground. Everyone watching was frozen in place. Uncle though quickly froze and stammered. Huh? What is this? What's going on? The excited turtle said, "It's been such a long time since I've witnessed such an incredible comeback win. Now, here's my analysis, and the grumpy turtle will comment and explain everything to everyone." The match, from start to finish, went according to the plan of the player Pao Hui. From the beginning, he showcased his speed advantage, using the weakest moves to deal the most psychological damage, provoking Bloodclaw and causing him to lose his stable fighting mentality. "I will make you die in the most humiliating way. Damn it, I'm losing my balance." After that, he let Bloodclaw unleash his full power while constantly appearing to be at a disadvantage to lure Bloodclaw in, using his trump card, and finally, the Blood Dew skill, Lion's Roar. What stood out the most was the arms and legs being broken by Bloodclaw. In fact, it was all done by him intentionally breaking his own limbs. Finally, at the moment when everyone thought for sure that he would die, he activated the skeleton skill. The bones, after being broken, could still function for a while, connected through his subconscious to the skeleton soldier, leading to an incredible comeback victory, using his weakness to overpower strength. Do you all think my analysis is correct? The grumpy turtle struck a cool pose, pointed dramatically, and shouted. This player's name is Moon Slash, level 10. Who's in? Moon Slash. At that moment, Luli jumped up, gripping the sword with all his strength, and stabbed down at Bloodclaw. The Bloodclaw man panicked and shouted, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die, save me, I have to eliminate the weeds by their roots." Zhuang Huaishui shot him a cold glance. Just as Luli was about to strike and kill Bloodclaw, Zhuang Huaishui appeared and blocked him. Zhuang Huaishui gathered his inner power into a punch strong enough to obliterate Luli. At this moment, Luli began to fall apart and gasped, "What? Damn it, I was so close." Just then, Wu Yu appeared. She took Luli's skull into her hand, then pointed her finger and used her inner power to attack Zhuang Huaishui. A massive surge of divine strength shot directly at Zhuang Huaishui, injuring his arm. He grimaced and shouted, "Wu Yu, you crazy woman, do you want to kill me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, this won't end easily." At this moment, Wu Yu was using her strength to heal Luli. She spoke, "From now on, you belong to me." Wu Yu stood in front of Luli, who was kneeling before her. She transferred a stream of blue energy to him. "Alright, you should be almost fully recovered now." Luli looked at his bony hands in awe. Not only had the broken bones healed, but they were even stronger than before. On the tips of Wu Yu's fingers, a small, glowing magic orb shone brightly, with waves of red energy emanating around it. She smiled gently, but her mouth uttered harsh words. "Where the hell is that damn rabbit? If you still haven't delivered the result, should I just have both of you killed?" The turtle and the rabbit hid behind the table, hurriedly calling out. "We're here, we're here, we're here." The rabbit urged. "Hurry up and speak." The loudspeaker announced, as wind and clouds swirled, daring to swallow the sun into the moon. "Today, we witness the rise of a new star. Congratulations to the contestant Moonslash for becoming the champion of the Stormcloud platform this time." The system was calculating the rewards for the Stormcloud platform. Reward, 5,000 experience points, level 15 grants the passive skill Shadow Step, permanently increasing agility by 20%. A red information board appeared. Luli, Bone-Breaking Warrior, level 15, class, Assassin. Attributes, Strength 755, Agility 62, Dexterity 100, Stamina 37, Resistance 15, Charm 10. Achievements, Champion of the Stormcloud platform. Reward given, level 15 Epic Dagger, Bloodthirsty Assassin. Luli received the Bloodthirsty Assassin and swung it a few times to test the feel. It felt good. The detailed information about the bloodthirsty assassin appeared clearly. Required level 15, exclusive for assassins. Durability 100/100, attack plus 80, critical hit plus 20, attack speed plus 15. Special ability, deals 10% of damage as health for the user. The turtle, resting its chin on its shell, commented, clearly a blood-sucking attribute, a pretty good weapon. The rabbit standing beside it continuously nodded in agreement, that's right, it's perfect for attrition battles. Stamina for fighting in the following activities is very important. Wuyu crossed her arms and leaned down to look at him. Kid, your wound's healed, the reward's been given, let's hurry up and start the wind and cloud tribulation. Luli, confused, asked again, wind and cloud tribulation? The rabbit hopped forward to explain to those who didn't understand. The moon/contender is participating in the Stormcloud platform for the first time, so they might not be clear yet. The Stormcloud platform is divided into two parts. The first part is where a champion is chosen, and then the second part is activated wind and cloud tribulation. The rules for wind and cloud tribulation are that the champion of the Stormcloud platform will have the ability to limit the identity of the boss. The time limit is 8 minutes. Mission, while ensuring survival, hunt and kill as many players as possible. Killing players grants experience and contribution points alike. Contribution points can be used for trading with others, exchanging high-level skills and weapons, or upgrading your rank. Zhuan Huaishui shouted loudly, Wuyu, this isn't over yet. You dared to openly attack Beiyu Hall Master. Are you declaring war on Beiyu Hall? I will report this to the city lord. Because you don't aim to control resources and finances, you've become greedy. That guy keeps yelling, and now he's using every method to destroy me, just to take the military resources I control. Wuyu, I see you're looking like you're planning a rebellion. Wuyu angrily yelled, Zhuang Huaishui, that damn old man. He was completely stunned when he heard her shout, unable to say a word. What? What did you just say? Wuyu pointed at his face and scolded, don't be so shameless. Just interrupting the Stormcloud platform should be enough to punish you. Do you think you'll have the kindness to save anyone? I bet you've already handed the champion title over to that Bloodclaw guy, right? You're always playing the fool, digging around for any little thing, and then you dare to pour dirty water on my head. Zhuan Huaishui was rendered speechless by her harsh words, unable to respond. Wuyu, still furious, cut him off. What's this about you thinking you'll participate again? First, I'll cut off your military allowance, then I'll keep cutting it. And I won't even send you any equipment. The two of them argued fiercely. Wuyu cursed, old bastard. Luli watched as the turtle and the rabbit rushed toward him, wondering, are they really going to fight? Both were running at full speed to stop the killing. If these two my lords really started fighting, probably half the people in the city would end up in trouble. Luli urged, hurry, take me to the next event. At that moment, Wuyu still kept her attention on his side, coldly warning, don't embarrass me. If you don't kill at least 1,000 people, don't even think about showing your face here. The random achievement book was activated, and a clown face appeared, noticing that the owner's level exceeded level 10. It was now creating a random task for him. Once successfully reached, the countdown would begin from the action of the Blood Moon Wanderer. Luli looked at the book floating in the air and said, I almost forgot about you. A task notification appeared, and a random achievement mission was created. Wuyu's completion, kill 1,000 sky beasts. The mission time was tied to the Stormcloud platform event. Note that if the event ends without completing the mission, the task will permanently disappear. At this moment, Luli had transformed into the boss Blood Moon Wanderer. The announcement echoed, the time-limited boss, Blood Moon Wanderer, has arrived. Players, please proceed to defeat it. In front of him were 4 players from the guild Sharp Blade. They were, level 13A, level 15A High, level 17A FA, and level 14A Kai. The system displayed, the universal bracelet has detected a level increase in the character, completing the mount. Strength +5, Intelligence +5, Agility +5, Constitution +5, Resistance +5, Charisma +5. The stats of the universal bracelet appeared before him. The current quality of the equipment. Usually, the quality of equipment improves each time the character levels up. Upon activating the first attack of the equipment, the owner would gain a professional skill. Each time the equipment levels up, the chance of receiving a new skill would be refreshed. While the skill was being randomly assigned, the players began to ambush Luli, who was disguised as the boss Blood Moon Wanderer. The skill you acquire quickly delivers 4 slashes to the target, dealing physical damage of 110%, 120%, 130%, and 150%. If the target is killed by this skill, the wound remains, automatically continuing to attack random enemy targets within a 10-meter range nearby. Passive skill. Each time this skill kills an enemy, an additional slash dealing 50% physical damage can be added. Luli uses Bloodthirsty Assassin, simultaneously slashing at 4 players who just attacked him, transferring damage and increasing the number of attacks upon kills. So, as long as a large amount of the enemy's health is suppressed, he can use this skill again. Grasping the method, establishing Jifong, Luli strikes twice consecutively, then 5 times, then 10 times, and finally 16 times. He realizes that it is possible to achieve an eternal motion mechanism based on this theory. The notifications keep ringing as experience increases by 100, contribution by 1. Luli calls CC, and the assistant little spirit appears to help. Master, I'm here. Can other players see my position if you ask about it? She replies, yes. The system will display your location in real time for all players on the server. Luli releases his power, as if notifying the players that the boss is here. From then on, things became much simpler. The group of players followed the trail in the system and eventually found him. Hey, where's the boss? The health bar of 1,000 players was being filled up by Luli as he continuously killed them, from 56 to 314. After a long period of diligently completing missions, he sat on a high tree branch to rest. Quite a few people had already been killed in this area. The number and frequency of players following in teams were gradually decreasing. It was time to move a little. Below, a batch of weapons was stuck in the ground. Luli felt regretful. It was a pity that there was no way to pick up the gear of the players. It truly felt like a waste. Suddenly, another player appeared, shouting loudly. I'm rich, it's all mine, all mine. Luli stood high above, looking down, holding his bloodthirsty assassin in his hand, watching as the player continued to hum. This was the main character's script. With a swift slash, he cut through the player's neck. The young man disappeared, only managing to glance at him once, clutching his neck in disbelief, exclaiming, What the hell? I've been killed, no way, I'm the main character, I'm the strongest. There must be something wrong with the system. Where's my gear? Don't leave me. Luli felt annoyed. This person was rambling too much. Elsewhere, players were running towards Luli's location. Where's the boss? Oh my god, so much equipment. Heaven must be watching over us. The boss is mine, I'm rich. Luli kept slashing as long as the enemies kept coming. He seemed displeased upon realizing that he had barely taken down half of them. 444 kills, that's too few. He recalled that moment, yet the conversation that followed awakened something within him. Luli messaged, Afei, Giant Sun Coordinates X156-137, come here alone. Afei replied excitedly, got it. My dear big bro, already throwing stuff at me so soon. Is it a magic support item? Or some outfit? Or maybe you've prepared a whole set of gear for me? But when he arrived, there was only a desolate wasteland, with weapons stuck into the ground. Afei cursed, damn it. In the depths of the forest, a surge of power shot up into the sky, startling birds and beasts into chaotic flight. A massive sword plunged down, impaling enormous monsters that were slowly fading away. Congratulations, you have successfully slain the epic level 15 boss, Giant Warrior. The final strike came from a white-haired girl named Luna, a level 18 Moonlight Knight, class, swordsman. Attributes: Strength 60, Power 60, Agility 60, Stamina 60, Resistance 60, Charisma 60. Achievement: Nova Slayer. This title can be earned by ranking in the top 100 in regional combat. Congratulations, you have obtained the epic level 15 bracelet. The information about the resistance of the heart includes a level 15 requirement, making it common for all professions, with a durability of 100/100, 10 points added to attack, intelligence, agility, physical strength, defense, and charm. A special feature of this item is that when attacked with a skill, there is a 20% chance to increase resistance by 20 points. Luli sat hidden on a high tree branch, witnessing the entire battle just now. He couldn't help but feel surprised. A player was able to engage in combat with an epic level boss. This was the first time he'd encountered such a person. Luli gave the order, "CC, check the data on the Moonlight Knight." She quickly provided the information. "Alright, here's the data on the Moonlight Knight that you requested." The Moonlight Knight is a hidden class among scholars, possessing highly balanced attributes. All attacks by the Moonlight Knight are a combination of physical and magical attributes. In summary, this class has a high maximum potential and a late-game threshold that is very high. Luna was very cautious. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she were being watched. Someone was nearby. A group of 3 vile men appeared before Luna. "We're lucky, young lady. Did you just blow up that purple outfit earlier?" The fat one leading the group leered. "Can we have a look? These bros haven't seen it yet." Luna knew exactly what they were up to. She coldly stared at them. "You want to rob me?" The fat guy grinned, exuding an air of shameless perversity. No. Don't say that. We just want to be friends with you, little lady. While we're at it, we'd like to borrow your equipment for a couple of days. I guarantee we'll return it, okay? If you don't believe me, we can add W and ask Luli to sit on the branch and witness the whole thing. He silently judged, taking advantage of the situation. Luna's face remained expressionless, and with a haughty air, she said, "Fine, if you have the guts, come and take it." The fat guy signaled his 2 underlings to step forward. "Oh, looks like you want to suffer, huh? Then, bros, you'll need to search her." Luna slowly unsheathed her sword. With 2 swift swings, she simply and elegantly cut down the 2 underlings with a precise strike. Seeing this, the fat guy immediately dropped his previous self-assured demeanor, now looking as though he had stepped on a nail. He pointed to himself, puffing out his chest. "Hey, I'm Xiao Zhang, the leader of the guild. If you dare lay a hand on me." Luna, moving neither fast nor slow, stood beside him and decisively swung her sword, severing Xiao Zhang's head. Only then did she speak. "Are you done looking? Come here." Luli jumped down from the branch and stood facing her. Luna saw him and asked, "Boss?" Luli, surprised, wondered how she could have noticed him. Both sides stood in silence, each calculating their next move in their minds. Luna thought, if we fight here, that guild might come back for revenge. Meanwhile, Luli's thoughts were, killing her would be too costly, and it's not really worth it. In her heart, Luna assessed, this boss is probably going to be quite challenging. Without needing to say anything, both of them had the same thought, fight. The 2 sides charged at each other with great force, but unexpectedly, a large group of people arrived, led by a bald man with a squinted eye. "Where?" "It's that girl. She bullied brother Xiao Zhang from our guild. A real brother from the guild. We need to make sure we put on a grand show of revenge for our brother." The 2 of them were surrounded by Xiao Zhang's people, the guild members, and the punishment squad boss. "Luna, did she really arrive this quickly?" Luli was startled. "A bunch of people just chased us here? The punishment squad boss is charging in." "The boss is here, quickly capture him." The 2 of them seemed to be in sync, no need for words, but both knew exactly what they needed to do. Luli and Luna passed each other, running in opposite directions. The guild members looked up, something had just flown by, it seemed like the boss. Forget about him, we're here today to avenge our brother. The punishment squad boss looked confused. She's running fast. Little girl, don't get in the way. Hey little girl, join our team, we're a professional treasure hunting squad. At that moment, both sides suddenly realized. Damn it, don't let that brat get away. The boss is running that way, hurry, chase after him. Because they were running in the opposite direction, the two teams chasing them continued to move forward. Don't run, hurry up and catch up. As a result, the two large teams collided heavily. Each person had an enormous ego, unwilling to step back, give way, or show any courtesy, loudly arguing for every inch. You've knocked someone over. Get out of the way, we're chasing someone. You're the one who should get out of the way. I'm chasing the boss, if you're a good dog, don't block my path. Ow, what the hell just touched me? Hey, it wasn't me. At this moment, the hurried footsteps of Lu Li and Lu Na approached them. Both of them launched their attacks at the same time, with their contrasting blue and red colors looking quite stunning. The crowd became tangled like a messy fishing net, unable to escape. Hey, they're back to kill us. The moves from both of them were executed simultaneously, cutting through the target without hesitation. Their faces were expressionless, cold as ice. The group of people started to get chaotic, using techniques against each other with no sense of order, even attacking their own teammates. Don't come over here, fireball technique, stop using random skills. A blonde-haired guy drew his bow and fired a scatter arrow. The green-tipped arrow struck the butt of a bulky man. He turned around to retaliate, and the two sides were enveloped in a cloud of dust, unleashing skills in rapid succession: spring wind slash, electric shock technique, great matron. The survivors, their clothes in tatters, asked each other. Is he dead? I don't know, I'm about to die myself. Seriously, I'm bleeding out, almost got hit by their attack, it almost killed me. Lu Li suddenly appeared with a murderous aura, using rabbit enemy wind freeze. He began slashing continuously to complete his mission. The number 489 jumped continuously to 563. The players were frustrated, cursing the bugs, wondering how a boss could possibly have infinite skills. The counter began to fill up: 702/1000, 839/1000, 956/1000. When it reached 999/1000, only Lu Li and Lu Na remained facing each other. Both of them charged at the same time, and the system announced 1000/1000. Congratulations, you have completed the random achievement task. In the room with a glass window overlooking the vast, turquoise beach with waves gently crashing, one person sat in a wheelchair and another stood. The housekeeper stood up and spoke: Miss Bai, the master and madam have called for you to come eat. It turned out that Lu Na's real identity was Bai Xiaoyu from the Bai family. She replied, let them eat first, I'm not hungry. Lu Na took notes: moon/strategy, boss's time limit, blood moon wanderer, suspected assassin, attack 75 to 80, agility 100 to 105. The boss is suspected to be a high-level intellect entity. The hiding Facebook appeared to notify Lu Li, you have completed the random task, killing 1,000 players in the process. A random reward has been given to you. Your reward this time is the Mystic God Earring. The detailed information of the Mystic God Earring appeared. A mythic level item, its possessor can change their race. After the transformation, the individual will receive a new race with its appearance and passive racial traits. Common races include humans, elves, merfolk, and so on. A commendation for the mysterious being. Can changing one's true appearance really change their life? Lu Li held the ring in his hand and sighed. This mythic item truly lives up to its reward for killing 1,000 players. Its adaptability and power are incredibly strong. It's time for you to claim your reward. Congratulations on completing the Wind and Cloud Tribulation. The system is calculating your event rewards. Congratulations, you've earned 1,000 contribution points. Level 21. Congratulations on leveling up. You have acquired a new skill, Paralysis Leopard Ring. The next attack will deal 180% physical damage to the target, bypassing 20% of the target's physical defense, and has a 20% chance to cause the target to enter a bleeding state. Luli logged out of the game, standing under the cheers and applause of the crowd. The rabbit held the mic and said, "Congratulations to our player Moonslash for completing the Wind and Cloud Tribulation and achieving an impressive feat by slaying 1,000 enemies." The turtle chimed in, yes, one could truly say he absolutely deserves the title of Rising Star of the Wind and Cloud Tribulation. Luli received a new title, the Rising Star who had achieved a remarkable record in the Wind and Cloud Tribulation. Zhuan Huaishui turned away, while Wu Yu burst into cheerful laughter, clearly showing she had won that argument. Wu Yu looked at Luli with praise, "Not bad. I suppose I can say you didn't embarrass me." The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Wu Yu opened a cross-shaped door, "Follow me." It was Blood Moon City, one of the evolution dungeons of the Blood Pool. The door closed. The two of them stepped inside, gazing at the crimson-red lake. Luli looked around in astonishment. Ever since he had triggered the hidden storyline, everything happening now hadn't been part of the original game's narrative suggestions. What on earth was going on? Wu Yu stood beside him with arms crossed, watching him. "Do you know why Bloodclaw, even after being adjusted to match your level, was still able to completely crush the others?" Of course Luli knew. Wu Yu nodded, "Exactly. Just like equipment comes with different qualities, the attributes of monsters also vary significantly due to different bloodlines. But the bloodline of humans is the lowest grade of all." Luli asked her, "Does this place have anything to do with the breakthrough attribute of the bloodline?" Wu Yu confirmed, "Yes, this is one of the secret realms I manage, the Blood Pool Secret Realm." She pointed to a random spot on the blood pool and told him, "Now choose the area you want and jump into it." Wu Yu glanced at him, "How much you can evolve depends on your luck." At Blood Moon City, Beiyu Hall, a wine glass shattered on the ground with a loud crash. Zhuan Huaishui, sitting in the seat of honor, was furiously venting his anger. "Wu Yu, we're not done yet." He clenched his fist tightly, veins bulging, and bitterly said, "Damn it, if it weren't for that useless brat from the Frenzied Clan, I wouldn't have lost face like this." The subordinate bowed and tried to calm him down. "My lord, please don't be angry. He has a pair of legendary eyes that can explain things. From what I see, this is definitely not a bad thing. The Frenzied Clan originally intended to form an alliance with you, and after this incident, when they meet you, they'll be here to protect their future generations, even if it means being harmed. Of course, they will be more loyal to us." Seeing that Zhuang Huaishui seemed to have calmed down, the subordinate thought it was okay. This humiliation really is hard to bear. The subordinate cautiously asked, "I have an idea, but I'm not sure if." The man ordered, "Speak." He laid out a scheme. "Although we cannot do anything to Wu Yu on the surface, there is a way to provoke her," he said. He leaned in close to the man and whispered, "We can." Zhuan Huaishui, upon hearing this, was extremely pleased and laughed heartily. "Good, let's do it that way." At the blood pool, Luli was floating on the surface of the water, with red wisps of air rising from beneath him. Wu Yu looked at it and assessed, "The absorption rate is very fast." She secretly felt pleased, "There's potential here." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing her to frown. "Wu Yu Lord, a group of people from the City Lord's mansion, the Hazy Gene Guard, have arrived. Wu Yu Lord, the City Lord has given orders for you to immediately go to the capital." Wu Yu crossed her arms and stood facing him, refusing. "Can't you see I'm busy? I'll go when I have time." Hazy Gene held out a plaque with the word summon written on it, speaking seriously. "Wu Yu Lord, this is the City Lord's blood summon order." He kept stressing. Once the blood summon order is issued, the person receiving it must immediately report to the City Lord. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. Wu Yu snorted coldly. She glanced at Luli and reminded him. Occasionally, some rocks fall from the mountain nearby, so be careful, or you might get crushed. She then added. She will follow He Zijin and leave. He gestured and invited her. His expression was solemn, but suddenly he curled his lips into a sinister grin. Luli was still absorbing the power from the blood pool, unaware of the imminent danger drawing near. He was curled up, with a bright yellow gem glowing above his head. Gradually, he became enveloped by swirling crimson mists. On a high cliff, a group of people were lurking, watching Luli. They were the shadow army of Zhuang Huaishui. He extended his hand forward, as if giving orders. The entire army drew their swords and charged down, speeding toward the glowing orange sphere. The sphere shone brightly in mid-air, creating a wave of intense red energy, accompanied by blinding light and shards scattering everywhere. Luli's eyes, as red as rubies, snapped open. With that cry, a horde of pigman monsters charged forward. Luna unsheathed her sword and cleaved through the first line of monsters before quickly retreating with the others. Fei said, "The number of monsters chasing us is increasing." Dianxian, who was being carried by Luli, also spoke, "Knight, put me down, I can run on my own." Having just slain a monster, Luna noticed something odd about the pigmen. She thought to herself, their recovery speed is increasing rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before it became impossible to keep attacking them. The group of them immediately turned and ran. They were still 50 kilometers away from the Holy Light Guild. Fei took out a yellow vial from his hand and drank it. Because this action slowed him down a bit, a pigman almost caught up to him. It opened its mouth, aiming to bite him. At that moment, Luli quickly sent a sound transmission. "Bow your head." Fei immediately followed the command. As soon as he lowered his head, Luli swiftly swung his weapon toward the pigman's head behind him. There was no decapitation like one might expect, but instead, the entire body of the pigman was enveloped in a green light, and its wounds quickly healed. It swung its claws toward him. Dianxian, who was on his shoulder, couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Sir Knight!" Fei had finished drinking the potion and moved past Luli, casting a fireball toward the pigman, sending it flying. After dealing with the monster, everyone continued to run. Dianxian, seeing Luli was injured, spoke with concern. "Sir Knight, your wound." Seeing this, Fei said, "Big brother, I'll defend you. Quickly heal your wound." Luli noticed their concern for him, but he said, "Run fast, don't stop, there's no time to recover. If we stop and get caught, it's only death." Everyone kept running. They were still 20 kilometers away from the Holy Light Guild. The whole group was exhausted, and they stopped in front of a rocky crevice. Fei said, "This path is really narrow, I'm a bit scared." Luna replied, "But this terrain will limit the pigman's movements." Luli looked back at the group of pigman monsters behind him, wondering if he was mistaken. Did he feel like there were fewer pigmen than before? The number of them seemed to have decreased. The whole group ran into the rock crevice, and when they were only 15 km away from the Holy Light Guild, Fei said, "It seems this path has limitations for them. Our pressure has reduced significantly." Luna also turned and asked, "Are there fewer pigmen?" Luli replied, "Yes, they are about 60% fewer." Feeling strange, he told everyone to speed up, as there might be an ambush. In the sky, the lunar eclipse quickly covered half of the sun, and dark clouds stretched out like they were signaling that something terrifying was about to happen. 6 kilometers away from the Holy Light Guild, Fei said while running, "There's the exit." In an instant, the place that had once been a bright exit now turned into an ominous patch of darkness. Fei exclaimed, "Huh, what's going on?" Luli and the others immediately sensed something was wrong. He said, "This is bad, Fei, could it be?" Up ahead, at the exit, the enormous body of Zhu Wang is blocking the path to the high cliff. In fact, it's even taller than the cliff itself. Zhu Wang laughed and said, "Huh, you can't escape." Dianxian, sitting on his shoulder, said, "Brave warrior." Luli comforted her, "It's all right, just get down first. Hide behind us." Afei and Luna split into two sides, while Luli positioned herself in the middle. The three of them formed an arc to protect DNXIN in the corner of the wall. On both sides, people and monsters clashed, with attacks being thrown out decisively. Seeing this terrifying scene, DNXIN's body began to tremble, but she thought, I mustn't be afraid, don't tremble. She felt as though a surge of strength filled her, and she reminded herself, this time, I won't be timid. The Holy Light Guild will protect me. In the grand and magnificent Hall of Holy Light, voices echoed through the great hall. In recent years, the forces of darkness have grown stronger. Holy Light, while pushing back the darkness, has had to sacrifice many of its own. Therefore, the search for the Holy Light body is an urgent matter. The current pressing need of Holy Light is for a large number of Holy Light bodies. A warrior rushed into the hall to report. Reporting, Guildmaster, a large group of pigmen has gathered in the eastern canyon. The Guildmaster squinted and said, Pigmen? They dare challenge the authority of Holy Light? Holy Light conquers all, pushes back the darkness, present them. As the Holy Light warriors stepped out of the hall, they encountered a pigman. The Guildmaster made a hand gesture and said, Entering and leaving the darkness is the origin of your sin. Touch the Hall of Holy Light, and your crime grows deeper. Facing the baptism of Holy Light, DNXIN recognized the identity of the person opposite her, then removed the pig mask and asked, Is it you, Guildmaster? Mr. President, please hurry and help us. I am Holy Light Body from Boucher Ko Air Village. Our village was raided by pigmen, and we don't know whether the villagers are alive or dead. Fortunately, 3 brave warriors led me out, but pigmen chased us for quite a distance. They are now surrounded in a ravine. Please, Mr. President, save them. As soon as she finished speaking, the president asked again. What did you say? You have Holy Light Body? He lifted the girl up to examine her, and DNXIN, frightened, spoke. Mr. President. After examining her, he said, Yes, this is indeed Holy Light Body. Holy Light Body, you've worked hard. The journey here must have been tough, hasn't it? DNXIN replied. It wasn't hard. The path of Holy Light leads the way, and the final destination is sure to bear the sweetest fruits and the most beautiful flowers. Upon hearing this, the president praised her. Well said. Then, would you be willing to become a part of the Holy Light? To let its brilliance shine even brighter and illuminate more darkness? DNXIN, unable to believe her ears, asked again. Become a part of Holy Light? Meanwhile, the battle on Luli's side was intense. It was then that he realized the person behind him had disappeared. He shouted in a panic. Where is the child? Luna, suspicious, said. Could it be that she was captured by the pigmen? Luli looked at the monsters still tightly surrounding them like a wedge, and replied, Doesn't seem like it. Afei yelled out loudly, Sis, where are you? If you can hear us, shout out, and we'll come to rescue you immediately. The pigmen monsters looked at the 3 of them with puzzled expressions, then turned to look at each other, both sides seemingly hitting the pause button. Luna speculated, could it be that the girl took advantage of the chaos to run to the Holy Light Guild? Upon hearing this, the pigmen no longer paid attention to the 3 of them. They cried out, DNXIN, DNXIN. The 3 stood amidst the monsters, watching them rush past toward Holy Light City, and asked in confusion, What's going on? Why aren't they attacking us anymore? Luna said, Their target must be that girl. Luli said, Quick, we need to run ahead of them. Luna said, We're very close to the Holy Light Guild. I hope she's safe. At that moment, the scene seemed to flip as the group of pigmen ran ahead while the 3 of them chased after them. The game's sound rang out, You have arrived at the destination, Holy Light Guild. Both the 3 of them and the pigmen reached the Holy Light Hall at the same time, but in front of them was the president of the Holy Light Order, whose mouth was stained with blood, holding in his hands the lower half of DNXIN's body. The giant pigman, seeing this, could not hold back and shouted, No. The president of the Holy Light Order still smiled, while reciting a sacred incantation: "Be arrogant, be proud. You have become one with the Holy Light, and the Holy Light will make you shine even brighter." The innocent little girl Dnxin, just a few moments ago, was still being lifted by him. When she heard his question, she asked, "Become a part of the Holy Light?" The president of the Holy Light Order replied, "Yes, the Holy Light needs you. You can make the light of the Holy Light shine brilliantly, illuminating more dark corners." The innocent girl said, "I agree, the Holy Light needs me. I will not refuse. I want to protect my village, I want to be able to protect even more." The girl thought of Luli, then closed her eyes and thought, "I also want." The eerie voice of the president of the Holy Light Order echoed, "Then transform into the Holy Light." With those words, his mouth opened wide, disgusting and monstrous, like a wild beast heading towards the little girl. This time, no one came to save her. All that could be heard was the sound of his jaws snapping together, with blood splattering from his teeth. How disgusting! How is it that the little girl wasn't devoured when she was captured by the pigmen? But when it comes to this so-called light, she meets such a fate. The president of the Holy Light Order tossed the girl's body aside, then felt the power he had just forcibly taken from her, the very life and strength she once had. He said, "Perfect, perfect," each ray of light is cheering in excitement. The gigantic pigman, seeing this, let out a cry filled with despair, then his fist came crashing down on the group of the Holy Light followers. The Holy Light warriors were blasted in all directions. As the giant pigman raised both hands to strike again, a beam of light shot from the president of the Holy Light Order towards Pigman's head. The president of the Holy Light Order said, "Drown in the darkness that destroys the Hall of Holy Light, slaying the Holy Light Knights. Holy Light aids mankind." He swung his hand, and beams of light shot towards the giant pigman in the name of execution. Pigman's entire body was in ruins, with massive holes punctured all over its form. The president of the Holy Light Order stood atop its body and said, "The power of Holy Light will continue to burn your filthy body. Your specialty of restoration and separation is as tiny as a dewdrop under the sunlight of Holy Light." The darkness retreats, and a sword materializes in his hand. Just as it is about to take shape, Luli strikes fiercely at him, catching him off guard. The president of the Holy Light Order turned around, causing the entire cloak on his back to be cut through. At that moment, he said, "Wait, swordsman, is there a misunderstanding between us? I am the president of the Holy Light Order, Hambani, an ally of the warriors." He pointed at the fallen pigman and said, "That pigman over there is our real enemy. I have suppressed its regenerative abilities. Let's work together to deal with it, and once it's done, I'll reward you generously." Luli said in a deep voice, "Why do you have to do this?" The president of the Holy Light Order, still smiling, responded, "Huh? You mean Luli saw that he wasn't showing any remorse, so you unleashed a violent slash that tore through him, sending him flying past the pigman's body?" Luli replied, "Forget it, I don't want to hear any more. Just die." At this moment, the game system displayed a warning: "Attention players, if the president of the Holy Light Order dies, players will be unable to kill Zhu Wang, and the mission will fail." The president of the Holy Light Order was blasted into the wall, causing him to become enraged as he yelled, "Damn it, you better watch your mouth." He stood up, his eyes gleaming with malice, then grabbed his sword and struck back at Lu Li. With confidence, he declared, "Your strength is no match for mine." As soon as he turned around, he saw a Fey charging toward him, a fireball spell in hand. The great flame burst skill slammed into him, engulfing him completely in flames. However, as the skill was being cast, a Fey noticed that his energy was running low and thought, "This is bad, I don't have enough power left." Due to the lack of energy for the skill, the president of the guild managed to escape from the sea of flames. But after his clothes were nearly burned off, he had barely run out of the fire when he was hit by two attacks from both Lu Li and Luna. Both of them simultaneously used their strongest moves to strike at him. They shouted, "Die!" The president of the Holy Light Order was hit by the attack, and his body flew backward like an arrow, creating a long trail on the sunken brick-paved ground. He lay in the pit, blood pouring out from his body. Seeing this, a face sneered and said, "Beast, even killing you 100 times wouldn't be enough." On the other side, Zhu Wang ignored the pain of its body and kept calling out, "Dian Xin! Dian Xin!" A tear of sorrow fell from its eye. Lu Li approached it and sighed. It recounted how, when it was a little golden piglet, it had been bullied by its kind, and then Dian Xin had appeared, standing in front of it and driving away the other pigs. Go away." After chasing the pigs off, the little girl sat down nearby and said, "Oh my, you're badly injured. Be good, don't move, I'll put some medicine on you. I hope that someday you can be like a human, make lots of friends, and live happily with mutual love and care. By the way, my name is Dian Xin. If you agree, you can consider me your first friend." After bandaging the piglet's wounds, the little girl placed it in a nest made of leaves. She saw the sunset sky and waved at the piglet, saying, "Oh no, it's getting dark. I have to go back to the village. You rest, and I'll come visit you again tomorrow." The piglet looked at the silhouette of the little girl and silently thought to itself, "She is like a human." On the second day, Dian Xin did not come to visit. On the third day, the fourth day, perhaps Dian Xin had already forgotten about me, but I still always remembered what Dian Xin had said. She hoped I could become like a human. Therefore, every day, apart from spending time eating, I observed the people in Dian Xin's village, learning how to behave like them. Although it was very difficult, every time I thought about how happy Dian Xin would be if I became like a human and could meet her again, I was filled with motivation. Seeing this, a Fei said, "It seems like you misunderstood Dian Xin's intentions." Luna also asked, "Why do you want to raid Dian Xin's village?" Shu Wan yelled, "I want to protect Dian Xin." He then recounted how, while lying at the base of a tree in the forest, two holy knights on horseback passed by. They were talking as they walked. "Quick, go report to the president. There's a little girl named Dian Xin in Bushir Koer village, she possesses a holy light body." The other one replied, "Really, you're so lucky. This time, you've made a big contribution. Who knows, after the president eats her head, he might reward you with her body. I heard that there are people who only need to eat a finger to level up." At that moment, from behind the large tree, Zhu Wang suddenly sprang up as if he had grasped something important. "Dian Xin, holy light body, eat." After speaking, it seemed that the three of them understood. Lu Li asked, "What about those villagers?" Zhu Wang calmly replied, "The villagers, at that time, they were in complete chaos, so I had them stay in the pig pen. I also specifically instructed the other pigs that when staying with the villagers, they should treat them the same way the villagers normally treat them." Hearing this, the three of them realized they had wrongly blamed Zhu Wang. Lu Li asked, "Can you still be saved? Can you recover?" Zhu Wang answered, "Don't worry about me. The president is dead now. Once his skills are eliminated, I'll return to normal." A Fei then asked, "Then why are you still fading away?" The three of them understood that he was still fading. Behind them, the president of the Holy Light Order stood, arms wide, with holy light radiating around him. At that moment, the three of them couldn't help but be in disbelief. He made a hand gesture, chanting, "Holy Light Domain." A large golden sphere surrounded the four of them. Lu Li hurriedly rushed forward, landing repeated punches on the captain's stomach, but he remained motionless, hands clasped together, muttering an incantation. Domain expansion Bowery companion, those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. A Fei covered her eyes with her hand and called out, "Big brother." The white-haired girl behind her spoke up, "It's over." He was pushed into the skill field now. The skill of the domain is open to the user, aiding in the self-defense of the barrier. Based on different types of barriers, the user can acquire special skills to either buff themselves with increased benefits or debuff the opponent, reducing their advantages. Note that once the domain is activated, external forces cannot disrupt it. Only when the user or the opponent within the domain dies completely can the domain be. Lu Li fell into an illusion. He was transported to a completely unfamiliar place, where the sky was pitch black, scattered with shining planets like stars. The president sat in the main hall's chair, his hands resting on the armrests, with his left hand playing a melody. He spoke, "Welcome to my world. Do you feel honored? This is the source of holy light, where all your sins can be cleansed." Luli said nothing. He rushed forward to attack him, but with a snap of his fingers, a planet exploded, striking him directly. He staggered backward, wondering how the planet in the sky could have initiated an attack. "Wasn't it?" The president replied, "That's right. The holy light in the sky is all my skill, and you cannot escape. In the past, when I was purging others' sins, I was always curious what made you dare to attack me. Could it be that dark forces have infiltrated the ranks of the warriors?" Luli stood below, coldly raising the sword in his hand. "Because I must use your life to atone for that child's sins." He was puzzled. The child, that very child, rushed towards him, attacking him, gritting his teeth and saying, "You have tainted her most sincere faith." However, before he could even touch a finger of his, a series of loud explosions rang out, smoke billowing, causing him to cough violently, and his body sustained considerable injury. He spoke nonchalantly, as if unaffected, "So, you're after the holy light body. I guessed wrong. If I had explained things clearly before activating the domain, perhaps you wouldn't have had to die. You and I have no enmity, we just don't share the same ideals." He repeated his words, "We don't share the same ideals." The man furrowed his brows and admitted, "That's right, because I've discovered the limitations of this world. This is a world with ranks. Since I became the president of the Holy Light Order, every day has been about assigning tasks related to monster hunting for the warriors who come to us. This work has earned me respect and protection. Every warrior who completes a task and receives a reward always wears a smile meant to please. Day after day, doing the same thing, saying the same words, but each day, I see different warriors. Listening to them discuss new things, I thought perhaps I too could venture out and see the world beyond. One day, I saw warriors I once knew return here. They had become mysterious and powerful. Everyone looked at them with admiring eyes. At that time, I had made up my mind, and I had to go outside to see the world beyond. The outside world was truly amazing. A completely new city, entirely new things, everything was completely new. For the first time, I truly understood the precious meaning of freedom, but the more I explored and discovered the world out there, the more powerful the dark monsters became. From barely coping to being unable to resist, could it be that darkness could imprison the light of freedom? Absolutely not. So, I began traveling everywhere, looking for ways to become stronger, learning from many strong warriors. The answer I received the most was leveling up, but was leveling up really that simple? No matter how many monsters I fought, I couldn't level up. I searched far and wide, but could not find anyone who would give me a mission. I tried many methods, all in vain, but my efforts were noticed by the Holy Light. And so, the Holy Light gave me a hint. The rat people, a weak monster often crushed underfoot by me, have given me the answer. Because this kind of monster is truly so small and weak, they understand better than anyone that becoming stronger is the only truth for survival. As soon as they are born, they slaughter each other, devouring their brothers and sisters. When these forces of the same origin combine, they can level up and evolve. Luli patiently listened to his story and responded. So the holy light body is the answer you proposed? He replied. That's correct, but not just anyone can become the holy light body. Only the most devout followers can be called holy light bodies. They can provide me with the purest life source to help me level up. Luli frowned and cursed. A fae called you a beast, but that's still too mild, you're even worse than a beast. The president of the guild smirked. Say whatever you want, I saved people from the mouths of monsters, which is even greater than the holy light body they offer me. Even so, it's still reasonable and justified. Alright, the chat ends here, you can die now. He raised his fist. The holy light blade. In the sky, stars of various sizes twinkled. Luli also drew his sword. The two forces collided, with loud explosions echoing. He looked up, it was destructive. The man glanced at him and said, "Isn't it better to die quietly?" He raised his arm, and a long arrow appeared. His left eye also turned golden. With all his strength, he struck the ground. The arrow flew out, piercing through Luli's abdomen, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Then, one by one, the other arrows followed the path where he stood, piercing through his body. The continuous attacks tripled, fresh blood sprayed everywhere, and he was also knocked down, collapsing onto the floor. He spread his arms wide and spoke. "I will represent the holy light and bring true freedom to this place. The stones blocking my path to advancement, you will never understand my greatness." Luli, severely injured, coughed a few times, then cursed. "You're nothing but a mad pig trying to break free from the encirclement." He narrowed his eyes, furious, his mouth wide open as he lunged forward to devour him. But the system error alert sounded, and the boss, Moon/LM, appeared. At this point, Luli had transformed into Moon/, his body like a skeleton, dressed in clothes, his mouth unable to close. The boss's hand was gripped tightly by Luli, unable to move, and he coldly asked, "Is this hand the one controlling those light orbs?" Then he seized the arm and snapped it in two, causing the guild leader to scream in agony, his voice filled with despair. The system notification sounded again: "Error in mission, random achievement failure, random mission adjustment error, killing the president of the Holy Light Order." If the mission failed, the character would immediately die. The guild leader still had enough strength to strike back, forcing Moon/ to retreat and gain some distance before flying up. Seeing this, he grew angrier, shouting, "You're truly from the darkness, vile monster. Even without using my domain, and missing an arm, I can still tear you apart." Moon/ soared into the sky, his body radiating a dark murderous aura, eyes glaring as the spear of destruction struck, attacking the glowing orbs of light. The sound of explosions echoed. Continuous attacks on target 456, continuous attacks on target 728, continuous attacks on target 999. At first, he was stunned, then gradually shifted into a state of fear, retreating backward. How? How is this possible? While the guild leader was in a panic, Moon/ slashed him dozens of times. The glowing orbs of light exploded simultaneously in mid-air, creating a breathtaking scene. Game over. Outside, Afei and Luna anxiously stood waiting. The two of them were overjoyed. Luli, holding his sword, stepped out of the field, looking extremely cool. Afei stepped forward, putting his arm around Luli's shoulder, praising him endlessly, "Big brother, you're still as badass as ever." Luli casually replied, "I got a few items and equipment. We'll split them up later." Luna, walking behind, was lost in thought. How did he manage to kill the boss above his level in the field? As they walked, Luli suddenly stopped and asked, puzzled, "Where's that pig king?" Afei raised his thumb and index finger, replying, "Before you came out, its disappearance had already halted." But in the middle of their conversation, all three noticed the pig king kneeling on the ground, holding a little girl in his arms, crying out uncontrollably, "DNXAN, DNXAN, DNXAN, I'm taking you home." Luli stood still, his face serious as he asked, "Have you all finished your mission?" Afei was confused. What about the mission? The system's notification sounded. The mission has failed. This hidden mission has failed, and the system will assign a new random mission. Mission progress is reset. Restarting the character, reloading, initialization complete. The sun rose high, and the sound of roosters crowing echoed. The little girl with golden hair, named DNXAN, suddenly woke up in bed, startled. She clasped her hands in prayer. Holy light shone down, everything restored, with light in her heart and faith in her soul. The girl's face was bright, and today was another day full of holy light within her heart. She strapped her backpack on and checked the pile of medicinal herbs she had prepared in her bag. This should be enough medicine. I wonder if the little pig's wound has gotten better. I can't make the little pig wait too long. time to go. She walked leisurely along the road, greeting everyone she met with a polite wave of her hand. Good morning, old Nyo, Wan uncle. Everyone waved back. Good morning, Dien Xin. Going up the mountain to collect herbs again? Old Nyo carried a bundle of medicinal herbs on his back and gave his instructions. Dien Xin, when you go up the mountain, be very careful. There are monsters that eat people in the mountain. Xiaowei too, standing next to old Nyo, pulled down his lower eyelid and stuck out his tongue in a teasing manner. Dien Xin waved her hand in farewell. I understand, thank you, old Nyo. The girl lowered her head, thinking about old Nyo's words. Monsters that eat people. Not paying attention to the path ahead, she bumped into the person in front of her, falling backward with a shout. The village chief extended his hand to help her up, smiling as he said, Dien Xin, you should look up and watch where you're going. Get up, are you okay? The girl was startled, quickly apologized to the village chief, and then turned to ask the person behind her. Excuse me, sir, could you please check on this child? The man behind her smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, I can. The village chief sat down beside her, gently ruffling the girl's hair, and introduced. Usually, this child prays diligently and has never forgotten any rituals. The man in the attire of the Hall of Holy Light bent down, about to ruffle the girl's hair. She is indeed a well-behaved child. With such devotion, she might truly have the Holy Light body. Upon hearing the mention of the Holy Light body, the girl's expression immediately darkened. She quickly stood up and ran away, shouting loudly. No, I don't want the Holy Light body. Seeing her strange behavior, the village chief was also surprised and called after her. Hey, what's wrong with this child today? The little girl ran while thinking, what's wrong with me? Why did I act so disrespectfully towards my lord at the Hall of Holy Light? Holy Light, I beg for your forgiveness. She hurried past Luli. His voice rang out, the Holy Light is not somewhere else, it lies within your heart. The girl was startled and stopped, puzzled. Huh? Is he talking to me? Why does this man feel like I've met him somewhere before? The village chief stood up, smiling awkwardly as he explained, My lord, the child is still young. Please don't mind her. The man watched Dien Xion's figure leave, a malicious smile forming as he thought, the purity of this child's faith is no small matter. In a few more years, she'll definitely possess the Holy Light body. What a waste to offer such a treasure to the guild leader. Why not catch her and raise her? Fatten her up, and then enjoy her slowly. Turning around, he ordered the village chief, bring the child to me later. I want to test her. The village chief eagerly thanked him, that would be wonderful. Luli passed by the two of them, seemingly unaware of the situation, but his actions made the man from the Hall of Holy Light widen his eyes, clutching his throat in pain. The village chief, frightened, rushed over and asked anxiously, My lord, what happened? Please, call a doctor. The crowd quickly gathered, and Luli, as if nothing had happened, calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked away. The pig king was sitting on the grass, plucking each petal and mumbling. Isn't he coming to meet me? He won't. Suddenly, its inner demon appeared. The scent on Dien Xin was very pleasant, and it just wanted to bite him. Tianshan shook his head in opposition. No, Dien Xin is a friend. The inner demon spoke again. Just a light bite. Tianshan responded. No. Then the inner demon suggested. Well, let Dien Xin bite you just once. Tianshan disagreed. No. While the inner demon and Tianshan were arguing, Dien Xion's clear voice came from afar, waving to him. Little pig. The pig king looked up, called out a few on-in sounds to Dien Xion, and then both of them walked toward each other. The three, Luli, Afei, and Luna, were sitting leisurely near the mountain wall. Luna spoke first. If it weren't for the failure of the previous mission, we probably wouldn't have seen this scene. The new mission, as before, was to take the little girl to the Holy Light Guild. A Fei also complained. What kind of trash mission is this? No matter what, I'm not doing it. Luli, sitting between the two, thought for a moment before suddenly standing up and ordering. A Fei set off for the next mission. I'm glad we have you cooperating with Luna this time. Hopefully, we'll meet again in the future. A Fei, unwilling, proposed. Ha, big brother, we're working so well together. Let's form a team. She did not close her eyes or say anything. Luli shoved his hands into his pockets and called out as he walked away. A Fei, we're not playing a game. A Fei hurried to catch up behind him, saying, Are you still this cold towards girls? Luna remained seated, analyzing why the NPCs and monsters in the game had begun to deviate from the original storyline. The quests were no longer consistent either, with many more detailed paths branching off. All of this was related to Age of Creation. Although I didn't know what their goal was, I felt that both sides needed each other's strength and information. Everyone was in a hurry, right? She quickly stood up, extending her hand forward. Let's introduce ourselves again. My name is Luna. A Fei stood beside her, humorously pointing at himself. I'm a Fei. He also extended his hand to shake hers. Moonslash. She muttered to herself. Moonslash smiled in return. I hope you succeed. A system notification appeared, displaying an announcement for an update. Dear players, the entire Phantom Moon server will be temporarily offline for maintenance from midnight to 8 a.m. tomorrow. This maintenance is primarily for adjustments and improvements to existing issues. We apologize for the inconvenience. 1. Optimization of server machines to enhance stability. 2. Winter fashion updates. 3. Fixing the slow attack issue for archers. The three of them said their goodbyes. Rest well, see you tomorrow. The notification sound of logging out from the game echoed. Luna returned to reality, sitting and gently petting the cat she had raised, muttering, Moonslayer, a Fei. The sound of a door handle turning was heard. The housekeeper opened the door and entered, announcing, Miss Bai, the master is looking for you. She coughed a few times as a reminder. Housekeeper, I've told you many times. You should knock before entering. Seeing she was still hesitating and not leaving, housekeeper Lu reminded her. Miss Bai, hurry up, the master doesn't like to wait. The sound of a rattling car echoed in the hallway. Housekeeper Lu pushed her to the door of her father's room, saying, I won't go in with you, you go by yourself. She knocked lightly on the door and spoke. Father, Xiaoyu is here. After waiting for a while with no response from inside, she opened the door and entered. Inside, it looked like a miniature aquarium. Fish swam merrily across the ceiling and the walls. In the center of the room was a desk, where her father was carefully writing something. She pushed her wheelchair to the desk and spoke. Father, you called for me. He stopped, looked up at her, and asked. By Xiaoyu, I heard you passed the preliminary round? She cleared her throat a few times, nodding in response. Yes, that's right. He coldly continued, the second round will start next month. If you've participated, you must make it to the final round, do not embarrass me. She immediately responded, Yes, father. As soon as she finished speaking, he ordered, You may go now. Meanwhile, A Fei and Luli were strolling down the street. A Fei suggested, In winter, we have to eat hot pot. Brother, there's a shop ahead. I heard all the ingredients there are fresh and shipped from Sichuan daily, the taste is extremely authentic and delicious. The two of them reached a hot pot restaurant named Sichuan Style Hot Pot. Two beautiful girls stood at the door, dressed in revealing clothes, inviting customers. The girls cheerfully greeted them, Hello, sirs. A Fei waved back and said, Sister, I told you last time, if I come again, you must let me chat. The two entered the restaurant and sat at a table with a steaming hot pot, smoke rising from it, looking very appetizing. A Fei kept picking up food: beef, tripe, duck blood, bullfrog, pea tips. Today, I'm going to finish everything. Luli, on the other hand, was slow and deliberate, acting like a gentleman. When you dip the tripe, you have to lift it up 7 or 8 times. If you leave it like this, it will become tough. The hot pot in this place was quite delicious, but a bit spicy. A Fei, add some sesame oil, it will protect your stomach and prevent any discomfort tomorrow. While eating, he overheard the conversation at the table next to him about the game he was playing. The bald man said, "This game, Phantom Moon, is just so unrealistic." The person opposite him asked, "Huh?" The bald man quickly explained, "Our organization has over 40 people, all working on the same mission, but the results are never the same." And you know what's even more unbelievable? The man opposite urged, "Come on, just say it." "Yeah, hurry up." The bald man continued, "It's clearly a level 18 mission, but the difficulty doesn't match. The easiest task is catching a level 5 rabbit, but the difficulty is on par with killing a level 35 corpse." The other man was surprised, "Huh? How can that even be played?" The bald man waved his fan in the air, "But still, I have to admit, I've never seen a game like this. But I'm still confused. What do you think? Is this mission truly randomly generated, or does it change based on the player?" On the other side, one hand holding a half-smoked cigarette and the other holding chopsticks, the man blew on a piece of meat. "Yeah, I've never seen anything like it." Luli also pondered the bald man's words. Is it random or player-dependent? A system notification appeared: "Random mission available, escort the NPC girl to the Holy Light Guild safely, and with the help of the Holy Light Guild, defeat the Pig King." Note, if the NPC is obstructed during the mission, it will fail. If the Pig King cannot be defeated in the end, the mission will also fail. He remembered the scene where the Pig King was wailing in despair, calling DNXIN's name. Although it was very difficult, when he thought about the possibility of becoming more like a human, of meeting DNXIN again, she would surely be very happy. He felt reinvigorated. But not everyone could possess the Holy Light Body. Only the most devout followers could have the Holy Light Body. At that time, the rules of the game. Why had he suddenly been assigned the role of a boss? An ad glitch for the boss, Moon/Coming. Why even the hack he created himself was starting to break logic, pointing to random achievements, mission bugs, random mission adjustments. Attacking the president of the Holy Light Orders Guild. If the mission failed, the character would instantly die. Luli thought deeply. What was the cause of these things? Was it when checking the data warehouse, a massive amount of rewritten source code leading to this? Was the rewritten source code connected to the age of creation that Luna had mentioned? He recalled Luna's words from earlier in the afternoon. Why had the NPCs and monsters in the game started deviating from the original script's trajectory? The missions were no longer uniform either, there were now so many detailed paths. All these things were related to the age of creation. Could he really trust Luna, who had suddenly appeared? Or was all of this just a false beacon leading him to the hell of eternal torment, or was he being sucked into whirlpools and undercurrents that would defeat him? He had thought he had everything under control, but now countless unexpected events were happening. Brother, am I getting closer to my goal, or am I drifting further away? The server, dressed in a beach outfit that only covered the necessary parts, wore a bunny ear headband on her head as she brought over the food. You've been waiting for a while. Here are your 5 bowls of scrambled egg fried rice. A Fei paused eating, happily took the tray, and replied, I was just waiting for this dish. 5 steaming bowls of scrambled egg fried rice were neatly placed on the table. A Fei stood up, picked up a bowl of fried rice, and handed it to Luli with a smile, saying, Big brother, I'll have 3 bowls. This one's yours. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, blanketing everything around the orphanage. Fong Na rushed in from outside, looking worried, and asked Xiao Fei, Why are you crying with your nose all red like that? Luli squatted on the floor, his face dark, and replied, Our bed was covered in dirty stuff, and it even had someone else's urine on it. Fei, holding a teddy bear, wiped the tears from his face and sighed. With this cold weather, how are we supposed to sleep? Fong Na, without needing to ask, already knew who did it, cursing. Damn it, it's that bastard again. This time I won't go easy on him. Lu Li responded. His mother, the headmistress, took him away. Fong Na turned to head for the door. Then I'll go find the teacher and ask her to give us a different single bed. Lu Li objected. I already went to see her. She said the headmistress ordered that everyone only gets one set this winter, and she can't give us any more. Right now, outside there is a warning of strong winds, snowstorms, and the temperature is -18 degrees. The three of them sit huddled together under a thin blanket. Fong Na comforted the others, saying, It's fine, we'll squeeze together a bit and endure until the bed sheet dries. As long as we don't get sick, we'll make it through. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei, sitting in the middle, sneezed and asked, Is life always this hard? We didn't do anything wrong, so why do we have to endure all this hostility? Lu Li, sitting beside him, replied, Life is full of suffering. After enduring a lot, you get used to it. Maybe it won't feel so hard anymore. Hearing that, Fong Na smiled and added, If it's really hard, really difficult, then don't think too far ahead. Just think about what you want to do tomorrow. He hoped to go out and find a temporary job, earn a large sum of money. Lu Li expressed his own wish, I want to study hard. Only Fei, with his love for food, said, I want to eat 3 bowls of fried rice with eggs. Both of the others burst into laughter. Fong Na asked again, Did I hear that right? 3 bowls of fried rice with eggs? Lu Li joined in, one person wants to eat 3 bowls? Teased by the two of them, Fei grumbled, Humph, then I'll want 5 bowls, and each of you can have one. Escaping from old memories, Lu Li, while enjoying a bowl of fried rice with egg, thought to himself, Right, as long as I know what I want to do tomorrow, that's enough. The screen displayed countless snowflakes, accompanied by the charming figure of the assistant, Little Spirit. She said, Master, the kingdom of Tepanai is 15 kilometers to the east of you. They are currently hosting a large-scale event, the Kingdom of Tepanai Heart of the Warrior. In this event, you can gain a large amount of experience and money, along with many rare items and valuable props waiting for you. Hurry and invite your friends to join. The Kingdom of Tepanai is one of the 12 great nations. It is a place where the people are simple yet generous. The mountains in the territory produce a lot of iron, making the mining and forging industries highly developed, earning it the reputation of the land of weapons. Surrounded by dense forests, it is a place where a prosperous kingdom thrives. There, one can see castles surrounding the inner walls. This is the Kingdom of Tepanai. At this moment, there was only 1 minute left for registration for the event in this kingdom, the Kingdom of Tepanai Heart of the Warrior. The hall was crowded and noisy as people squeezed to sign up. At the high ground stood a figure clad in full armor, holding a majestic staff, guarding the entrance. The gates were crowded at that time, with people pushing to register for the event. A voice of frustration rang out, Move aside, make way for me. I'm going to be late, move. Others, seeing the crowd and the tension, grumbled. Why are there so many people here? It's overwhelming. Then, suddenly, the gatekeeper spoke up. The number of registered participants is complete. Brave warriors, please turn back. At that moment, Lu Li, Fei, and Lu Na arrived. Lu Li casually handed a pouch of money to the gatekeeper, who stood stunned, and the three of them walked leisurely into the castle grounds. Seeing that the gatekeeper had announced that the quota was full yet they were still allowed through, one person voiced their displeasure. Hey, why are they allowed in? What gives them the right? Hearing the complaints from the warriors, the gatekeeper responded calmly as though nothing unusual had happened. Who is going in? I don't see anyone. Noticing how easily they passed through, the three of them at ease, Fei couldn't help but think. This game is way too realistic, isn't it? At that moment, there were only 9 seconds remaining for registration in the Kingdom of Tepanai. After passing through the gate, they found themselves facing a floating castle, with mountains and forests beneath it. A Fae, puzzled, asked, "Isn't this supposed to be a kingdom? Why is there still a jungle and mountains?" With his experience, Luli replied quietly, "We must have only just entered the territory of the kingdom of Tepanai. We'll need to keep heading towards the city center." At this moment, the system screen displayed the registration time counting down: 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As soon as the countdown ended, walls suddenly appeared out of thin air, crashing down hard onto the ground. Following that, a series of other walls surrounded the territory of this kingdom. Seeing this, all three of them were taken by surprise. A Fae skeptically asked, "This reminds me of an animated movie. Is a giant man-eating creature going to appear next?" Listening to a Fae, Luli responded, "A trap?" Seeing the large walls appear, Luna made her own guess, "Aren't these walls about 50 to 60 meters high?" As she spoke, something appeared in the sky, looking like a frame, perhaps a screen. Noticing this, a Fae pointed at it and asked, "What's that?" Then, from the screen, the figure of a well-dressed man appeared, with something on his head that resembled a fish. He seemed to be testing the microphone. "Hello, hello, can anyone hear me? Hello?" He spoke. Standing next to him was a tall young man, dressed in a neat black suit, seemingly a bodyguard. He reported, "My lord, the projector and image amplifier are functioning properly." Upon hearing this, the my lord responded coldly, "Imam." Then, he seemed to adjust his tone, preparing to speak. "Ahem, welcome, brave warriors from all corners to gather here. I am Hua de Shui, the diplomatic official of the Kingdom of Tepanai, and I am also the one in charge of this recruitment event. First, let me briefly explain the reason for inviting you brave warriors here." With that, the screen displayed an image of the king and empress holding a baby in their arms. Hua de Shui continued, "It was a spring day, 18 years ago. His Majesty, the king, was extraordinarily majestic, courageous, and loved his people as his own children. The empress, with her ethereal beauty, was equally remarkable. Together, they gave birth to a lively, lovely, and exceptionally intelligent princess, who captured the hearts of all who met her." Noticing that the introduction was perhaps a bit lengthy, the nearby guard gently reminded, "My lord, please keep it brief." Upon hearing this, de Shui nodded and continued, "Right." As time passed, the princess grew up and began to reveal a beauty that could melt ice and snow, causing flowers to bloom and butterflies to flutter in her wake. Then, an image of the princess appeared, regal in a magnificent evening gown, a crown upon her head. De Shui continued to praise the princess as a treasure bestowed by the heavens, a divine incarnation, and the epitome of femininity, the most noble and beautiful figure in the hearts of the people. At that moment, the guard reminded again, "My lord, we have only 2 minutes left until the lunch break." Hearing this, de Shui's face showed a flash of panic, and he quickly sped up. "The princess was kidnapped by a fearsome dragon, and the king wants to choose the bravest warrior to rescue her." Hearing such succinct words, the bodyguard appeared to praise them, his eyes gleaming with pride as he said, "My lord has summed it up perfectly." With that, de Shui clenched both fists, slammed them on the table, and continued, "The cause and effect of this story, I believe, all of you warriors here must have already understood. The king knows full well that the dragon possesses unparalleled strength, which is why he specially organized this competition to select the best among you. Now, I will announce the selection rules. Currently, there are 10,000 warriors participating in this race. We will give each warrior a warrior's card." As he spoke, a mark appeared above each person's head, followed by the number 1. Seeing this, a Fae curiously asked, "What is the warrior's card for?" Hearing a Fae's question, Luna calmly offered her deduction. "It must be for collecting something during the game." Not wasting any more time, de Shui continued, "I believe you all have already guessed part of it. This is a competition to collect warriors' cards. The competition will last for 7 days. After 3 days, only warriors with cards ranking in the top 100 will be able to level up. 10,000 people, 100 will level up. The ratio is 100:1, meaning among the 100 warriors, only one will make it through the selection. So, how can you get a warrior's card? There are a total of 3 ways. The first method, the simplest one, is to search for warrior's cards scattered in various places. They can appear in any nook or cranny. The second method is to kill the monsters within the kingdom's territory. It's important to note that these monsters have many warrior cards, but the monsters themselves will also be very strong. The third method, which is the most effective, is to steal warrior cards from others. The number of warrior cards on each warrior's head is something that everyone can see. The more warrior cards a warrior possesses, the greater the threat they pose. This time, the guard stationed near Dishuwei gently reminded him, "My lord, it's been more than 5 minutes past the lunch break." Hearing that it had already been over 5 minutes, Dishuwei's eyes widened. He stuttered, "FF 5 minutes already." He quickly sped up, hastily finishing his presentation. "That's enough for the temporary selection rules, we'll go over the other rules next time." As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen displayed a notification that the competition for the warrior cards had officially begun, along with the remaining time for the event. The countdown showed 168 hours left. After hearing the introduction, Luli and the others took a walk. Luli, while walking, informed the other two, "Let's go, we'll walk a bit longer and then discuss the strategy." Suddenly, 3 other people appeared on the road. One of them had a sword hanging at their side, another had their head covered by a box with holes for eyes, nose, and mouth, and the last one was a girl who looked very cute. The person with the sword spoke first. "Hi, would you like to form a team? Activities like this are definitely more advantageous the more people there are. I'm thinking of forming a group of 100 people to quickly gain an advantage and increase the distance between us and the others. What do you say, want to join our team?" Luli turned around, not needing any goodwill from the 3 of them, but he still politely replied, "Sorry, we're not planning to do that for now." Hearing the rejection, the man's eyes turned venomous as he coldly said, "You don't even understand the principle that the big fish eat the small ones. A bunch of ignorant fools who don't think, and if I meet you again, I'll surely devour all of you." After walking for a while, a face spoke up and asked, "Big brother, what that guy said makes some sense. Why did we refuse?" Luli coldly responded, "Increasing the number of blind followers isn't necessarily a good thing. Even if there are more small fish, they're still prey. Fewer sharks, but they are still the hunters." Elsewhere, the system notification announcing the completion of the mission echoed, accompanied by the image of the Blood Moon Wanderer. "Congratulations, you have completed a random mission. A random reward is now being issued to you. Your reward this time is the Mythic Grade God Slaying Covenant Guild Certificate. The holder of this item can use it to establish a guild. As the number of members in the guild increases, special effects will be activated. Basic effects: all attributes of guild members increase by 10 when the number of members reaches 20. Movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed of guild members increase by 20% when the number of members reaches 50. Guild members will receive equal strength. The effect of equal strength is to increase the lower attributes of guild members to match the average value of all guild members. The number of people reached 100, and it was possible to launch an attack with all 100 people together to kill the god. The scene switched back to the 3 people, Luli, Luna, and Afei, who were now gathering warrior cards in pairs. Luli fiercely defeated a giant monster, immediately earning 15 warrior cards. Luna was no less impressive, she killed a monster and earned 10 warrior cards. As for Afei, he displayed his strength by killing 5 smaller monsters at once, and every minute, 5 warrior cards were added to his collection. At this point, all 3 of them had a decent number of warrior cards and were standing on a large tree branch. They spotted the next monster. Afei quickly said, "Leave this one to me." Below them was a monster with 10 warrior cards on its head and slightly eerie horns. As swift as the wind, Afei jumped off the tree branch and launched a fireball technique. The monster was finally defeated, but Afei only earned 5 warrior cards. Realizing he had been robbed, a Fei angrily said, "Damn it, where did these bandits come from, daring to steal my warrior cards?" Little Pepper, hearing this, looked displeased and asked, "Bandit, you bastard, damn you!" Immediately after, she charged toward a Fei as if seeking revenge. A Fei, startled, said, "What the hell did I steal from you? Clearly, you were the one who found it first." As she got closer, a Fei realized the bandit he was referring to was a girl. Stammering, he said, This girl, hey, let's talk." Slowly. He quickly turned and ran off. Little Pepper chased closely behind, her voice full of determination as she declared, "Hand over all your warrior cards to me, and then I'll talk to you nicely." The scene around them was engulfed in smoke and fire, ruthless and chaotic. A Fei tried to justify himself. "Oh my, a good boy doesn't fight with a girl. Don't force me, I'm not inferior." Little Pepper retorted, "I'm forcing you, so what? I'll force you until you're nothing." Knowing he couldn't win in a fight, a Fei knew that the best trick he had up his sleeve was to call for his brother. He shouted loudly, "Big brother!" Seeing that the angry girl had been controlled by his brother's spear, a Fei let out a sigh of relief and acted arrogantly. "Phew, sis, you can't even handle a Fei. But don't think a Fei is the only one who has someone to call for help." Little Pepper mumbled to herself, "Stealing my warrior cards and scolding me, then trying to come up with a plan." Then she yelled, "Sis!" Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar, and a shadow rushed forward, aiming to attack a Fei from behind. Seeing this, Luna rushed forward to warn him. "A Fei, be careful." The person charging at him was a girl with 50 warrior cards. With her left hand, she grabbed a Fei's shirt, and with her right, she gripped tightly. Struggling. "Oh no, unable to hold on," a Fei weakly exclaimed. "Too strong, too strong. The strength. It's too much. Cough cough, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die." On this side, there was Little Pepper in Luli's hands, while on the other side, the girl was with Luna and a Fei in her hands. How would things unfold from here? Hua Zhao's hands were still tightly holding onto a Fei and Luna. Her eyes burned with anger as she saw her younger sibling being bullied. She said to a Fei, "It's not right for a boy to bully a girl." After struggling for quite some time without being able to break free from Hua Zhao's strength, Luna thought to herself, "The attribute power is just too overwhelming, it's like being trapped in a vice." Seeing a Fei's pale face, she knew something needed to be done, and her eyes showed an urgent expression. "A Fei is about to collapse, hurry up and think of something." Then, a beam of bright blue light radiated. Hua Xiao tightly shut her eyes, realizing that the light was the result of a move from Luna. What light was this? It was blinding. Hua Xiao reluctantly released Luna. Knowing that the opportunity had arrived, Luna swiftly launched a counterattack. A series of shockwaves erupted in the direction of Luna's sword, accompanied by streams of light flashing in all directions. The situation had now turned into a one-on-one battle between Luna and Hua Xiao. The green light summoned by Luna collided with the red-orange light from Hua Xiao, producing a deafening explosion. Realizing that the strength of this small girl was no joke, Hua Xiao tightened her grip on a Fei's throat, her foot just touching the ground after her previous counterattack. She said, "Your sister's technique isn't bad." Seeing that her opponent remained unfazed by her strike, Luna replied, "You're also very skilled." With that, Luna's gaze turned resolute, her hand gripping the sword as she prepared for her next move. After the previous attack, she realized what she needed to focus on if she wanted to save a Fei. She thought to herself, "I must pay attention to her strength and speed advantage, creating an opportunity to force her into making a mistake." With that thought, Luna swung her sword, and a streak of green energy shot toward Hua Xiao. It was the moon wheel attack. As soon as the energy reached her, Hua Xiao leapt into the air, quickly dodging the attack. While Hua Xiao was airborne, Luna saw an opening. Seizing the moment while Hua Xiao hadn't yet touched the ground, Luna gripped her sword tightly and charged toward her. Realizing her opponent's intentions, Hua Xiao swiftly placed a Fei in front of her, hoping to use him as a shield. When Lu Na saw that her plan had been discovered, she hesitated as she was about to strike. Taking advantage of Lu Na's moment of hesitation, Hua Xiao delivered a powerful blow, knocking Lu Na away. Lu Na was sent flying to where Lu Li was standing, and Lu Li immediately reached out to catch her. As he steadied her, he asked, "Are you all right?" Lu Na, barely able to stand, answered with fatigue, "Cough, cough. I'm sorry. I couldn't save a Fei." Hearing the conversation between the two, Little Pepper arrogantly replied, "Humph, my sister used to be a professional player. Even the three of you combined are no match for her." After regaining her composure, Lu Na continued to move in to save a Fei. "Let me try again. This time, I won't make any mistakes." Seeing how stubborn Lu Na was, Little Pepper could only pour cold water on her determination. No matter how many times you try, the result will still be the same. Hearing that Lu Na wanted to fight her again, Hua Xiao extended her hand forward and said with a haughty gaze, "No, my little sister has no interest in fighting you." Then, pointing her hand at Lu Li, Hua Xiao said, "Tell that guy to come out. I only want to fight him." Realizing Hua Xiao's intent to have a match with him, Lu Li didn't hesitate and said, "Lu Na, take a break. Let me give it a try." Knowing she couldn't stop Lu Li, Lu Na could only warn him, "Be careful, she's really strong." Hearing her sister's request, Little Pepper vaguely guessed her sister's intention. "Sister, don't tell me you're planning to." Before her little sister could finish speaking, Hua Xiao quickly voiced her plan. "That's right. If I kill him, you'll get an extra 10 points. With that, Hua Xiao activated the earth prison technique. Immediately, a cage enveloped a Fei, who was struggling to breathe with each labored gasp. Cough, cough, cough. The surroundings were eerily silent, as though something big was about to happen. Lu Li approached Hua Xiao, with killing intent emanating from both of them, overpowering all other auras. At this moment, as if having exchanged greetings, the two began a battle that seemed hard to describe. Who will win? Lu Li charged in, his sword glowing with a red light, preparing to face Hua Xiao with his powerful hands. They clashed, causing dirt and rocks to fly in every direction, with explosions ringing out relentlessly. At this point, inside the earth prison technique, a Fei was in better condition. She was horrified by Hua Xiao's strength. It was rare to see such power in a woman. This woman was too strong. Could she be on par with Big Brother? Not only a Fei realized how formidable Lu Li's opponent was, but Little Pepper also recognized that the one battling her sister was a master as well. Why is this guy so strong? Since her sister began fighting, this was the first person who could hold their own for such a long time. Thinking this, she became worried for her sister. If this keeps going, I'm afraid my sister will. Lu Na's gaze never left the fight between the two. She silently assessed. Both of them are top-tier masters. Their fighting style felt unusually intense. Lu Li's movements were calm, like a machine. In response to the difficult questions that his opponent relentlessly threw at him, he always managed to quickly provide the correct answers. The attack from this skilled player was swift and decisive, with not a single unnecessary move. It truly lived up to the title of a professional player, just as her sister had said. Then, a loud explosion rang out, and both of them were sent flying in opposite directions. This might be their break to catch their breath, Hua Xiao said. Then Hua Xiao added, 10 more points, pretty good, it's up to standard now. With that, Hua Xiao's gaze turned inviting. She spoke up. I have a question for you. Would you accept a woman taller than you? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression was confused. He looked at Hua Xiao and asked. Ha? Hearing her sister's boldness, Little Pepper sighed and said. Big sis, didn't we agree not to do online matchmaking anymore? This time, the confusion spread to Lu Li, who stood there stunned and asked. Matchmaking? Seeing that no one understood her point, Hua Xiao gave a teasing smile. She licked her lips slightly and continued. With the sixth sense I've honed, I can't be wrong. The man before me is definitely high quality, above 80 points. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. With that, Hua Zhao's memories resurfaced. It was an image of her competing alongside her teammates. In the past, all that occupied her mind was video games. It had been nearly 10 years since she entered the world of esports. Although she had achieved some success in matches, a person like her, who buried herself in games, still hadn't had a single relationship to speak of. The figure of Hua Xiao was always solitary, despite being someone with a pleasing appearance. Then, she expressed what she desired most at that moment, which was love. I want a sweet love. After saying that, her face suddenly turned red again, shy, but she still boldly confessed. Based on her experience from thousands of relationships in the game, there was no way she could miss out on the man before her. Would you like to experience a sweet love online with me? The confession was over, and at that moment, she slammed both her hands forcefully onto the ground, causing an earthquake and shockwaves to radiate outward. The ground cracked, yet Luli wasn't afraid. He simply gave a direct refusal. No. Hearing those words, Hua Zhao's earlier confidence dwindled to the minimum. She stood frozen, and the sound of something shattering echoed. It turned out that Luli had destroyed the earth prison technique to save a Fei. Seeing this, a Fei gently advised his brother. Big brother, even though I was strangled a bit, but... He didn't intend to let a Fei continue. Luli cut him off. Don't say more. A Fei's tone shifted to pleading. Brother, you've never been in a relationship before. The proactive approach would really suit you. Hearing never been in love before from a Fei's mouth, Hua Zhao's eyes were filled with affection. She secretly gave Luli 10 points for his self-restraint, another 10 for his coldness, and 50 points for being, in her eyes, a pure man. At that moment, she realized her heart was racing. Perhaps this was what it felt like to be struck by Cupid's arrow. She wondered, is this what love feels like? Suddenly, Little Pepper's voice rang out, snapping Hua Xiao back to reality. Sis, you've really been hit by the arrow. Back in the present, Hua Fei indeed had an arrow lodged in her right shoulder. She stared blankly, huh? By the time she realized what was happening, the 5 of them had been surrounded by a group of people, each adorned with numerous warrior badges. What would happen to all 5 of them now? A rough-looking bandit with a large bald patch on his head looked at the group with a greedy glint in his eyes. Brothers, let's take the meat, but leave the tallest woman for me. As for the rest, whoever's quick can claim the warrior title. At that moment, 2 teams were growling at each other in the open space. Seeing the situation unfold, he coldly observed and whispered. A Fei, get ready to break through the encirclement, signal Luna. A Fei immediately assumed a defensive stance in response. On the other side, Little Pepper, sensing the situation was becoming tense, turned to her sister and said, Sis, can you take care of me first? The girl in white with white hair behind her nodded. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao felt that everything was moving too slowly, muttering under her breath. Damn it, they've ruined my ambassador, no one is leaving here alive. The robber, seeing that everything was in place, looked forward with a fierce gaze and shouted, Attack! Suddenly, a bright red beam of light appeared, expanding outwards. The abrupt appearance of the light startled everyone. They looked up at the dark red sky, filled with suspicion, and began shouting loudly. What's happening? Where did this red glow come from? What's going on? Is this some kind of skill from the opposing side? Each person had their own thoughts, but all felt a sense of panic inside. Looking up at the sky, a system interface appeared. The moment the interface appeared, it caused a stir among the crowd, and people began to whisper to each other. Look above, the screen is showing up again. The screen was divided by the space, with a strange red and green color appearing in mid-air. On the screen, a mysterious guide urgently said, My lord, the Azure Red event has begun. You must quickly explain it. A displeased voice rang out. How noisy! Can't you see I'm napping? Explain it yourself. The guide, helpless, started the machine and began explaining the rules of the event. Hello, honored warriors, there is one rule I must explain to everyone. To increase the difficulty of this selection and test the warriors' ability to adapt, the Azure Red event will take place in the Taiwei Air Kingdom. The area marked in blue is Blessing, and within it, there are rare equipment upgrades. Special treasures are randomly updated. The red area is the punishment zone. Inside, there is a sudden explosion of corn kernels, chaotic time death, and random updates. The instructor paused for a moment to let everyone grasp the situation before continuing. The rules for this round have been broadcasted. Next time, more new rules will be explained to everyone. Good luck, brave warriors. The instructor's face broke into a smile, he turned to leave, and the screen abruptly went dark. As the announcement ended, a few sharp-eyed people noticed they were in the red zone and quickly ran toward the green zone. The sound of their frantic footsteps snapped the others out of their stupor. Panic quickly set in, and people shouted, "Are we in the red zone now? Ignore those crazy people, let's get out of here first. It makes sense, preserving our lives is more important. The whole team withdraw, retreat." Before the noise had subsided, the red system board appeared again. But this time, unlike the last, the board was entirely red in the display. The punishment for this area is chaotic time, the explanation continued. Warriors who enter this area will be randomly teleported to any location within the Taiwei Air Kingdom. As the blood-red text faded from the surrounding space, each player was enveloped in a red light. Everyone hurriedly scrambled toward the green zone, but before they could even step out of the red shield, they were all teleported away, one by one. He stood still, silently assessing the situation. Afei asked, "Second brother, what should we do?" The girl with purple hair analyzed, "Now if we run, it's probably too late." He said, "If, after the teleportation, everyone ends up living next to each other, then the main task will be to collect hero certifications, gathering at the central district." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them moved to different positions with 3 beams of red light. The chaotic spacetime teleportation was complete, and everyone in this area had now been obliterated, no one left. The red lights gradually faded away, leaving only an empty void. The system countdown appeared, 152 hours, remaining people, 8,087. Taiwei Air Kingdom, map coordinates X300, Y150, high up in the sky, peaceful. The wind rustled through the trees, when suddenly, an explosion erupted with a series of loud bangs. A group of people could be seen crawling on the ground, rolling around in pain. A girl, holding 2 large gloves, walked towards the bandit leader from earlier. Seeing this, the bandit leader couldn't help but shout, "Spare me, I won't dare anymore." He was shouting at him while backing away, about to bump into a large tree trunk. He continued, "Let me live, I can give you money." The young woman's gloves glowed, and the flames surrounding her began to envelop her left hand. She gathered her strength and threw a punch, sending the bandit chief crashing into the tree, causing deep cracks to form. She couldn't help but complain, "The fly in the wineglass is really annoying," and on her head, the number 231 appeared as a warrior. After dealing with the bandit chief and his subordinates, she began to reflect on the past and analyze. "Oh no, I forgot to tell him my name. I need to find him quickly. His name must be something great. What would my son's name be like in the future?" Thinking about it, she couldn't help but smile to herself. At coordinates 400, Y292 of the Iron Earthenware Kingdom, the scene appeared of Little Pepper and Afei shaking hands. They both extended their hands. Afei spoke first, "I, Afei, would like to receive your guidance." Little Pepper also said, "So spicy it makes you fly. Just call me Little Pepper." Afei thought her introduction was rather interesting, so he went along with it. "So spicy it makes you fly, sounds like you're really good at eating spicy food." Little Pepper replied, "Of course, I'm a true Sichuan girl." The two started talking, exchanging trivial chatter for a while. The girl sighed, "I didn't expect that we'd get along so well." Afei said, "True, who would have thought that just 10 minutes ago, we were still fighting fiercely?" Boom boom boom, the two of them hurled fireballs towards each other. The girl launched an attack aimed at Fei and said, "You bastard, if you and I have been teleported to the same place, then it must have been fate decided by heaven. You're not going to die easily." Fei hurriedly said, "I've been explaining for half a day, and you still don't understand?" Fei helplessly thought to himself, "This crazy girl just keeps chasing me and hitting me, and I can't do anything about it. If she continues like this, it's not going to end well. I need to think of a way out." He raised his hand and said, "Little sister, it's all a misunderstanding, let's talk things over calmly." The girl didn't let him finish speaking. Little Pepper threw a barrage of fiery spheres at him. She shouted loudly, "I told you, give me all the warrior certificates, and then I'll talk to you slowly." Flames roared around Fei, but he remained unruffled, shouting, "I've got them, wait a moment." Fei raised his hand in front of his eyes, signaling for a truce. The girl, seeing this, was momentarily stunned and stopped in midair, about 10 paces away from Fei. The fireballs also halted in mid-flight. Fei continued, "Is your sister interested in him? If you want to talk about news concerning him and your sister, or if it's something about the 8 trigrams of their group." Hearing the term 8 trigrams, the girl couldn't help but be confused. 8 trigrams? Her face showed a slight expression of disbelief. The two of them began a random conversation again. After a while, Fei realized that it was getting late and said, "It's getting late, let's head out and find your sister." Little Pepper responded, no need to look for him, he's fine." Fei immediately said, "It's fine, Lady First should still find your sister first." Little Pepper smiled, "You really don't need to wait to find your brother, she can find him herself." The two were sitting on the tree, with people coming and going, neither willing to give way. Fei, seeing the girl like this, could only helplessly give up in confusion. Iron Earthenware Kingdom, coordinates X465, Y378. By now, night had fallen, with only the lake in the center, surrounded by small islands. A girl stood under a tree, her purple hair glowing beautifully in the moonlight. She checked her surroundings and the things she had, feeling that everything had been made clear. She muttered, "Communication tools and the map are temporarily disabled, looks like I won't be able to find Xinu and Fei right away." Her gaze, filled with sadness, turned toward the lake as she thought, alone again. The surface of the lake shimmered, reflecting the moonlight in her sorrowful face, making the scene seem desolate. Her memories surfaced. In a deep place underwater, there was a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a small room. Inside, a middle-aged man sat in front of a chair and said, "The second round will be a month from now. If you've already participated, you must enter the final selection. Don't make me lose face." While the man spoke, his hand still held a pen, writing something. On the other side, a girl sat in a wheelchair and replied, "Yes, father." Seeing the approval from the woman, the father said, "You can go now." The girl returned to reality, thinking about her mother. Today, her father had met with her alone. Although their conversation remained cold, and he didn't look at her even once, she believed that deep down, her father still cared for her. He knew she was taking the exam and even hoped she would achieve high results. Though it pained her deeply, her mind drifted back to the scene in the research room. She was tightly strapped to a table, her body covered in wires, with 2 metal rods securing her firmly. "But I will strive for myself, don't worry." Her mother stopped her train of thought, and a sound of water dripping echoed. Though faint, in the quiet space, it was like the ringing of a warning bell for impending danger. And indeed, it wasn't wrong. A demon appeared above her, its number 999 flashing. It had 6 arms, and a long tail was swinging toward her. A column of water shot up, splashing onto the leaves by the roadside. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The coordinates changed. The Kingdom of the Iron Horns, coordinates X311, I59. The scenery shifted, and they appeared in this area. Xinu was fighting against a man holding a double-edged sword with both hands. Looking at him hungrily, seeing his actions, Xinu couldn't help but feel suspicious of this young man. Back to the moment when Xinu was just transported 2 hours ago, the red light brought him to a forest, where the trees were dense. As he landed, he observed his surroundings and then said, "Based on the position of the light in the air and the sounds nearby, I guess I'm the only one who's been transported to this area. The two others aren't nearby. With everyone's strength, I'm sure they won't be eliminated." He pulled the scarf around his neck up to his nose, covering half his face. The most important thing to do now was to quickly collect the warrior certification. He said, activating his stealth skill, then introduced his cloak. This cloak is called Hidden White, and the minimum level required is 28. It's specialized gear for assassins. It has a durability of 100/100, plus 90 agility, plus 50 physique, plus 30 resistance, and plus 20 charm. Its unique feature is that it can be activated voluntarily. Once activated, the character blends into the surrounding environment, consuming 1% of mana per second. This status will immediately end if the character attacks or is attacked. The outfit was designed quite fashionably, with the sleeves twisted and the bottom flared out to fully cover the legs. After activating the function, he began hunting monsters overhead. The monsters had between 10 to 15 points above their heads. The humanoid monsters have points ranging from 18 to 2 years, and especially, there are enormous monsters with points reaching up to 50. Seeing this, others also scrambled to fight for that monster. "This is my prey. If I kill you, then it will be mine, won't it?" In the blink of an eye, all the monsters in that area were wiped out by him. While leaping through the branches, he continued to search for the next opponents and thought to himself, "The number of monsters certified as warriors is fewer than the number of players. The weaker the monster, the easier it is to kill, but as the number of certified warriors increases, the difficulty of killing the monster becomes higher, matching the player's ability." At this point, he currently has 226 warrior points. In summary, right now, killing players who have just defeated monsters and are in a weakened state would yield the best results. Having said that, he activated his stealth mode and continued to search for new targets. Bang! Not far away, two people were fighting a colossal monster. The warrior points gained from defeating it were 70 points. A girl was channeling a purple energy to the young man. She seemed to be from the elf tribe, holding a sword, her body protected by armor. He gripped the sword firmly with both hands, extremely steady, and said, "Triple slash," and unleash a heaven-shattering slash, cutting the monster in two. The monster's warrior points immediately transformed, turning into streams of energy flying toward the young man. His warrior points were 40 plus 70, and he received an additional 18 points while standing next to the girl. The girl whispered, "Han young master, you're so amazing." Even such a formidable monster was easily eliminated by Han young master. Being near Han young master gave the greatest sense of safety. At this moment, Han young master couldn't help but smile and say, "This sword I just bought really is a fine piece." He raised the sword with his hand and admired it, calling it a long sword despite its shorter length, with 3 silver access stones, intricately carved. Standing before the corpse of the monster he had just defeated, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The girl, seeing his expression, leaned in close, wrapped her arm around his, and continued to flatter, "That's right, Han young master, I heard that helmets have become quite popular lately. Tonight, we..." Her slightly seductive tone made Han young master feel intrigued, and he exclaimed, "Oh." Unaware of the figure behind them, a person appeared. He stomped forcefully on the ground, creating a strong momentum and charging toward Han young master. Sensing danger, Han young master quickly turned around to look at him. Reacting swiftly, he threw the woman behind him and braced himself for the sudden attack. Stunned by the events that just transpired, the girl could only scream. Han young master ignored her shock. His face grew tense, unable to suppress his anger as he shouted at the one who had just attacked. "Damn it, who are you? Don't you know the consequences of provoking me?" With that, he calmly took his sword and focused on the person who had attacked. Seeing that his strike had failed, he couldn't help but fall silent. The result was not what he had expected, forcing him into a battle something he dreaded most. Continuing to channel power into his legs, he leapt forcefully toward Han young master. Fen Yuan, at this moment, was determined to defeat Han Young Master as quickly as possible. Seeing this, Han Young Master jumped backward to widen the distance between them and yelled, "Are you tired of living?" He raised his sword and slashed a wave of purple energy, sending the blade flying toward his opponent. But Fen Yuan quickly dodged and slipped behind him, leaving Han Young Master stunned. He reacted by spinning around and swinging his sword in a wide arc behind him, but missed. His frustration grew. Damn it, where is he? By this time, Fen Yuan had already leapt into the air, above Han Young Master, not giving him a moment to react. He unleashed a series of slashes at him. His score increased by 350 warrior points. Han Young Master had died under his swift body and cold, sharp gaze. From behind a tree trunk, a man stepped out and clapped his hands in praise. Good, impressive, impressive. He was momentarily stunned, thinking, when did another person show up? How did I not notice? The man's sudden appearance was so mysterious that it made him wary. His warrior points still hadn't appeared before his eyes. A slender Western man holding a long sword spoke, "But the prey you killed was mine to begin with. Since you've stolen it, I'll just change my target to you." He said these words without any trace of sarcasm, as though the kill was his that had been taken from him. After speaking, he didn't waste time on more words. The two charged at each other. Ahead of them, blue and red intertwined, dust flying everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of dirt and stone. While striking at him, the man said, "This move is also blockable, it's blockable." He answered his own question, clearly excited. He continued to slash at Xinu, but all his attacks were blocked. Seeing this, he became even more excited, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Under his frenzied assault, Xinu found himself forced into a defensive stance, unable to do anything but defend. But suddenly, he made a slight mistake, and the moment the opportunity arose, he seized it, saying his skills were a bit lacking, then unleashed a special move. The blade sliced through the air and sent him flying backward. Seeing that he had started to exert more force, the opponent also began to get serious. "Try me, Wolf Blue." As soon as the chant was finished, a huge wolf-like shadow appeared behind him and transformed into an enormous wolf head. From the wolf's head, under his command, a massive surge of spiritual energy shot toward him, but it didn't make him retreat. Yet, when faced with this attack, he remained unfazed, standing still and defending. Seeing that he wasn't affected, the opponent couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ah, you're really strong." Then he started licking his tongue, as if he had been waiting for this prey for a long time. "But I'm even stronger." He didn't ask himself if this person was truly the strongest player he'd ever encountered. But this guy didn't have any warrior certification, and even if he defeated him, it wouldn't mean anything. After analyzing the situation, he decided the best course of action was to abandon the fight and find another warrior point elsewhere. However, the opponent continued. "Hey, my name is Fonya, tell me your name." He remained silent for a moment, then entered a defensive stance and whispered, "Moon Slash. Moon Slash, let's have a real fight." At this moment, the two of them were filled with intense energy, transforming into two beings. One was a blue wolf, its body full of electric holes, and the other was a giant serpent, its massive form exuding an air of danger. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed repeatedly, bang, bang, bang. Moonslash and Fonlan fought their way from the forest to the grass, from the dense jungle to the open land. They collided non-stop, attacking relentlessly, and the air was thick with the scent of bloodlust. Fonlan attacked with great force, but Moonslash defended solidly, waiting for an opening to counter. Both were evenly matched, neither giving way to the other. Suddenly, Moonslash began to move faster. Seeing this, Fonlan immediately gave chase. Moonslash thought, "The person I'm facing is not like a human, but more like a fierce wolf, full of madness, wildness, and bloodlust." At this point, he glanced behind and saw that Fonlan had used a skill to transform his power, becoming a blue wolf chasing after him. He had no chance to breathe, let alone escape. Seeing Fonlan closing in, Moonslash delivered a powerful strike behind him, breaking his beast form. Lan sensed the aura moon slash emitted and realized he resembles a venomous snake. A highly dangerous venomous snake. This only fueled his excitement further. He moved toward him, leaped high, and struck with a powerful slash, brimming with energetic enthusiasm, shouting loudly. Awesome, awesome! I'm definitely going to win against you. Seeing him channel all his energy into this attack, he too braced himself with full force. The two swords clashed, creating a shockwave that shook the very heavens and earth. The resulting wave blew through the forest, scattering the flocks of birds in all directions. A huge explosion caused a patch of the forest to catch fire in the distance. A group of warriors on patrol witnessed this and couldn't help but be stunned. The captain of the armored team raised his hand to signal the squad. Forest. Squad, halt and line up properly. Next, the squad leader spoke. Third elder, fourth elder has been on free activity for too long. We can't afford any trouble, go find him and bring him back. The man responded. Understood, first elder. The commander issued further instructions, and the rest of the team held their formation, continuing to march forward. Back to the battle, the area around him in Lan was in ruins. Trees had been blasted off their roots, the ground had sunken deeply, creating long fissures across the earth. He thought the opponent was starting to show signs of weakness. It seemed that his strength wasn't suited for prolonged combat, so now wasn't the time to rush, but to gradually wear him down while staying wary of any potential final counterattack. Recognizing this weakness, he began to plan his next move to strike with guerrilla tactics. Lan, still oblivious to the shift in the situation, continued shouting toward him. Awesome, awesome! It's been so long since I've had such a good fight. He said that, then leaped toward him again, swinging his long sword and shouting loudly. Attack! Seeing Lan's speed slow down more and more, he thought to himself. Too slow. With swift movements, he delivered a slash that struck Lan's shoulder, but after the strike, a strange surge of energy emanated from Lan, making him feel something was off. Turning around to look, he saw that Lan was radiating a strange aura, the green color of his spiritual power gradually shifting to purple. At this moment, Lan became even more berserk, charging at him and striking with such force that he was sent flying, crashing through several trees in succession. Finally, he came to a stop against a giant tree. When he looked at his body and assessed the situation, he realized that Lan had deliberately left an opening for him to see. Along with the fact that he had been wearing down Lan's energy, his condition was gradually improving. Seeing that he had figured out his situation, Lan said. Haha, you're really something. You figured it out, huh? Well, then, I have nothing to hide anymore. This is my passive skill. Blood-soaked chant. At that moment, a dangerous aura, a mix of green and purple, surrounded Lan, constantly radiating outwards. He explained in more detail about the blood-soaked chant skill. When in a passive state, every time my life value decreases by 1%, my attack power increases by 1%. If my life value is restored, this passive effect disappears after 5 seconds. Under the influence of the skill, Lan seemed to transform into a completely different person. He charged toward him with more confidence, saying, "Under the blade, fight to the death in exchange for wounds," and then made another strike toward him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he began to retreat, slowly distancing himself. He said, "This person doesn't seem like the type to be so stubborn." With the rare passive skill of a high-level boss and continuously exploiting gaps to trigger his own passive skills, he thought while running, an opponent like this seems too tricky, the usual methods will be hard to deal with. He ran toward a waterfall, where there was a cliff, and on the cliff, a troop of monkeys were playing together. Each monkey had 5 points of bravery and their numbers were considerable. Seeing this, he wasted no time and launched a series of slashes toward the monkeys. Lan recognized this as the skill hunter's blade. He slashed continuously, killing 26 monkeys in one go, and then turned back to strike at Lan. The enormous collision of their powers caused the ground to crack open, and once again, the air vibrated as the energy released from the sword blew everything away. How is this possible? The hunter's blade was broken by him. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but be surprised that Fonglan was capable of such a thing. Fonglan spoke slowly, "Hunter's blade, I didn't expect you to have the same skill as that timed boss." Looking back at Fonglan, one of his arms, the right arm, was tainted with a red aura, appearing to be severely injured. At this moment, Fonglan recalled the words of the first elder. "Fourth elder, listen carefully, I won't say this a second time. If you ever come across the time-limited boss, you must absolutely be cautious of his enemy hunting sword technique. This is an attacking move that continuously creates wounds. Once the boss uses this move, remember that there is only one way to deal with it: block his continuous attack with the slowest possible speed, and break his strike." After recalling the first elder's words, Fonglan couldn't help but exclaim, "The enemy hunting sword technique, this must be your ultimate move, right? So special, I really enjoyed this fight." With that, she pointed the sword in her hand at him and said, "Too bad, you can't kill me. You've even helped activate my passive skill to its maximum. Moon Slash, the outcome is already decided, you've lost." At this moment, Moon Slash was covered in wounds, his eyes tightly shut, his broken sword raised in front of him. The outcome was already determined. To him, this was just a game of winning or losing, but I wasn't the same. He thought I couldn't lose. After saying this, a burst of energy erupted from him. The surrounding air pressure caused the ground to shake, and the energy created blew everything away. Surprised by his sudden rise in momentum, Fonglan couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did his momentum suddenly increase like that? Could there be a way out?" Stunned for a moment by the changes in Moon Slash, Fonglan quickly regained her composure and laughed loudly. Moon Slash, you're truly amazing, you make my blood boil. I'm so excited." Two people, one standing on the cliffside and the other in the forest, locked eyes with a murderous intent, yet neither of them noticed the distant bush. A man was sitting in a tree, and he murmured, impressive, impressive." His entire body was cloaked in a light blue outfit, surrounded by a stream of blue energy. A bow was held in his left hand, and in his right, he raised an energy-charged arrow aimed at the two figures on the battlefield. He was a marksman, the third elder of the team, and he said, "Pity, first elder is in a rush. If I'm late, I'll get scolded. Sorry, fourth elder, let me help you." With that, the energy-laden arrow was launched, heading toward the battlefield to strike. Back on the battlefield, Fonglan and Moon Slash were about to collide. The two charged at each other at incredible speed, their movements stirring strong gusts of wind, filling the air with a lethal aura. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from Third Elder, a shadowless arrow. The arrow tore through the air, heading straight for Moon Slash. It struck his shoulder and passed through, leaving a long streak of blood cutting through the air. Fonglan was absolutely furious upon seeing this. He turned around and shouted, "Hey, just when I was about to fight, this archer shows up. Fourth Elder, I'm here to help you." Fonglan, clearly agitated, muttered, "Why is he here?" Suddenly, from the air, Joan Fonglan sensed a trace of murderous intent. He swiftly turned around and launched a wolf blue attack toward Moon Slash. The strike hit Moon Slash the moment it was released. He was severely injured, his weapon lost, and he fell into the stream. The two others saw this and stood close to the cliff, observing. The third elder spoke up. "Fourth elder, why hasn't the number of warrior certifications above your head increased?" After seeing the move being executed, and noticing that fourth elder's score didn't go up, the third elder asked. Fourth elder thought for a moment and then said, "Could it be that he's not dead yet?" The third elder responded, "Are you telling me you didn't intentionally let him go?" Fourth elder's face darkened slightly, and without looking directly at him, he replied, "How could that be?" Seeing that fourth elder refused to tell the truth, the third elder continued, "Then why did you use Wolf Blue for the final blow instead of Abyssal Slash? The prey was practically served on a platter and you let it slip away. Or were you just letting me have it?" At this point, the third elder's expression turned a little darker. As he charged forward, the sharp blade missed its target and struck the bow of the third elder. He said, "That was my prey. The third elder, seemingly expecting this, wasn't angry at all and said, "Oh, you're mad now? I was just joking with you. Let's go, we don't want to keep the boss waiting." Seeing the third elder act this way, fourth elder couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Yeah, he never makes anyone feel good. Then Fonglan called out toward the river. "Moonslash, let's have another match next time to settle this once and for all." The sky turned to night. At this moment, Afei and Little Pepper were strolling happily among the fireflies in the forest, creating a truly poetic scene. Afei laughed heartily. "Is that for real or just a joke?" Little Pepper glanced at him lightly. "You're not lying to me, are you? Then, isn't your brother the perfect man god, handsome, tall, and studious?" Afei couldn't help but laugh loudly. "If I say it in your Sichuan dialect, it's like you're being tricked into becoming a child." Little Pepper, seeing him tease her like that, laughed and said, "Huh, you're learning quickly." Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes ahead. A goblin with 3 warrior points rushed out from the thicket. Afei, seeing this, stood in front of Little Pepper and quickly activated fire on his hands. "Be careful, get behind." Seeing him trying to protect her so adorably, Little Pepper ran over and pushed Afei behind her, saying, "Be careful, get behind me." Afei was momentarily stunned by her actions. She fell flat on the ground, and before Afei could realize the situation, Little Pepper launched her move. Flame Tornado. The goblin was wrapped up in the fiery tornado, screaming in agony before disappearing. Above Little Pepper's head, the warrior points read 17 plus 35. Little Pepper turned to Afei and said, "It's done." Then she saw him sitting on the ground and asked, "What are you doing sitting on the ground?" Afei, embarrassed, replied, "The ground's slippery, I almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into." Little Pepper helped him up and said, "Hurry up and get up. What were we talking about just now?" At this moment, Afei saw Little Pepper approach and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward as he said, "Thank you." Too close, he thought, realizing that he had never really interacted like this before. The man behind spoke up, "By the way, Little Pepper's tree has been talking about your sister non-stop, but what about you? Share a little." The two of them were walking along while casually chatting. Hearing his question, Little Pepper replied, "I don't like your brother, why talk about me?" Afei pleaded, "Just some small talk." "Go on." Little Pepper started, "I just graduated from college." Before they could say anything else, some movement could be heard around them. A few other goblins appeared, but neither of them was scared. They just continued their conversation. "Perfect age," Little Pepper heard him say and couldn't help but feel puzzled, asking, "What do you mean?" Afei answered, "Oh, nothing." "What did you major in?" Little Pepper replied, "Animation." Afei, after eliminating a goblin, eagerly said, "Animation? I love animation." He silently thought to himself, using a shared interest to start a conversation, wanting to bridge the gap with Little Pepper. He continued, "I really admire people who can study and work in the field they love, creating their own animation films. That's just so cool." He thought to himself that by complimenting the other person, he could stimulate the desire to talk. He considered himself extremely perceptive and thoughtful. But contrary to what he thought, the atmosphere at Little Pepper seemed to have turned heavy. Admiring the idea of creating her own animation was just so cool. As she spoke, she was holding a goblin by the neck and dragging it along. She turned the goblin's face away, then continued speaking. "At first, I was full of passion and love for animation, so I applied to university to major in animation. But who would have known, watching animation and making it are two completely different things." She used her hand to strike the goblin as though venting all her anger on it, relentlessly pounding it back and forth. Animation has 24 frames per second at a ratio of 1/2 or 1/3, so for every second, you have to draw 8 to 12 frames. That means in 1 minute, you'll need 480 to 720 frames, and for 10 minutes, that's 4,800 to 7,200 frames to draw, and it only gets worse. After suffering through 4 years of hard work, I graduated, and when I went for an interview, I found out that each drawing only paid a few coins. By this point, the goblin in her hands had been beaten to a pulp, with its teeth and lips a mess, blood splattered everywhere, almost begging for death. She continued. And then, the worst part, each drawing only paid a few coins, not even as much as I'd make selling jiang rice on the street. As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly frustrated. Finally, the goblin in her hands was knocked out cold. A fey, witnessing this, quickly stepped in to calm the situation, saying, "This is bad, the opening didn't go well, and it seems like she's saying things she shouldn't. We need to comfort her right away." He sweat lightly and spoke gently. "Yeah, although life is a bit tough, I will keep trying. I believe that with people who dare to act and persist like everyone here, the domestic animation industry will definitely rise." Goblin, hearing him speak, couldn't help but feel frightened, letting out a cry. The atmosphere at that moment became extremely tense. Little Pepper said nothing, but one could see her angrily releasing a flame that engulfed Goblin. It writhed in pain and vanished in an instant, disappearing into the thick gray smoke. A fey, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. He thought, what now? What now? The story has reached an impasse. I've seen people online say this, but where exactly did the problem arise? The awkward silence is about to spill over from the screen. You two can go ahead. A fey kept thinking of ways to strike up a conversation. Suddenly, the two of them came across a small waterfall ahead, where there was a monster. Its battle points were 299. A fey didn't notice it at first and continued thinking, "Help, someone save me." Little Pepper touched a fey's hand, and only then did he notice. Little Pepper was calmer, observing the monster with a blank expression, only slightly confused. A fey immediately asked, "What kind of monster is that? How does it have nearly 300 battle points? A warrior certified as a hero?" The monster's body was half intact, while the other half had completely rotted away, with its outer skin gone. Upon seeing the two of them, the monster let out a loud scream. The shockwave surged towards the two of them, restraining them. Little Pepper and a fey couldn't help but cover their ears. A fey struggled to speak. "This isn't good, Little Pepper, run quickly." She remained motionless, replying, "A fey, I haven't finished yet." She collapsed to the ground. A fey couldn't withstand it either and fell down beside her. The monster in the water raised its hand, activating a skill-seen phenomenon. The threads of the monster tangled intricately. Before long, a fey and Little Pepper were stitched together as one person, lying on their backs on the surface of the lake. Their faces were confused, not understanding what was happening. Each one occupied half of their body, creating a bizarre sight with one side larger than the other. A fey and Little Pepper fainted on the water. Both of them opened their eyes at the same time, not understanding what was going on, and said, "What's happening?" Little Pepper, a fey, also confused, asked, "Where is this?" "A fey, where are you?" From beneath the water, a large shadow surfaced. In front of them appeared a grotesque monster. Half of its body was missing, while the remaining part was its upper torso, human-like in shape, with pointed ears and sharp teeth grinning. The lower half was a long fish tail. The creature gazed at them with amusement and said, "Do you like new clothes? I can give them to you." A fey and Little Pepper responded, "Monster, it's you again. What have you done to us?" The monster, seeing the expressions on a fey and Little Pepper's faces, couldn't help but smile and said, "Hee hee, I'm just giving you new clothes, making you even more beautiful." He observed a fey and Little Pepper in their new forms. Then, he waved his hand, and from beneath the water, a huge column of water surged up. A fey and Little Pepper did not exclaim, "What is that?" Their faces were full of solemnity. At the command of the monster, he waved his hand again, and a grotesque lump of flesh appeared before a fey and Little Pepper. The thing was covered in countless skulls, with eyes as large as bowls embedded all over its body, making it look utterly horrifying. Seeing such a monstrous sight, Little Pepper and Fei quickly ran away from the lump of flesh. "Run fast!" Little Pepper shouted. After moving a safe distance away, Little Pepper disdainfully said, "Ugh, disgusting." Their bodies instinctively moved backwards, but suddenly boom, they lost their balance and fell. Little Pepper, puzzled, said, "Why can't my body move?" Looking at the scene beneath the water, they were both stunned. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through their minds. Both of them froze for a moment, extending their hands in front of them to observe. At this moment, Fei reached to his left and accidentally brushed against Little Pepper's chest, grabbing it. Seeing this, Little Pepper screamed, "Hey, what are you grabbing? Get off me!" Fei immediately apologized, sorry. Before they could finish their argument, the monster began to make its move again. An invisible force was pulling them toward it. The strange orb in the monster's hand glowed, seemingly emitting an invisible attraction, drawing everything toward it. He said, "Stop arguing, come here quickly." Fei said, "Be careful, we're about to get sucked in, quickly move back." But because their bodies hadn't adapted in time, they both fell back down. Little Pepper grumbled, "You made this lady fall, move to the right." Fei apologized, "I'm used to turning left." Little Pepper noticed that the pulling force was getting stronger and their bodies were drawing closer, so she exclaimed, "This is bad, don't even talk about running, we can't even stand properly now." Fei said, "We're getting closer to the monster." Little Pepper panicked, "Think of something quickly." Fei shouted, "I am thinking." After a moment of thought, he yelled, "Got it." Little Pepper asked, "What?" Fei instructed, "Don't move, let my kidney guide us." He said, and from the palm of Fei's right hand, a flame erupted. With his palm facing downward, the flame turned into a propelling force, pushing their bodies upward. The monster saw this and screamed, No, I don't like fire, stop it." It then launched its usual water-based attack. Dozens of spear-like projectiles shot out from the air, heading toward the two of them. Little Pepper reacted first, saying, "We're about to be hit, dodge." Fei only caught up with the situation then, replying, "Wait, just a moment." Before Fei could finish speaking, Little Pepper also released a flame from her palm, making the two of them spin and fly away, dodging the incoming attack. Their bodies rolled on the surface of the water for about 10 times before stopping. Fei said, "I told you not to move, now what am I supposed to do?" Little Pepper couldn't help but snap, "Your reaction is way too slow." "It's just about to hit us," Fei said irritably. That was because only half of his body was having trouble maintaining balance. "Idiot," Little Pepper said when she heard him blame her like that. Fei asked, "Idiot?" "Stop moving, let me do it," Little Pepper replied, and from her palm, a powerful spark shot into the water, creating a thrust that made their merging bodies fly upwards. Little Pepper unleashed her fire meteor technique, with each fireball flying towards the monster, hitting him directly. The monster couldn't dodge and screamed, "It's too hot." He waved his hand, splashing water upwards to extinguish Little Pepper's flames. The monster, furious, shouted, "You won't listen, then all of you can die." Then, he formed a connection with the obedient child, launching a water technique. In the air, they saw dozens of water columns rushing toward them, and they couldn't help but shout in panic, "Quick, dodge!" Fei responded, "It's too late." Both of them were struck and ended up inside a water sphere. Seeing this, Little Pepper couldn't help but feel frustrated, thinking, "This is so annoying. I can't even coordinate with Fei at all." Fei also thought, "I told her to let me handle it, and now this is what happens." Both of them felt that things were going wrong, and there was no chance left. Little Pepper thought, "If we could just coordinate a little better, it would be fine." Fei thought, "But even just calling out a bit wouldn't be so bad, right?" As if sympathizing with each other's situation, they both opened their eyes and said in unison, "Give me your hand." From the palms of the two, a fierce flame collided, creating a deadly fiery explosion. Boom! Due to the internal force, the water ball exploded. The monster, slightly intimidated by their combined power, hesitated. Afei and Little Pepper had just landed in their new bodies. Afei said, "Little Pepper, first tell me the move you want to perform, and I'll cooperate with you actively." Little Pepper happily replied, "If you want, I'll also cooperate with you from your perspective." The monster, seeing this, grew even angrier and said, "No, don't stand up." From his hands shot countless pink threads. These pink threads spiraled around them. But in the face of this dense attack, they skillfully dodged, swerving left, then right, sometimes speeding up. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. They dodged like dancers in motion. Little Pepper cheerfully said, "Huh, it feels like we're dancing." Afei responded, "I feel the same. How about adding some music?" He commanded the system, "Play some music." The system responded, "Master, I'll play the song Mondo Bongo for you." Afei said, "I just heard this song last time. I wonder how you like it, Little Pepper." Little Pepper said, "I really like the music playing." Afei and Little Pepper created an image with flames as if the body itself was dancing. They swerved left and right, gracefully like ballet dancers, dodging every attack from the monster. The monster, seeing this, couldn't help but get angry and unleashed a deadly move. In an instant, a towering wave surged toward Afei and Little Pepper, who were in their combined form, and struck. However, before the wave could reach them, Afei and Little Pepper spun rapidly, creating a fiery vortex that directly attacked the monster. The monster howled in despair, "No, it can't be." Underwater, Afei and Little Pepper reverted to their normal state, ending the battle with a graceful, dance-like pose. After the monster fell, a pile of brightly colored equipment appeared. The red-haired girl spoke up, "Finally leveled up." Afei added, "We can learn new skills now." This boss not only gave a lot of experience but also dropped quite a bit of equipment, huh? The two of them simultaneously opened their data screens. Afei stared at the screen, then handed the girl an item and said, "I didn't expect 2 pieces of corpse handling equipment to drop." "Perfect, we each get one. You choose first." The girl reached out to take the item and replied, "Let me see." At that moment, instead of holding the equipment, their hands ended up clasping each other's, sending a shock of electricity through them. Little Pepper quickly pulled her hand back. Afei awkwardly looked at her and said, "Sorry, Little Pepper." Aye. The girl's face turned bright red, her heart racing. She stammered, trying to change the subject, "What do you think my sister and you are doing right now?" The girl with purple hair was sniffing the air to find Lu Li. It was easy to smell, the scent of him filled the air. How happy he would be to see her suddenly appear later. She was now facing a cliff, her mind filled with question marks, her hands clenched tightly. Could it be that because she wasn't by his side, her destined one was? She raised her foot high and stomped it down hard onto the ground, causing a large chunk of earth to break apart and fall into the abyss. Standing proudly on the cliff's edge, she glared. No matter who it was, she would make them pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Fonya sneezed repeatedly when he was reminded. He was sitting on top of the monster that had just been defeated, feeling inexplicably creeped out. The number 311 appeared above his head, and he overheard a conversation. "Let's go, Fourth Elder." A 500-point monster was spotted ahead, and he repeated the words of the other person. 500 points? His expression immediately changed, and he raised his sword, grinning wickedly, his entire body radiating an intense aura. Which is stronger, the 500-point monster or Moonslash? It's all your fault, Moonslash. My fighting spirit is boiling and I can't seem to calm it down. He shouted loudly, "Kill, kill, kill." Moonslash, lying in the water with several monsters, woke up, opened his eyes, and sighed. His body still couldn't move. After being knocked off the cliff by the madman Fonya and his accomplices, I kept a close watch on the surface of the water, always ready to counterattack, prepared to strike from beneath at any moment. But I never expected to be ambushed from behind by a monster lurking in the lake. A message appeared on the screen, "You have caught demon fish venom." I initially thought it was just a regular monster, but within less than a minute, my body was completely paralyzed, and even moving a finger became sluggish. In that critical moment, I managed to transform into a skeleton, but then my entire body lost all sensation. Two sharks, with scores of 75 and 145, noticed the blood leaking from me and swam over. Blood, blood. But I was gradually losing consciousness. Slowly, I drifted with the current, unaware of how long I had been floating. The sound of the flowing water around me grew louder, and it seemed like I was about to face a major problem. I was swept down by the whirlpool, sinking to the ocean floor. The current carried me to a rock wall, where I sat on a stone and said, "Finally, I can move again. Where is this place?" Standing up and surveying my surroundings, I realized I was inside a limestone cave beneath the lake. No, that's not right. These cave entrances were not naturally formed. The walls were marked with claw marks, indicating that this cave had been dug out by some kind of giant monster. So, I was inside the lair of some kind of monster. With the design concept of Phantom Moon, only high-level monsters or a horde of enormous monsters could fit this scene. It's too passive here, the state must be restored, and we have to leave this place quickly. He ran through the escape tunnel. He kept running endlessly, until he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. However, it wasn't the exit, but rather the egg of a monster. Suddenly, he noticed a sword behind one of the eggs. He picked it up to take a look, and indeed, it was Luna's sword. He saw Luna lying motionless inside the egg, and he used the sword to break the egg and free her. He carried her in his arms and called, "Luna, Luna, wake up." She opened her eyes, her voice weak, Moon slash. At that moment, she widened her eyes to warn him, "Be careful above, a monster is crawling on the wall and is about to attack both of us." He held her with one arm and swung his sword with the other to block the attack, thinking to himself, "It's too heavy, it's like trying to block a moving truck." Seeing the situation, she realized it wasn't right for him to carry her any longer. Worried, she said, "Moon slash, let me down quickly." At that moment, the monster attacked again. Moon slash immediately used a violent strike to sever the monster's arm. A loud explosion rang out, forcing both of them to retreat. The monster had a score of 999 points. Moon slash tossed the sword in his hand to her and said, "Your sword." Luna took the sword and replied, "Thank you." She was puzzled. "How did you end up facing this monster?" She rubbed her forehead and answered, "I can't remember clearly." The monster continued its attack, cursing, "You bastard, daring to steal my child." Moon slash glanced at her, "Want to give it a try?" Without hesitation, she replied, "If we catch it, upgrading will be almost guaranteed." He advised, "That's right, but monsters with such high stats are extremely dangerous, so be careful." Her voice was firm as she assigned roles. "Okay, I'll focus on the main attack, you support me." He agreed, "All right." After finalizing the battle plan, both sides charged at each other. Luna used her spirit strike to attack the upper part of the monster, while he struck at its lower body. The monster missed its strike and charged toward Luna again. Moon slash then used the edge of his sword to slash through. Seeing this, Luna quickly retreated to gain momentum, using her spirit strike to force the monster to retract and crawl back into its cave. Witnessing this scene, both of them spoke in unison, "Get back into the cave," and then Moon slash fell into deep thought. Indeed, those caves were dug by the monster. Once it ran, it would be incredibly difficult for them to catch it in the maze-like tunnels. Suddenly, the entire ground trembled. Luna spoke up, "Is the earthquake a skill of that monster?" He turned his back to her and instructed, "Watch your surroundings." He could feel the monster's loud roar. Below, a spiral tail emerged from the ground, and the two of them jumped to avoid it. He observed the monster, evaluating, "Its speed is too fast. It retreats after every attack, leaving no time for counterattacks." She glared at the monster and suggested, "Let's split up. That way, it can only attack one target at a time, and the other will have a chance to strike." He nodded, "That makes sense." They split in two directions. She shouted, "It's coming." Over here, you block the monster's attack with your sword while I fly up and strike from the other side. Regular attacks probably won't do much, we need to plan carefully. The speed of the monster's tail attack, the coverage of its armor, the delay when swinging its sword, the sharpness of its gaze, recognizing the opportunity. Now! The monster let out a painful, furious scream as its tail was cut off, rushing out of its lair. He pointed his sword at it and warned her, "It's out, be careful." The monster used its earth-shaking technique, smashing the ground violently and causing it to break into pieces. He blocked the flying rocks with his sword, turned to look, and saw that she had not dodged in time and was struck by one of the rocks. He rushed over to catch her, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" She quickly replied, "The power is too strong, I wasn't careful and got hit." He responded, "I'll take the lead in attacking now, you focus on recovering your previous state." The monster didn't give them any time to rest, continuing its assault. He raised his sword and swung it at the monster. The monster retaliated with a strike of its hand, sending both Moonslash and Luna flying far away. A terrifying green light radiated from around it. He was a streak of red light, she was blue, and the three of them attacked simultaneously. The power of their strikes was formidable, causing a huge explosion, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. After 2 rounds of fighting, both were exhausted, panting heavily. She sighed, "Even if it's strong, that's one thing, but why is it bleeding so much?" He reassured her, "Hang on just a little longer. It's probably reaching its limit by now." Hearing their conversation, the monster laughed and said, "Limit? You foolish, arrogant insects." It casually picked up an egg from nearby and threw it into its mouth. She wondered, does it want to eat its own egg? Realizing something was wrong, he warily responded, "This is bad." After eating its egg, the monster has fully recovered. Both of them were stunned and looked up at the monster. It bared its teeth and said, "Don't rush, the despair is just beginning." After finishing his words, he quickly rushed forward to use Dark Seal Dragon chant. Moonslash raised his hand to shield Luna. "Be careful." The figures of the two gradually faded away. The familiar signaling sound rang out. They both fell into an illusion. At this moment, Moonslash was in some CAF, with many people chatting lively around him. A waiter poured a cup of coffee and said, "Here's your coffee, sir." He replied, "Thank you." A man was sitting across from him, the inner demon of Moonslash. Wu Yu picked up the coffee cup to savor it, and said, "Actually, deep down, you probably already have a vague answer." Moonslash responded, "As long as there's even a small chance, I will never give up." Wu Yu leaned his hand on the chair and casually sat back, reading a book to relax. He continued, "Since the boss disappeared and you joined Tian Ming Company to take part in this Phantom Moon game, it's been too long. Too long. If the boss really hasn't been harmed, how could there be absolutely no news?" Moonslash's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he thought. The journey here hadn't been fruitless, at least now he had gained some information about the Inferno Hell from Wu Yu's mouth. Suddenly, Wu Yu angrily slammed the book shut, glaring at him. "How much longer are you going to keep lying to yourself? You're about to lose your mind because of a game. You know better than anyone, it's just a series of stacked codes. You should inherit the will of the boss, do something more meaningful, instead of wasting time with a fae, lost in illusions that aren't real." Then Wu Yu stood up and shook Moonslash. "Wake up. Don't forget that you have your own dream. Building an orphanage where the orphans can call it home is what you should be doing now, not staying in this game." Moonslash stood up angrily, grabbing Wu Yu by the neck, easily lifting him with one hand, and said furiously, "Enough. You're just a manifestation of my inner demon, created by the monster in this illusion." Wu Yu's expression showed no fear, his voice challenging. "Am I the inner demon, or is it that you're too afraid to face reality? If I can't even protect the person I love the most, how could I protect and help others? Moreover, the orphanage I dream of building is something the three of us will build together. The scene at the CAF vanished, and they were back in the present, with Moonslash and Luna both captured by the monster, held tightly in its grasp. He glared at the monster, making it release its grip and free both of them. It rubbed its hand and screamed. "My hand, how could you escape from my nightmare?" Quick as lightning, he lifted her and carried her to a nearby rock, laying her down, then retrieved a bottle of dream escape potion from his belongings, a remedy to break free from illusions at level 30. She woke up, opened her eyes wide, and shouted loudly, "Mom!" She angrily watched the backs of the two people, her mouth muttering curses. Wouldn't it be better to quietly die in a dream? It was because her inner self was so terrifying that she had desperately tried to escape. The two of them glared at the monster and immediately attacked its head. Being on the defensive, it could only raise its hand to block, silently thinking, if they've escaped from the nightmare cage, they should be in a weak state. Why are they even more ferocious than before? Attacked continuously, it began to retreat, feeling at a disadvantage. Damn it! Do you really want to fight me to the end? It tried to grab an egg to eat. Seeing this, Luna used the moon will attack to stop it. Don't even think about breaking the egg, with that green liquid splattering everywhere. Having its plan ruined, it thought, damn it, I'll just have to temporarily retreat to the cave. Seeing this, Moonslash flew towards it like a gust of wind and knocked it down in an instant, wanting to flee. After the monster was defeated, the two high-fived in celebration. She spoke, "Finally, we've killed this monster." At that moment, the screen above his head displayed 354/999, and he responded, "Sorry, all the points are mine now." The final blow was supposed to be a combined attack from both of them. She didn't blame him either. It's fine. If that monster had run away, it wouldn't have been a waste of effort, right? The two of them turned to leave. He spoke up, "There are only about 2 days left before the 7-day deadline. After we get outside, I'll do my best to help you quickly increase your points." She walked beside him and agreed, "All right, this place makes me feel very uncomfortable. Let's get out of here quickly." Suddenly, from behind, the voice of the monster rang out. "Leaving? Did I give permission?" They both turned around at once. She wondered, isn't that monster dead? He was also confused. "What do you mean? It can't be. I took all the points from that monster. But this sound really came from that creature." The two of them turned back to the corpse of the monster. She screamed, "Look, its stomach is moving." From the monster's stomach, a hand slowly emerged, followed by the body of another monster shaped like a human. It laughed maniacally. "Who killed that immortal old man? Finally, I'm free." "Yeah." Seeing the two of them in front, he got excited and waved his hands wildly, asking, "Did you kill him?" He kicked her away with his foot, sending her flying through the air, dust and debris scattering. He used his shield to strike at him, but it was ineffective. The monster spat out a green energy blast from its mouth, which sent him flying as well, followed by another explosion. Boom! He stretched and looked at the two people, a 1998 hovering above his head, feeling quite disappointed. "How could you be so useless? If I was killed by you two, it's because I really deserved to die." He scratched his ear with one of his sharp nails, his voice impatient. "Hey, how long are you going to pretend to be dead?" With a reckless swing of his hand, large rocks shattered into hundreds of pieces. She and he had regained consciousness and rushed toward him from opposite sides to attack. However, he blocked them easily. Both of them were stunned. "What? You stopped us with just one arm?" He waved his hand casually, sending both of them flying far away, feeling utterly uninterested. "I've lost interest in you too. I'll give you one last chance to attack. After all, the most delicious appetizer is when you're on the verge of death, before the main course." He made a hand signal with his fingers, and she responded with a similar gesture, indicating she understood. Then, she swung her sword and used the moon will attack to strike at him. He scoffed. "Is that all? You've already run out of chances. just accept your death. He raised his hand, preparing to strike back, but she immediately retracted her sword. He frowned and spoke. That skill just now was only a feint, the real attack came from the one always hiding behind. Interesting. Though, that's all there is to it. He quickly turned to attack him. He, using his eyes, hypnotized and flew behind him, stabbing him in the back, causing him to wobble in midair. Both of them were ecstatic. We did it. However, he quickly grabbed an egg nearby and put it in his mouth, instantly recovering to his original state. He looked at his now restored body and assessed, not bad, that combined attack earlier was quite interesting. If I were that person, I might have really been killed by you guys. She exclaimed in surprise, you can control those eggs to recover from afar? Doesn't that mean as long as you have these eggs, you can't be killed? He looked at the two of them, pointing and analyzing, your specialty is coordination, right? Individually, you are very weak, but when you work together, you can hurt me. However, that was your final combined attack. I want to separate you two, make you suffer in despair alone. He used the splitting technique to divide his body into two, attacking the two of them. He realized that after splitting, the monster's strength had decreased, but dealing with it was still extremely exhausting. While dealing with his clone, she worried about him and advised, be careful, don't worry about me. He was still struggling to deal with the monster and replied, Luna, you're still free to worry about me? He struck him, sending him flying far away, but upon looking back, he saw him smiling and thought to himself, am I seeing things? He's still smiling? Taking advantage of the moment when the monster was distracted, he executed the blazing enemy wind move, shattering the nearby eggs. A notification sounded, combo hits 33, combo hits 66. He smiled derisively at the scene before him. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. Even if I don't stop these eggs, they'll be enough to make you chop away for half a day. Don't waste your strength. Just let me eat you. Suddenly, he realized why the destructive power seemed to rise with each strike. It seemed he had figured out his purpose. He hurriedly rushed forward to stop him. Not so fast, stop right there. A loud explosion rang out, boom. Leaving him scorched black all over. I didn't expect you to have such a backup plan, he said, astonished. You're still not dead. I must kill you before you recover. He took out a yellow vial labeled recovery elixir, which restored cooldown time for individual skills, and used his skill, Chamber of Blazing Foes. He realized things weren't looking good and shouted, don't even think about it. Then, he used the skill 10,000 Life Descends, causing all the eggs to crack open. The baby monsters emerged from the eggs, surrounding him from all sides. He laughed maliciously and said, such a pity, you almost managed to kill me. But unfortunately, you won't get another chance. Moonslash had no time to rest, furiously slashing away at the baby monsters that kept advancing. He leaned on his hand triumphantly and laughed manically. Just as I thought, your skills are impressive, but as long as I stop you from starting, they pose no threat. Now, let me enjoy watching your clumsy dance as you're surrounded by my endless swarm. He ordered the young monsters to attack him, while his clone turned to strike at Luna. His clone relentlessly attacked, forcing her to retreat further and further, her resistance growing weaker. Eventually, she was thrown into the rock wall, blood splattering from her mouth. She desperately used her sword to steady herself, trying not to let her body collapse. His clone crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking at her with a contemptuous expression. Pathetic. I've only just separated the two of you, and is this all you've got? Is it because you're alone now that you can't even fight back? There's nothing more boring than prey that doesn't even struggle. She quickly denied it, it's not that I can't fight back. Although our stances are different, I want to express my apologies for the fact that you lost your mother the moment you were born. His clone glared at her, then doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. Is this your strategy? To make me die from laughter with a joke? She interrupted him, a joke? He responded, "A piece of trash like you still has the time to feel guilty for the death of that immortal being, even though you don't dare fight back. Out of respect for the joke you've told me, I'll break my rules and tell you the survival principles of our kind. From the moment we hatch from the egg, we begin competing with our mother's body. The mother will consume any egg to replenish her strength, so that the offspring, if healthy enough, will eventually consume the mother's body to become stronger." His clone licked his lips with a satisfied grin. "And as for me, I don't eat my mother. Just because you can kill her, it would be more beneficial for me to eat you," she asked in surprise. "Eat?" he also asked back. "Don't you eat? I heard the taste isn't bad, and you seem very emotional. How about I help you experience it a little?" As soon as he finished speaking, his clone attacked her. She exclaimed in panic, "No, don't." Then she raised her sword, frowned, closed her eyes tightly, and screamed, casting a defensive spell on herself. Moonslash stood on the corpses of thousands, millions of young monsters piled up like a mountain, his eyes wide open as he saw the situation was not good, calling out her name loudly. Luna sat cross-legged leisurely on the back of a young monster, watching him struggle to fight the young monsters that were yawning, almost falling asleep from boredom. He ordered, "All right, stop wasting time, kill him." He frantically attacked the young monsters, glancing at him, thinking that it was almost time, just hang in there. At that moment, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30, the Bracelet of Wisdom has been activated, and an item to upgrade your character has been discovered. The equipment level has increased, each character gains 10 levels, and the equipment upgrade scroll is used once. A random skill is being processed, and you have received a shadow clone. The shadow clone acts as a combat partner, inheriting 80% of the main body's attributes and can also use the main body's skills and items. The skill of the clone, image transformation within a 500 m radius, the clone can swap positions with the main body, with a cooldown of 30 minutes remaining." He lost his patience, glanced at the group of young monsters, and ordered, "All right, killing you is enough, I still need to eat." Then he stood up, kicked one monster far away, and, not seeing his figure anywhere, angrily shouted, "Where are you? Damn it, I haven't even eaten yet, and you're daring to fight me for food?" He held the necks of two bugs with both hands, continuously shouting as he snapped the necks of the two young monsters in half, yelling loudly, "You want a rebel, huh?" He used the clone technique to transform into two figures resembling the young monsters and quietly left, seizing the opportunity to find a chance to attack, continuously killing several young monsters. Thinking that he was already dead, he relaxed his guard, but upon seeing the scene, he was stunned. "What? What's going on? Didn't that guy die?" "Order the monsters, quickly stop him." Inside, he thought, with the power of that slash, even he saw that the two clones of the other had nearly killed all the young monsters. His scream echoed, his brow furrowed as he couldn't believe it was real. "What? How is this possible? A trash like this, got killed by him? An accident? An accident? It must have been an accident. It's fine. Fortunately, I used the clone technique earlier. As long as the clones are still alive, I can regenerate. You can't kill me." The monster's clone suddenly knelt down, trembling all over, clasped its hands together, and bowed its head in a plea for mercy. "I beg of you, please spare me. Forgive my utter stupidity. I am willing to become your loyal servant. For the rest of my life, I will follow you, dedicating all my strength to you." Luna raised her hand and spoke to Moonslash. "Well done." The monster's clone rejoiced. "Well done. You agreed? Divine being, thank you for your mercy. It is an immense honor to follow you. I will use my life to prove my loyalty." One of Luna's eyes shone brightly like a small flashlight. "Shut up. Who are you talking to?" The clone of the monster teared up. "No," she flew up and swung her sword, severing the monster's head. A system notification appeared. "Champion's trial. Activity has ended. Warriors, please gather before the central gate. The central building stood on an oasis. The warriors gathered in small groups, standing before the gate, separated from the inside by a protective barrier. A short-haired girl, wearing a witch's hat with the score 117 above her head, sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Next to her was a brown-haired girl with a ponytail, her score 128 above her head, who sighed as well. Really, this event was so tough. On the left were two men with bodies like children. One of the men gave a thumbs up. OMG, Nyogo got over 350 points again. Top 100 are sure bets. The name Nyogo has two cross-shaped scars under his chin, which are praised like this, and with a flaring nostril, he replied. Not at all, not at all. On the other side, everyone was chatting happily, while here, Fei, Red Pepper, and Hua Qiao were sitting nearby, all looking dejected. Hua Qiao stood up, slammed her hand on the table so hard that the table cracked. She glared at the other two. Something's wrong, you two have issues, both of you. The two, whose names had been called, were a bit startled, feeling guilty. Red Pepper stood up, put her hand to her ear, pretending she hadn't heard clearly, with a mischievous look on her face. Sis, I came to tell you news about your brother. Fei, sitting beside her, nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Hua Qiao, looking worried, asked about the news regarding her brother-in-law. Do you know who harmed him? Fei, who didn't know what had happened, angrily stood up, bracing her hands on the table and asked. Harm him? My brother, how is he? Hua Qiao, also fuming, replied. It's all because you didn't protect him well. Your brother was on his way to find me and got ambushed, poisoned. Fei didn't believe it, immediately denying. That's impossible. I don't believe anyone could defeat my brother. Red Pepper, who was beside them, also nervously added. It's possible. There might be more people on the other side, but my sister's instincts are always right. Hua Qiao placed her hand on Fei's shoulder to comfort her. It makes sense, the man I like definitely isn't an ordinary person. But that touch made Fei's shoulder feel like it had split in two, sweat breaking out all over from the pain. The red chilly-shouldered girl frowned, displeased, and spoke to her sister. Sis, can you please be a little more principled? Meanwhile, Fei whimpered, tears welling up in his eyes. Second brother, save me. At that moment, Luli was carrying Luna on his back, his body covered in wounds, and called out to Fei. Fei and Hua Qiao beamed and called out cheerfully. Second brother, dear husband. The red chilly-shouldered girl still sat there, unaware Luli was approaching, her face annoyed. Sis, is your brain running a bit too fast? Luna had regained consciousness and whispered. Moonslash, I'm fine now, put me down. He nodded in agreement and replied. Don't push yourself too hard. Seeing this scene, Hua Qiao's eyes turned sharp like bullets, furious, and she rushed toward Luli to confront him. Hey, we can't let Hua Qiao do anything reckless, the red chilly-shouldered girl quickly ran over to stop her. Sis, calm down, let's talk this out. Fei, seeing this unfold, fearfully stepped aside to make way for her. Hua Qiao stood face to face with Luli, her bullet-like gaze from earlier now softened, her entire face flushed, breaking into a gentle, graceful smile. Remember, my name is Hua Qiao, titled Hua Xiao, your future wife and your one and only destined woman. Luli stiffened, stepping back in surprise, exclaiming. Ha! Luna, standing behind, was also surprised, raising both hands to cover her mouth. Little Pepper also breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, two men appeared on the screen. One of the men, dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and announced. Hey, respected warriors, first of all, congratulations on making it past the qualifiers. Now, here is the list of the top 100. Then, the screen displayed the list of warriors who made it into the top 100. At the top was Prashao Shuguang with a score of 4,999, in second place was Prashao Lei Jiao with 3,841 points, and in third place was Moonslash with 3,418 points. Following them were a series of names of other warriors. Hua Qiao and Lu Nao were also on the list. Hua Xiao ranks 7th with a score of 2,467, and Lu Na is in 8th place with 2,156 points. Everyone stared in astonishment. Isn't that a huge gap? The top spot has nearly 5,000 points. Who on earth is this person? Suddenly, a man dressed in armor like a warrior walked over with his teammates. He crossed his arms over his chest and spoke. "It's me." The person who had asked earlier was startled, then expressed admiration. "Oh my god, no wonder, it turns out to be the Pushao Guild." A man with a red hat on his head looked on in surprise and asked, "Pushao Guild?" A man with a purple hat, a black cloth covering his left eye, asked in shock. "How can you not know the Pushao Guild?" He immediately explained, they are currently the third-ranked guild on the entire server. The core members of this guild are all professional players from the Pushao Club. I heard that before joining Phantom Moon, they had already won several world championships in other games. The man in the red hat sighed, "No wonder they're so strong," and then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But who is this person named Moonslash? He actually made it into the top 3. If it weren't for him, the top 5 would have been completely occupied by the Pushao Guild. The man in the purple hat didn't seem to care, nudging the red-hatted man lightly. "Let's go over and say hello, see if we can make some friends." As they turned, they saw Hua Qiao approaching with a flirtatious expression, and she said, "Moonslash, sounds nice. Are you going to slice the moon and give it to me?" Luli took a step back, shaking his hands vigorously in refusal. "Sorry, I'm not planning on getting into a relationship." Meanwhile, Afei and Little Pepper were whispering to each other in a corner. The man in the red hat recognized Moonslash and gave him a second look. He doesn't seem like a ruthless character. The Pushao Guild members were also sitting nearby, watching and evaluating. "That's Moonslash." At this moment, 2 men appeared on the screen. The man in the black suit cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention, and then continued with the announcement. "Congratulations to the top 100 warriors. You have proven your courage to the king. The king will reward you with experience points based on the number of warrior certifications you have earned." Then, one by one, everyone was allocated experience points, and some people screamed out in joy. "Mom, why are we getting so much experience? I leveled up by 2 levels right away, and I'm 3 levels ahead now." The levels of everyone were gradually increasing. On the left was Lu Na with level 34, next to her was Afei at level 32. Next to Afei was Luli at level 35, then Hua Qiao at level 37, and finally, Red Chile at level 33. Now it was the turn of the man sitting on top of a fish holding a microphone to speak. It seems that all the warriors are quite satisfied with the king's reward. However, the challenge for the warriors is far from over. Next, the warriors XIN, please proceed through the gate to the second trial location. The warriors stood confused in front of the gate, wondering what would come next. Why should they care about what's next? The experience they received was so high, surely the reward after would be even greater. The group behind them couldn't wait any longer and urged the people in front. "Hey, hurry up!" One by one, each person stepped through the gate. The teleportation magic circle activated, and everyone was placed onto separate pillars, each pillar having 5 people standing on their own designated platform. Luli was separated and ended up standing with 4 others. Everyone appeared to be in a panic. One of the 4 people looked around, puzzled. "Where are we?" The man next to him spoke up in response. "It looks like this is the new location for the second gate." The girl with platinum hair anxiously asked her teammates. "Where are my teammates?" Suddenly, an NPC appeared in the middle of the pillar. His face was covered by a cardboard box, but his left eye glowed, and he smiled to greet everyone. "Brave warriors, how is everyone? I am the host of this challenge. A true warrior must be both courageous and intelligent. The first gate tests your bravery, and the second gate tests your intelligence. The rules are very simple. We will randomly form teams of 5. You will play a game of solving a crime, and among you, one person will be a murderer in disguise. You need to investigate and argue who the murderer is after each statement. All members will vote to eliminate one player. If the murderer is successfully eliminated, the remaining players will be placed in the common tier. If the murderer survives until only one player is left, the murderer will be placed in the common tier. Now, we will distribute the story cards to you, which contain your roles, identities, and key clues. Please read carefully. He took the card in his hand and examined it closely. A deduction and verbal reasoning game? He asked. The host put one hand in his pocket and gestured with the other. We're almost ready to begin, everyone. The second round will start now. First, I will introduce the story's background in a narrative form. Who killed Warrior X? Warrior X passed the king's test after many challenges. He was preparing to set out to defeat the evil dragon and rescue the beautiful princess. Before leaving, the entire kingdom was hosting an expedition party. But when the party ended, everyone discovered that Warrior X had been stabbed to death at the fountain in the garden. In the end, who killed Warrior X through the investigation? 5 suspects were revealed. Suspect A, identity. A teammate of Warrior X. Suspect B, identity. Daughter of an official. Suspect C, identity. Captain of the guard. Suspect D. Identity. A scholar of the kingdom. Suspect E, identity. High priest. After narrating the plot, the high priest, who was the host, gestured in a cool manner and asked. Ultimately, who killed Warrior X? The truth is one, find the correct answer to the game. The host raised his index finger, signaling that the game officially began. Starting with person A, moving from left to right in a clockwise direction. To prevent anyone from forgetting the rules, I will take the lead in guiding this game. First, everyone should introduce themselves and explain their relationship to the one who was taken down, X. As soon as the words were spoken, the young man with purple hair styled like Naruto, holding a card in his hand, introduced himself. I am Team A's teammate of Warrior X, and we are like brothers, raised together. Suddenly, the host appeared and asked, how can you prove you're not the culprit? The young man raised his index finger, excitedly replying, is there anything about my identity that's worth doubting? A handsome, cheerful, and bright guy like me wouldn't lie. Please believe me, I am definitely a good person. The moderator asked, who do you suspect as the murderer? He thought for a moment, who the murderer is? I haven't figured it out yet, but he glanced at the uncle beside him, his voice hesitant, but based on appearances, Uncle E doesn't look like a good person. The moderator spoke, that concludes Suspect A's statement. Now, Suspect B, please continue to introduce yourself and your relationship with the victim, X. She had platinum-colored hair and a charming appearance. With a lowly voice, she introduced herself, hello everyone, I am the daughter of Chun Yuan Ho. Once, I was surrounded by a group of goblins while I was out. It was Warrior X who fought them off and helped me escape. X is my life-saving benefactor. The moderator's voice sounded, how can you prove you are not the murderer? She blushed, shyly playing her role, not hiding anything from the audience. Since that time, I developed feelings for X. Then she cleared her throat and continued, my health is poor, I am bedridden year-round. Someone as weak as me, who can't even chop firewood, how could I have killed X? The moderator asked, who do you suspect as the murderer? She held up a card in her hand and smiled, I believe everyone is a good person. Oh, right, I remember there's a clue in my story card. My father's detective once mentioned that Captain C of the Guard and Warrior X had a conflict with each other. Before X was harmed, someone had seen them engage in a fierce argument. While speaking, she pointed at him. His expression was pensive, as if he wanted to say something but decided against it. The host spoke up, ending the statement of Suspect B. Please, Suspect C, continue introducing yourself and your relationship with the victim X. Luli, in the role of Suspect C, coldly introduced, Captain of the King's Guard, responsible for the safety of everyone in the kingdom. I have no relationship with X. The host continued to inquire, how can you prove your innocence? He explained, I argued with X because I discovered he was not worthy of the title of a hero, he was merely a lecherous man, seeking fame and profit. A person like him is completely unworthy of the task of rescuing the princess, but I absolutely will not go against the will of the king. Therefore, I am not the one who killed him. Since I had to ensure order at the royal banquet, everyone present at the event saw my presence. I have concrete evidence to prove I was not at the scene. Who do you suspect as the murderer? As soon as the host's voice faded, he answered without hesitation. Based on the intelligence gathered by the guard team, the relationship between Chen Yuanho's daughter and Warrior X is more complicated than Suspect B initially stated. Why did she have to hide the truth? She glanced at him, her expression showing fear. Suspect C, you're so fierce. Just now, I was only reading according to the content on the story card. Don't hold a grudge against me. The young man with purple hair, arms crossed in front of his chest, spoke up in defense. That's right, he doesn't look like a bad person. The voice of the moderator rang out, cutting off the argument between the three of them. End of Suspect C's statement. Please, Suspect D, continue introducing yourself and your relationship with the victim X. The blonde girl, wearing glasses and sporting 2 cat ears on her head, introduced herself. I am a scholar from the kingdom, responsible for recording history and writing books about historical figures. Following the king's orders, I came to interview Warrior X and compile documents about the legendary figure. The moderator repeated the same question he had asked the previous 3. How do you prove your innocence? She began presenting her points to prove her innocence. First, I have no motive to kill. I have had the simplest relationship with X, with no existing connections or bindings. Second, I had no time to kill. An hour before the incident, I was still attending a social event with other scholars. Even when going to the bathroom, someone accompanied me. Third, I don't have the ability to kill. Warrior X is 1.85 meters tall, while I am only 1.45 meters tall. The dagger on the champion's chest seemed almost to have stabbed straight through. My height wouldn't be enough to do that, unless X was in a crouching position at the time, but that wouldn't match the scene of him stumbling backwards into the stream when he died. The young man with purple hair spoke up. Suspect D's analysis is quite off. The platinum-haired girl agreed. Right, maybe she knows who the murderer is. However, in contrast to their assumptions, the blonde girl responded. I don't know, but I suggest we eliminate that possibility first. The point of this game is to use the clues in people's words to figure out who the teammate is and who the murderer is. Some players have said some ridiculous things, so even if they're teammates as foolish as pigs, causing the death of others. After Suspect D's statement, Suspect D was invited to continue introducing themselves and their relationship with the victim X. The middle-aged man with a shaved head spoke. I am the high priest, responsible for divining for the king and presiding over ritual ceremonies. The moderator asked the same question, how can you prove your innocence? The man recounted. The night before Warrior X set out, I performed a divination and the result showed that the rescue mission would be very dangerous. In the crystal ball, the image of Warrior X being stabbed to death in the royal palace appeared. I immediately went to meet with the king and reported the divination's outcome. King immediately ordered me to set up an altar to pray for Warrior X and alter his fate. I quickly arrived at the altar to carry out the prayer for Warrior X. Unfortunately, the time it took to go back and forth was too long. Before I could complete the prayer session, Warrior X had already encountered the killer. Placing my hand on my chin, I pondered. Who is the killer? This person must be someone who can avoid detection by the divination technique, definitely not an ordinary individual. This person is undoubtedly meticulous, very skilled at disguise, so they must be going against the usual patterns. Perhaps I should use reverse thinking. It seems the person who was least likely to be the killer. However, before I could finish speaking, the host announced, "All right, the first round of speeches has concluded. After the countdown from 3, everyone please raise your hand to vote for the person you believe is the killer." The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A pointed at E, E pointed at A, C and D pointed at A, while B pointed at C. The voting results were in: A received 3 votes, and C and E each received 1 vote. The young man with purple hair pointed at himself. "Me? Are you sure? I told you I'm a good person. What about you all?" The host announced, "Suspect A is eliminated, please leave." A fell off the pillar and disappeared. The remaining 4 people were still thinking when the announcement sounded. The identity of A is the player. The game continues. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the second round. To improve the selection process, each player's story card will now contain a new clue. Please note, there are 3 true clues and 1 false one. We will start with Suspect B, from left to right, in a clockwise direction. Suspect B, please share your new clue and your perspective. The girl with platinum blonde hair, holding the story card in her hand, spoke, "My new clue is that Captain C of the guard absolutely does not obey the king's orders. While the king ordered the high priest to pray for blessings, he had already arranged for C to protect Warrior X. In my opinion, this clue is definitely false. A dog that appears obedient will be the fiercest when it bites. Please have Suspect C share their new clue and perspective." He responded, "My new clue is that, according to the report from the guard, the high priest, after returning from the king's place, stayed at the altar the entire evening without going anywhere else. Right now, aside from me, the explanations from Scholar D and the high priest seem to be the most reasonable. However, B's statement in the second round did not address the issue I raised. She hit it, so it's difficult not to be suspicious." The moderator repeated the old statement, inviting Suspect D to share clues and express their own opinion. The blonde girl lifted her glasses. "My clue is that Chen Yuanho's daughter has recently become perversely infatuated with Warrior X. She follows X, collects items that the person has used, and sends her hair to X every day. She even sent a threatening letter, saying that if she couldn't have him, she would destroy him." Suspect B pretended to be weak and retorted, "What? Don't slander me like that." Suspect D pointed at B and added, "These clues are also somewhat known by the high priest. Moreover, after the X incident, I heard news from the captain of the guard and found out that you were the only one who left the banquet early." The moderator then invited Suspect E to share clues and express their opinion. Suspect E began, "My clue is based on the fortune-telling display, which indicates that Scholar D is a reliable and capable assistant." After Suspect E finished their story, the moderator spoke again. "All right, the second round of statements has ended. After the countdown from 3, please raise your hand to vote for the person you believe to be the culprit." The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. C pointed at B, B pointed at D, D pointed at B, and E pointed at C. B received 2 votes, while C and D each received 1 vote. The result is clear. B has been eliminated. Staring angrily, she yelled, "Damn it, I really admire you all. Do you even have a brain? Clearly, I'm the good one here. Do you even know how to play? That girl with glasses, are you jealous of me because I seem prettier than you, so you intentionally targeted me and spread lies about me? You're really devious." After falling off the pillar, B shouted, "Just wait, I won't let you off." A and B marked a red cross on the list. B's identity as a player was confirmed, and the game continued. The game had finally reached the third round. If the culprit couldn't be found in this round, the culprit would win. The rule for this round was freedom of speech. There was no order or limit to the number of times one could speak. After 3 players finished speaking, voting could begin immediately. Once the host finished announcing the rules, he put his hand in his pocket and started to analyze. "Let me summarize a bit. The clues from round 1 and round 2. The blonde girl raised her hand to stop him. There's no need for all that. The culprit is already very clear. The blonde girl was the suspect and continued, it's obvious who the culprit is. Actually, in my group, B is the good one. Eliminating her was a plan I set up. Luli and the high priest were startled after hearing this. The blonde girl adjusted her glasses, her voice firm as if she was already certain and assured. The main purpose is to find the real culprit. The culprit is C. Luli put both hands in his pockets and asked, "Where's the evidence?" The blonde girl placed her hand against her face, her head slightly lowered, lost in thought. The evidence is what I mentioned in the previous round. She even sent a threatening letter. If I can't have you, I will destroy you. What did you say? Don't slander me. High priest knows a little about these clues. Furthermore, after the incident, I heard this news from the captain of the guard, who revealed that only she had left the party earlier than the others. She continued. Actually, in my reasoning about everyone, all the information about C was fabricated by me. The main purpose was to see if you would vote for me. The result was that you didn't. Luli spoke. Before Luli could finish, she interrupted. If you couldn't stand B, would you choose her? She recalled his gaze, her voice softened. But you didn't think like that. A person's eyes are hard to deceive. When I spoke things that weren't true, whether you were suspicious or confused, your eyes were always looking at me. But there's one situation where you didn't do that, and that's when you revealed yourself as the culprit. In your subconscious, of course, it's not about trying to find the murderer, but rather about how to cover it up, how to eliminate us. That's the reason you couldn't look at me. Is there anything else to explain? The captain of the guard, Luli, sighed, then collapsed onto the ground, saying, I can't argue with you, do whatever you want, anyway, whatever you say is what it is. Hurry up and vote, don't waste any more time. The blonde girl smirked, so you've given up resisting? The person in the cardboard box pointed at the high priest. Suspect E, do you have anything else to say? The high priest, holding his staff, stood there, and upon hearing this, he shook his head, no. The person in the cardboard box raised 3 fingers. Then the final statement has ended. After the countdown, everyone should raise their hand to vote. 3, 2, 1. The high priest, suspect E, and Luli, suspect C, all pointed their fingers at the blonde girl, suspect D. Votes, C 0 votes, D 2 votes, E 0 votes. The game ended, and the murderer won. Luli grinned smugly. The blonde girl looked toward the high priest, then shouted indignantly, What are you doing? Wasn't I clear enough? Why did you vote for him? The high priest felt a sense of defeat, so he placed both hands on the ground and knelt. Luli explained to the blonde girl, because the answer in my heart is even more real than the actual answer. The blonde girl was stunned upon hearing this and murmured the answer in her heart. Luli continued, From the very first time you spoke, I knew sooner or later you would figure it out, but fortunately, you used the process of elimination. This way, A and B were very likely to be the first ones to be ruled out. That means the high priest was my last chance. The high priest, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Not stopping there, Luli went on to analyze, E's voting logic is actually similar to when we discussed who the culprit was in the first round. This person can avoid detection by the divination method, so they are definitely not an ordinary person. This person must be meticulous in thought, very skilled at disguise. Therefore, they go against the usual pattern, and perhaps we should use reverse thinking to identify the person who is most likely not the culprit. At this point, the blonde girl spoke up, In the first round, you voted for A, in the second round, you voted for B, in the third round, you voted for me, so after I finished my reasoning in the final round, you acted like you were giving up. Actually, you were just performing for me, right? After saying this, the blonde girl collapsed to the ground, muttering to herself, Yes, I lost. The game ended, and the loser had to leave the arena. Immediately, the blonde girl and the high priest fell down. The man in the cardboard box laughed joyfully. Impressive, impressive, what an excellent comeback. The winner was Luli. He stood proudly, one hand in his pocket and the other tossing out a card. The contents on the card were clearly stated. Identity, murderer, mission, Warrior X's face assassination order. 1. The spy assassin disguised as Warrior X. 2. Eliminate the assistant A of X at the root. 3. Eliminate the daughter B of the high-ranking official colluding with X. 4. Eliminate the undercover agent disguised as a student. 5. Eliminate the high priest. On the screen, a man sat on a chair, with a fish-shaped object attached to his head. Standing behind him was a person in a black suit, wearing black glasses, likely his bodyguard. A voice came from the screen. Congratulations, brave warriors, for passing the second selection round. The king has specially prepared rewards for you. Now, you may rest for a while, and then we will proceed to the final selection round. As the voice from the screen ended, the group of people who had been with Luli flew toward him. Their voices calling out to him filled the air. Big brother, hubby, moon slash, this is great, everyone leveled up. Luli remained silent, simply closing his eyes to rest his mind. A clear bell rang, followed by a voice announcing, the next round is about to begin. Brave warriors, please hold on tightly and pay attention to your safety. Immediately, the screen lifted up, and everyone's standing position was raised as well. A blinding light appeared. Luli raised his hand to shield his eyes, and in front of them, a battlefield resembling a national competition stage appeared. The loud cheers of the crowd echoed. The two people from the screen earlier also reappeared, but this time the man in the black vest was no longer standing behind, he had taken a seat. Both of them cheerfully spoke. Hello everyone, dear friends. Hello everyone. Welcome to the third selection round. Please look up at the screen above the arena. Now, let's give a warm welcome to the king of the kingdom of Tepanai. The applause was deafening, and then King Ta appeared on the screen, squinting with a smile. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Thanks to all the brave warriors who have traveled from afar to participate in the Princess Rescue Selection Competition. Whether it was the first or second round, I watched them all, and they were truly spectacular. The warriors standing here now are all worthy of being called both wise and brave. A face scratched his head and said, why do I feel like we're at a flag-raising ceremony at the start of the week, listening to the principal's speech? Little Pepper nodded in agreement. That's true. The king of Tepanai took out 3 gemstones, 1 blue, 1 pink, and 1 yellow and placed them in his hands. Perhaps everyone already knows that our kingdom of Tepanai is famous for its mining and forging skills. To encourage the warriors to perform better in the competition, I will take out these 3 gemstones, inlaid into legendary grade main weapons, as rewards for the top 3 contenders. The man in iron armor stood with his arms crossed, looking up. The intelligence reports were correct, they've indeed appeared. Pashao Guild, we must secure these 3 gemstones inlaid into legendary grade main weapons, do you all understand? The men behind him immediately answered in unison. Understood, understood. Afei turned to Luli and asked, Big brother, what exactly are these gemstones inlaid into legendary grade main weapons? Are they really that valuable? Luli didn't turn around but answered. Extremely rare. These gemstones, when combined with weapons, can produce special skills. As he spoke, he frowned, thinking to himself. But these were supposed to be props that only appeared at level 50, could it be that the dungeon has been unlocked early? Little Pepper pointed and said. Right now, on the market, 1 gemstone can sell for anywhere between 100,000 to several 100,000 yuan, and they're not the kind of thing you can just get anytime. Afei's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of money and said, if we get all 3 of those, won't we be rich beyond measure? The king of Tepanai on the screen laughed loudly. Ha, I can already feel the fiery passion of the warriors. Let's begin the third round of the selection. The two figures from before appeared again on the screen. Alright, I'm sure all of you warriors are eager to step onto the battlefield. Yes, I know you're all in a hurry, but please wait a moment as I briefly introduce the rules of this competition. A total of 32 contestants have passed the second round of selection. We will use a head-to-head method. There will be 5 rounds in total to select the final champion. To win, you must either knock your opponent off the stage or force them to forfeit. The final champion will receive a large amount of money, experience points, and priority selection rights. The champion will also have the right to choose members for a team to rescue the princess. Each member will receive a chance to go to the warehouse and select a precious item. Now, we will assign numbers to the contestants, and then the draw will determine the opponents. The draw is complete. The first match will be between Warrior 4 and Warrior 13. Please, both of you, step onto the battlefield. Luna drew the number 7, and she spoke up, Moonslash, you're the first to go. Afei, number 26, grinned with squinted eyes and said, Big brother, it's time to show off. Hua Xiao, number 18, also spoke up, honey, take them all down. Little Pepper, number 26, Luli, closed his eyes and thought to himself, so, it's time for the fight? The two opponents stepped onto the battlefield, and the roar of the crowd filled the air below. As Luli stepped onto the stage and saw his opponent, he was stunned and thought, is it him? Moonslash gazed at the shadow flickering before him and softly asked, who are you? Seeing this, Lu Human King flashed his signature arrogant smile, gripping the sword behind his back. The scar running across his left eye made him look even more defiant and untouchable. Oh, what's this? You've heard of my reputation, haven't you? He ran his hand through his long black hair, pushing it back behind his neck. Lu Human King silently thought to himself, it's been a while since I've been silent, but today, I'll put on a magnificent show for everyone. Remembering how he had defeated the elite boss Ammonius with one hand using the crossbow blade after 28 failed attempts, Lu Human King's gaze grew firm. He tightly gripped Ammonius' sword, the prize for defeating that boss, which was now firmly in his possession. This time, I will absolutely not lose to you again. Perhaps I should thank that boss, it helped me understand who I truly am. I am the king of the road, a lone wolf, solitary yet powerful. What could defeat me has never been difficulty itself, but rather that I become stronger with every passing moment. The gaze of Lu Human King slowly turned colder, and the sword on his back began to glow with an eerie blue flame. Come at me. No matter who you are, I won't lose. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistle, a flash of red lightning streaked across, piercing straight into the chest of the king of the road. Moonslash's cloak fluttered in the wind as he turned his back on Lu Human King, thinking how this guy never stopped talking nonsense. As for Lu Human King, he could only let out a loud gasp before falling completely silent, overwhelmed by the speed and power of the attack. Or perhaps, Lu Human King was still dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. No one else but Moonslash, still casually juggling his weapon after that sudden strike. It's impossible, I can't lose. I haven't even used my special move yet. The skill I created myself hasn't even had a chance to show its full might. This doesn't count. Give me another chance. Why did this annoying feeling feel so familiar? Ignoring the fact that Lu Human King was still reeling from the psychological shock, Moonslash remained silent with a calculating expression as the commentator's voice rang out. Player Moonslash has quickly defeated Player King of the Road, number 13. Under the stands, amidst the loud cheers, a figure in bright red armor smiled faintly. Third Elder, is this not the fourth Elder? And you haven't killed him yet? The figure cloaked in shadow beside him replied. That's right, it's him. Interesting. The red-armored figure smirked, and immediately the blue-haired man beside him expressed his discontent. Hey, that's my prey. The announcer's voice rang out again. Please welcome the next contestant to the arena. The battles that followed were unimaginably intense, with each fighter giving their all, showcasing their finely honed techniques in a desperate bid for victory. Luna, with her unique skills, easily claimed victory, shattering her opponent's sword amidst the announcement. Contestant number 7, Luna, using the water-flowing cloud sword technique, defeats her opponent and advances to the top 16. Luna's beautiful face remained cold and emotionless, as if victory was something all too easy for her. Then came contestant number 26, a Fae, who landed a fiery punch straight to his opponent's groin, grinning wickedly as he watched his opponent writhe in pain. The commentator couldn't help but laugh as he teased about the smell of burning flesh on the battlefield. "Oh my, what's that smell? That's ruthless." I can't believe contestant number 26 used the barbecue roasted chicken technique to knock his opponent out and advance to the top 16. Hua Xiao appeared in a scorching slit dress, her legendary purple hair gently tossed to one side after delivering a powerful punch that sent her opponent flying off the arena. The commentator's voice rang out excitedly, "A perfect strike. Congratulations to player 18, Hua Xiao, for advancing to the top 16. Below the stands, the man in the red armor furrowed his brow. "Third Elder, do you notice how Hua Xiao's moves and habits are very similar?" The man in the green hooded cloak smiled lightly. "I believe more than 80% that it's her." Next, the commentator continued, "Now, please welcome player 27, Little Pepper, to face off against player 6, Dian Dian from the Prashao Guild." Dian Dian, with her eyes covered by a black cloth, slowly stepped onto the stage. The man in the red armor did not forget to remind his teammate, "Imagine it's just like during practice, keep your emotions balanced between tension and relaxation." On Moon/'s side, they also made sure to check on Little Pepper. The girl, with her fiery red twin braids, looked as hot-tempered as the pepper she was named after. Hua Xiao smiled lightly, "You've got this. If you don't win, no hot pot for you tonight. Beat her, Little Pepper." She smiled confidently, "Got it. Piece of cake." Below the stands, everyone's eyes were glued to the two girls on the stage. The thin layers of dust rising from previous battles made their silhouettes flicker, adding to the suspense. The atmosphere seemed to be pushed to its peak, with constant murmurs and discussions erupting from the stands below. "Wow, I never thought I'd get to see a professional player up close like this. I want to see what makes the members of the Prashao Guild, famous far and wide, different from us." A small figure with bright red hair tied into two puffs, dressed in a powerful red outfit, flashed a fearless smile. Little Pepper subtly ignited a bright flame around her fist, her body settling into a fighting stance as she spoke to her opponent. "Is the Prashao Guild really that strong? Today, I'll show you that no matter how tall a mountain is, there's always a higher one." On the opposite side, Dian Dian of the Prashao Guild stood emotionless, her eyes hidden beneath a black cloth, her coat covering her from head to toe, only a strand of brown hair visible hanging down in front of her chest. Dian Dian of the Prashao Guild smiled faintly, her hands wrapped tightly in white bandages. She lifted her arms gently, revealing 5 multicolored stones embedded in the backs of her hands. A heavy iron bracelet was strapped to her wrist. "You're a small-chested girl, but your words are quite big." Little Pepper glanced down at her modest chest, stammering, "What did you just say?" Her anger flared, and with a burst of power, Little Pepper kicked the ground, causing a loud explosion. Using the shockwave from the blast, she charged directly toward Dian Dian of the Prashao Guild. "A small chest is all the rage now, you know?" Seeing Little Pepper charging towards her through the sea of flames, Dian Dian of Prashao Guild remained calm and teased, "Are you angry? Maybe it's you who should shut up." Little Pepper seemed to be injected with adrenaline, her eyes slowly turning bright red. Her whole body was ablaze as she charged towards Dian Dian of Prashao Guild with a kick aimed at her neck, hoping to land a fatal strike. However, Dian Dian of Prashao Guild effortlessly dodged, leaving only a gust of wind in her wake. "Don't even think about dodging." Little Pepper immediately spun in mid-air, releasing a massive ring of fire from her body, engulfing everything within its radius. The blazing light flooded the sky, attacking Dian Dian of Prashao Guild, forcing her to unleash a purple-colored skill to defend herself. Excellent. Contestant number 27 is using fire to attack the opponent from mid-air. The commentator's voice echoed. Contestant number 6, Dian Dian of Prashao Guild, used a jet skill to avoid the opponent's attack, but it seems she's still a little injured. Dian Dian of Prashao Guild, witnessing the destructive power of the previous move, was pushed back, leaving a black streak on the arena floor. Her face gradually became serious as she began to release her purple aura, enveloping her body. Now this is getting interesting. Let's get serious and play with this kid. The stones in her hand shimmered with iridescent light, bearing the power of a summoning spell. The flame spirit, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, opened wide in the air, and a creature resembling a dog leaped out amidst the blinding purple light, summoned by Dian Dian of the Prashao Guild. Its body was wrapped in white bandages, leaving only its red nose and sharp teeth exposed, giving it a frightening appearance at first glance. With each step it took, it left behind strange purple flames. Moving at lightning speed, it charged toward Little Pepper, its small body crackling with deep purple lightning. Little Pepper's eyes widened in surprise. A summoner? This dog is so fast? However, the summoned creature only followed one path, and as long as she could predict its movements, she could handle it. A loud sound echoed as Little Pepper unleashed a massive fireball aimed directly at the flame spirit. The dog, enveloped in the purple lightning fire summoned by Dian Dian, was gradually consumed by the flames, but to her surprise, it continued charging forward through the fire, closing the distance to Little Pepper in just a few moments. What? Little Pepper was taken aback, but that brief moment of hesitation was enough for Dian Dian to seize the upper hand. A surge of deep purple spiritual energy shot up from the ground directly beneath Little Pepper, lifting her small frame into the air. The force of the explosion created a massive crater in the floor. The purple lightning streaks relentlessly struck toward Little Pepper, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke and dust. Below the stands, Little Pepper's teammates were restless. This was bad. The summoned creature had an extremely strong fire resistance attribute, and fire-based attacks were practically useless against it. Little Pepper was covered in burns from the electric fire, her clothes scorched in large patches, but she still stood firm in the arena, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her body was still emitting smoke from the severe burns she had just sustained, but that didn't knock her down. Seeing her miserable state, Dian Dian couldn't help but sneer. If you don't want to end up too pathetic, I suggest you surrender soon. The flame spirit beneath Dian Dian's feet was still growling, glaring at Little Pepper with a hostile look. Surrender? Little Pepper continued firing hundreds of fire arrows while charging at Dian Dian. She refused to give up. Seeing this, Dian Dian sighed lightly while effortlessly swatting away the fire arrows along with the two flame spirits on either side of her. It's pointless. With just you, don't waste your energy. Blocking the gusts of wind that were blowing dust into her eyes, Little Pepper shouted. Fire tornado! Moments later, a fiery vortex appeared, sweeping everything around it with Little Pepper at its center. The force of it even caused Dian Dian to pause. The blazing light from the fire was so intense that it made the audience squint. Seeing this, her teammates clapped incessantly, praising her, "Great job." Little Pepper used a fire meteor to shorten the distance, then employed a close-range fire hose to easily sweep both the person and the dog into the attack. Dian Dian screamed, "Flame Spirit, protect me!" The Flame Spirit barked once and quickly charged forward, creating a purple energy shield to block the ferocious, swirling flames that were devouring everything in their path. But neither the Flame Spirit nor Dian Dian noticed the blazing flame that had somehow circled behind them. Little Pepper shouted, "Since when?" Dian Dian was taken aback. "Dian Dian, it's over, goodbye." At that moment, Little Pepper was behind them, striking with a massive column of fire from above, plunging straight down toward Dian Dian. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the sea of flames immediately engulfed Dian Dian. The excited commentator's voice rang out in response to the spectacular battle, "Incredible! Player 27, Little Pepper, has used a series of deceptive moves to confuse Player 6, then circled around for a surprise attack. It looks like the winner has already been decided." Little Pepper gently landed on the ground after her godly attack. Suddenly, Hua Xiao shouted, "Little Pepper, be careful, she's not dead yet." Little Pepper looked over at Dian Dian, who was slowly rising with a deadly glare in her eyes. Dian Dian reached up and removed the black cloth covering one of her eyes, immediately revealing an orange-colored eye with a fiery blue light intensely terrifying and bizarre. The stones in her hand were now glowing brilliantly, a stark contrast to earlier. With a deep voice, Dian Dian called out, invoking a summoning ritual, the 5 rings technique. Streams of colorful light shot directly towards Little Pepper, overwhelming her with pain. The dazzling 5-colored light faded, and at that moment, 5 spirit creatures appeared around Dian Dian. Suddenly, Dian Dian scoffed. "Sorry, kid, I forgot to tell you that I don't just have one creature to summon." Hovering beside Dian Dian was the metal spirit, a majestic eagle radiating golden light. Behind her was the water spirit, a gigantic blue carp spirit. In front of her were the earth spirit, a venomous orange spider, the wood spirit, a tree spirit in the shape of a green branch, and the flame spirit, the dog with purple lightning, which had been summoned earlier. The commentator was also stunned by the scene. "This is terrifying. Player number 6, Dian Dian from Prashao Guild, can summon 5 different creatures with various attributes to attack her opponent, and she's doing it with such ease." Player number 27, Little Pepper, was no longer able to stand. Congratulations to player number 6, Dian Dian of Prashao Guild, for making it to the top 16. The strength of Prashao Guild is truly well deserved. Dian Dian, ranked 5th in the guild, raised questions about whether her rank was related to her power. We will reveal more details about this in the next round. A thick layer of dust swirled around the arena floor as Little Pepper was helped down by her teammates. "Are you okay? You did really well, it's just that her attributes counter yours." Little Pepper remains silent. I lost. How embarrassing." Little Pepper cried out in her teammates' arms, and Hua Xiao continued to comfort her. "If I ever face her, I'll definitely need your help." Wiping her tears away, Little Pepper said, "You don't need to comfort me, I'm fine. I'll try to get stronger." Her eyes sparkled with determination, vowing never to lose to anyone who mocked her flat chest. Her teammates looked helpless, so this was the reason? At the same time, Luna glanced toward the guild area, noticing just how strong the members of Prashao Guild were, each of them seeming incredibly tough to handle. The commentator continued to fuel the excitement. "This is an extraordinary confrontation. Now, moving on to the next round, let's welcome the next member of Prashao Guild to the stage." Next up was the 5th player, Fonya, from Prashao Guild. A tall figure with sea blue hair and sharp, jagged teeth. He had long ears like a goblin, and his tiny eyes were quite terrifying. Despite this, he was clearly an extremely powerful lunatic. With insane speed, he relentlessly threw punches and attacks at his opponent, all the while screaming furiously. Too weak, too weak." The metallic clang of weapons striking each other echoed sharply across the cold arena floor. Fonya's opponent had been completely defeated. His armor shattered into pieces, his limbs severed. The player Fonya, true to his name, was indeed like a fierce wolf with a mouth full of sharp fangs. His opponent had no chance, left only as a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter. Let's watch the match of the next contestant, also from the Prashao Guild, contestant number 3. While his opponent was still quietly relieved, thinking that, as a fellow human, he might stand a chance, a mystical green lighted arrow suddenly shot forward, immediately splitting into several smaller arrows, each striking a vital point on the opponent's body. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience no time to react. The commentator was even more excited. Contestant Guijian is terrifying. Each arrow was aimed precisely at the enemy's weak spots. What appeared to be a simple shot was, in reality, the result of careful calculation and advanced technique. Next contestant, please. A figure, wearing a mysterious mask that covered their face, stepped onto the arena. Their long legs revealed beneath a cloak, moving with such speed that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. A swift kick to the opponent's abdomen sent him flying into the air. With just one blow, the next member of the Prashao Guild knocked out his opponent, sending him crashing several meters into the stone wall behind, creating a smoking crater. The second contestant, Lei Dao, defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye, with the opponent's sword still sheathed. Next contestant, please. Facing him was the tall man, now a member of the Pashao Guild, Xu Guang, clad in blazing red armor. However, the two had not fought at all. At a glance, it looked more like a master was teaching a disciple. That's not right. Your current offensive mindset is incorrect. This approach is unlikely to produce any results. The man, taller than him by a meter, now bowed his head sincerely to Xu Guang and listened attentively. In this situation, you should immediately grab the axe with both hands and strike down forcefully. It would be more overwhelming in terms of power. Now, raise your hands a little higher. Xu Guang of Pashao Guild even took hold of the other man's hands to guide him. Like this? Very good, exactly like that. The audience could not help but boo in protest. Are they even going to fight at all? After a while, Xu Guang finally waved his hand. All right, there's progress. We don't have much time left, go ahead. The man bent down at a 90-degree angle. Thank you for your guidance, I am willing to concede. Seeing this, the subsequent contestants followed suit and also conceded, fully aware that their abilities could never defeat Pashao Guild and would only lead to unnecessary injuries. Watching the scene unfold, Moon thought to himself, it seems like the others have lost all will to fight now, so it's only Pashao Guild left to challenge. It seems that due to the performance of Pashao Guild, the progress of the competition has been accelerated like never before. Now, we would like to announce the 8 strongest competitors: Xu Guang of Pashao Guild, Lei Dao of Pashao Guild, Guijian of Pashao Guild, Fengya of Pashao Guild, Moon Afei, Huashao. The 8th position will be determined by a match between the 6th competitor, Dian of Pashao Guild, and the 7th competitor, Luna. Little Pepper clenched her fist and instructed Luna, remember to lift her up and drag her across the floor for me. Afei couldn't hide his excitement either. Luna, you will definitely make it. In response to the encouragement from her teammate, Luna calmly replied, thank you, I will do my best. Watching her step onto the stage, Moon softly whispered, good luck. The stands were now filled with cheers for Dian after her impressive initial match. Everyone shouted her name loudly, making Dian even more self-satisfied. Are you the teammate of the flat-chested girl? Looks like she's a bit bigger, but I wonder if her strength is any better. In response to Dian's mockery, Luna answered calmly, you'll know when we fight. Bring all 5 of your beasts out. Her composed demeanor only served to anger Dian. She quickly opened 2 rings of spiritual power in the air, preparing to see if Luna was worthy of facing her. She let out a soft breath and whispered, Azure Star Slash. A cold, sharp blue light shot out from Luna's sword, striking directly at Dian. Dian was not to be outdone, immediately commanding the water spirit to charge from the opposite direction. Quick, don't let her close the distance. But it was too late. Luna darted backwards just as Dian was still blinded by the blue light. A frozen shield slammed into her, but unfortunately, Dian barely managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. As she breathed a sigh of relief, another attack, hidden beneath the ice shield, was unleashed, slicing through the black cloth covering her eyes. If her reflexes hadn't been quick enough, what would have been torn apart now would have been Dian's face. Luna watched her indifferently. During the previous match with Little Pepper, didn't she secretly use this fish to absorb damage too? Why act so comfortable now? If you're going to fight seriously, put all your strength into it. That's how you show respect for your opponent, and also for yourself. In the stands, Little Pepper clapped continuously. Well done, Luna, you're absolutely right. Afei also cheered non-stop. Yes, go for it, defeat her while you're ahead. On the guild side, Guijian of Pashao Guild smiled lightly. This time, we've really underestimated the enemy. Xu Guang also spoke up, what that girl named Luna said is very true, I hope you will cherish this lesson. Fengya, on the other hand, just squatted down, picking her ears, mumbling to herself, so boring, when will it be my turn? As for Dian in the arena, she laughed maniacally and looked towards Luna, so what? Just because you can see a few tricks, do you think you can win? All 5 gates of spiritual power have been opened, and Dian Dian immediately summoned all the 5 spirits. Let me show you the difference in strength between us. Dian Dian immediately commanded the 5 spirits to unleash the fire water cannon at Luna. The flame spirit and water spirit attacked immediately, forcing Luna to leap up to dodge, only to encounter the metal spirit rushing towards her through the air. It was truly a life and death situation. Blades and wings, thousands of sharp, feather-like projectiles shot out from the metal spirit. Luna had to raise both hands to block the oncoming attack. Despite this, the feather-like projectiles succeeded in knocking Luna down onto the arena. Even though she quickly got up with great speed, her feet were still entangled by the vines of the wood spirit. Not stopping there, the earth spirit immediately set up its formation. Columns of stone shot up from the ground, attempting to trap Luna. The wood spirit summoned a massive stone from midair, which fell directly onto Luna's head. She could not avoid it as the vines from the wood spirit tightened around her. With a loud crash, layers of fine dust swirled up around the stone, and Dian Dian's face lit up with a victorious smile. The result is that I can easily defeat you. Below the stands, Luna's teammates were uneasy. Hua Xiao murmured. If she hadn't wasted time with those unnecessary words, she might have won already. Little Pepper fumed, damn it, that filthy girl. A face showed a sad expression. Even Luna lost? Moonslash was more silent, simply observing the situation. The ability to coordinate 5 elements summon beasts was excellent, and compared to her previous combat ability, she was much stronger now. The battle seemed to be nearing its end, with the stone lying isolated in the arena, swallowing Luna whole. Dian Dian cheered for her teammates who had supported her. Everyone had done well. Suddenly, Luli and Luna spoke in unison, now is the time. Luna unleashed an incredibly powerful sword technique, with a green light radiating from her sword, shattering the stone into many pieces. This technique, named the Giant Sword Technique, surprised her teammates with the sudden resurgence. Luna soared into the air, her sword held backward, ready to strike down at her opponent. Dian Dian was momentarily frozen, her gaze fixed ahead. A sword strike slashed through the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, dust rising into the air. Dian Dian, though caught off guard, swiftly used her earthwood water barrier technique as a shield to protect herself. The light from the sword seemed useless against Dian Dian's shield. While she was within her protective sphere, Celestial Bird and Guardian Hound arrived to retaliate. Dian Dian's face twisted in anger as she cursed inwardly, how despicable, how despicable. She gritted her teeth, enduring the feeling, damn it, this annoying feeling is back again. It really makes me sick to my stomach. The feeling that Dian Dian referred to made her think back to her childhood. A little girl huddled behind a slightly open door, tears streaming down her innocent face. In front of her, remnants of a scuffle were evident, a shattered bottle of alcohol. Dian Dian trembled, sitting in the corner, witnessing her parents argue. Her father, angrily pointing at her mother, yelled, "What's wrong with you, going crazy from morning till night? You can't have a civilized conversation." Her mother, equally frustrated, retorted, "I can't have a civilized conversation? The most unreasonable thing I ever did was marrying you with my eyes closed." In a fit of rage, her father snapped, "Then let's divorce and be done with it." They continued to argue, neither willing to back down, leaving everything in turmoil. Dian Dian, like a little rabbit, curled up in a corner. The girl bit her lip tightly, preventing the sobs from escaping, while tears continued to roll down her face. Her eyes shut tightly, not wanting to witness anymore. In the blink of an eye, she had become a student, yet she was not spared from the cruelty of violence. Now, she was the victim of school bullying, surrounded by female classmates, looking fragile and weak. The girl with purple hair, who seemed to be the biggest, spoke up, asking, "You little bitch, are you the one secretly seducing my boyfriend?" With both hands held tightly, she weakly responded, "I didn't." The girl sneered and mocked, "I heard your parents fought so much they ended up divorcing because your mom cheated. Just like mother, like daughter." After saying that, she grabbed the girl's hair and laughed mockingly. The boys around her also taunted, saying, "You have such beautiful, innocent eyes, you really know how to pretend." Not stopping there, they turned on their phones to record the bullying. Green tea bitch, we're going to strip you and send the video to the group so everyone can see whether you're really as innocent as you look. Hatred flashed in her eyes. Whatever was coming, she had to face it. When she could no longer stand it, Dian Dian fought back. She jumped up, sitting on the girl who was bullying her, and bit the arm that had grabbed her hair. The purple-haired girl screamed, "This bitch bit me." She ordered the others around her, "It hurts, pull her off." The person holding the phone continued recording and said, "I'm recording this video, it's proof that you're hitting your classmate. This world is both brutal and indifferent, life is really hard. How can I live happily? Maybe I should run away, disguise myself, grow some fangs, and it might be a bit easier to breathe?" A man was exhaling cigarette smoke. Dian Dian realized that she needed to change in order to adapt to the world around her. She began to indulge in the gaming sessions at the internet CAF. The man said to Dian Dian, "I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful but also good at gaming." She smiled slightly and replied, "Not at all, I should thank you brother for helping me solve all the problems at school." He blatantly showed his rogue nature and said to Dian Dian, "It's nothing, how about you be my girlfriend? I guarantee no one will dare bully you in school anymore." Dian Dian stammered, "Who brother, didn't you say you saw me as your little sister?" He responded, "Our relationship has matured, it's time to take it a step further." The feeling of despair returned. Is this what they call the price? It's truly disgusting and repulsive. As the man's arm reached towards Dian Dian, someone blocked it. He grimaced and shouted, "Who the hell is that?" There was a group of boys standing there. The man at the head still held onto the thug's hand and said, "Hey, this is still a child." The man sitting next to him spoke up, "Who brother, he's from Prashao, we can't get involved with him." Who asked back, "Prashao." The other man coldly dismissed him, "Get lost. Don't ever show up at Prashao Guild's internet cafe again." The two men walked away in anger, muttering, "You son of a bitch, I'll remember you." After chasing off the thugs, he turned back to Dian Dian and praised her, "Little sister, you're really good at the game. Have you considered joining a gaming club?" Surprised by the offer, she asked, "A gaming club?" He replied, "Yes, I think you have great potential. Pashao Guild is actually looking for new members." Her eyes lit up, as though she had found the light of her life. Back in the present, she was giving her all for the team, no losing, only winning, and playing as well as she could. She was representing Pashao, not only to show her own dedication but also to express her gratitude to the place that had saved her life. Dian Dian used her strongest move, the 5-wheel technique, ultimate execution. 5 streams of deadly energy were targeting Luna. The technique shattered part of the arena. The smoke dissipated, revealing the power of the technique just executed. The arena now had a hole in it, and Dian Dian was gasping for breath, but also smiling in joy. "I won!" The bald-headed referee was left wide-mouthed in surprise. "What?" The person sitting next to him even dropped their glasses. Did contestant Dian Dian just destroy the arena? Contestant Luna had been beaten so badly that she was nearly out of the fight. Her teammates called out her name in disbelief, "Luna." Only Luli was different. He smiled and reminded everyone to look down at the arena floor. Luna is standing on her sword. Somehow, she managed to drive her sword into the arena floor just in time. "She's jumping back onto the floor to continue the fight," Luli said, while Dian Dian wondered aloud. "What is she doing? Isn't this against the rules?" The referee explained. "Contestant Dian Dian, from your perspective, your view is obstructed. Contestant Luna used her sword to anchor it into the floor. She has not fallen off the arena, so this does not count as breaking the rules." Luna's face was still determined as she continued the fight. "Now it's my turn," she said. "Dian Dian, get ready. Don't think you can win so easily." Luna unleashed the moon-slash technique, and the two strikes collided in the center of the arena, a deadlock, with neither side yielding. The commentator's voice rang out. Contestant Luna has used a spinning skill, causing Dian's water and fire attacks to spiral together. Fire and water, in the blink of an eye, created a massive amount of steam. Now, the entire arena was shrouded in thick mist. The fog was so intense that it severely restricted Dian's vision, rendering her unable to see anything. Suddenly, glimmers of light appeared near Dian. It was Luna's Azure Star Slash. Once again, Dian had to use her earthwood water barrier to create a strong defensive circle. One by one, the Celestial Bird and Guardian Hound were knocked out. Seeing her teammates defeated, Dian raised her shield high to perform her giant sword technique. Spotting an opening, Luna suddenly appeared from behind. "I was just fooling you." That was a light-based technique. Dian looked behind, realizing that her shift into attack mode had exposed a flaw. In an instant, Luna used a cold, precise sword strike to finish her off. The announcer declared, "The mist has cleared. Luna has defeated Dian and claimed the final victory." Dian collapsed to her knees on the arena floor, her teammates fading away as she still bore the wounds on her back, her shirt torn. She whispered to herself, "I've lost." A hand reached out toward her, it was Luna. She extended her hand in a gesture of sportsmanship, hoping that one day they would face each other in battle once again. The tournament standings were completed. The last spot in the top 8 was claimed by Luna. Azura's team, the player Moon/ can be said to consist of 191 members, along with the Prashao Guild, which is truly remarkable. The upcoming match to determine the top 4 will certainly be even more intense and dramatic. The opponents are of equal skill, so who will make it to the next round? Who will be eliminated? Let's wait and see. The workers and builders are working tirelessly. The previous competition was indeed fierce, resulting in considerable damage to the competition grounds. Repairs and reinforcements are currently underway. We ask the audience to please wait for a few minutes. Back in the arms of her teammates, Little Pepper took her hand and complimented her. "Luna, you were amazing. I was so nervous earlier, I was sweating." Luna replied, "The opponents were really strong, but luckily I had your intel, so I could turn the tide." After speaking, she glanced towards Dian and thought, moreover, there always seemed to be a tremendous pressure from behind the opponent. Dian returned dejectedly, crying over her own defeat. "I'm so sorry, I lost." Her small back was facing her teammates. "I'm not qualified to be a regular member. I've embarrassed Prashao." Shu Guang reached out and patted her head to comfort her. "Why such sorrowful words?" He continued. "Instead of dwelling on defeat, it's better to do more reflection. You're very talented, it's just that you've been with the team for too short a time. The road ahead is still long, and facing a bit of wind and rain is only normal." Receiving warm comfort, Dian raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Shu Guang led his teammates, but facing that team, they truly could not afford to be careless. It seemed that finally, there was someone who would make them fight seriously. The break time passed, and the two judges took their positions. "All right, everyone, I know you've been waiting," the judge in the black glasses spoke, continuing. Waiting for a long time, the judge with the fish-shaped head added. "The arena has been repaired and reinforced, the competition continues," the judge in black finished. "Please invite the next competitors for the match." The first match of the top 8, please invite competitor number 4 to face competitor number 5, Prashao vs. Fonya. Luli and Fonya faced each other. In contrast to Luli's serious expression, Fonya burst into loud laughter. "Ha, Moon/, it's finally our turn." Both sides were ready. "This time, no one will interrupt us." "Let's finish this quickly," Fonya said. Luli replied briefly, "As you wish." The commentators' voices rang out, "Things are heating up. Please welcome Moon/ and Fonya to the newly reinforced arena. Relax your limbs and give it your all in the fight." The two charged at each other, with red and green lightning flashing from their clash, shockwaves radiating from the battle, affecting the surrounding environment. The floor cracked wide open. For the second time witnessing the destruction of the dojo, both the two judges and the little fish on the head couldn't help but exclaim. It cracked again, and it's only the first move. This stage has been reinforced 10 times. Despite the ground being damaged, the battle continued, the sound of weapons clashing echoed. Fonya, with a sinister grin, launched an attack, slashing directly at his opponent. Luli raised his hand to block the strike, immediately countering with a move of his own. The two continued to trade blows with their sword techniques. Fonya said with delight, "It's still more thrilling to fight with you. This time, you seem stronger than before." Not hearing a reply from his opponent, he continued, "But becoming stronger isn't just limited to you." After a brief pause for conversation, the two warriors resumed their battle. This time, their attacks were even more intense, with red and blue lightning shooting out, rocks and debris flying into the air, and dust filling the sky, limiting the visibility of the match. Outside, the Prashao family's army observed, and Shu Guang remarked, "No wonder the fourth elder holds that Moon/Guy in such high regard. Indeed, quite interesting. Just from his moves, he's not inferior to a professional competitor." On the other side, the Moon/Army also watched attentively. Hua Chao clasped his hands together and said, "The opponent is too strong. This is the first time I've seen someone who can fight to a standstill with second brother, even when he's going all out." Lu Na also chimed in, "The one called Fonya, his reactions and awareness are lightning fast. It's as if his entire body is in motion." Both of them were pushed back, but their attacks still gathered into a lightning sphere in the center of the arena. Fonya, full of energy, ripped off his shirt, revealing his sculpted six-pack abs. "The warm-up's about done, let's get serious now, shall we?" "No way, he's falling behind." Luli also removed his cloak. The battle continued as both sides charged at each other. Fonya wielded a sword, while Luli raised his weapon to block. Suddenly, Fonya released his grip from the sword's hilt. Luli was caught off guard as his weapon was unexpectedly twisted by the opponent's sword, causing it to fly out of his hand. Both weapons flew far away and embedded themselves into the ground. The turning point of the battle drew everyone's attention. The commentator spoke up, "What? Competitor Fonya has suddenly used his technique to throw off the weapon of Moon/competitor. Could this be intentional?" "Exactly, in this one-on-one, Fonya is already in a stance ready to fight with his fists, still the aggressor, attacking first. Luli is sweating as he blocks each barrage of punches. The relentless attack like that surely confused the opponent." And indeed, Fonya discovered an opening and immediately delivered a powerful punch. Luli took the full force of the punch to the face, blood pouring out, then fell backward. He reached behind to steady himself, using it as leverage to spring back up. He kicked toward his opponent, his face still emotionless. Adding another move, he leaped with a heel kick, driving his knee straight into the opponent's face, causing him to spit blood. Blood started to pour from his mouth, and he realized he had made a huge mistake. Without wasting any time, the two of them exchanged punches to each other's faces, the speed so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Luli blocked the punch, but the force was too strong, sending him tumbling backward. His strength was gradually being drained, causing him to gasp for breath. He quickly regained his composure and rushed toward Fonya, throwing a looping punch. However, due to fatigue, his speed had slowed, and his opponent easily dodged. Fonya taunted him further, "Moon/, are you really tired? Such a big opening." It was as if he saw the end of the fight approaching. Without hesitation, he used his signature move, the ice slash. The punch landed directly in the middle of Luli's abdomen, sending him flying backward. The blood from his brother continued to pour out, and he was thrown backward, yet he calmly smiled. Fonya, seeing this, became puzzled. No, he suddenly realized something and rushed toward Luli, saying, "It's coming." Knowing exactly where Luli was heading, he quickly ran and shouted, "Where are you running to?" He was still able to think, go up, but he had no weapon left. However, at that moment, Luli had retrieved his weapon. At the same time, Fonya unleashed his punch. And in the blink of an eye, Fonya soared upward. His entire body was struck by Luli's sword. And then, it was over. Fongya lost, with a slash on his chest, his eyes wide and unconscious. The Moon/family cheered with joy, and Afei raised his fist high. We won, second brother is extraordinary. Pashao Guild stood quietly, watching. Everyone was puzzled by Fongya's defeat. Dian Dian said, no way? Even fourth brother lost? Third brother just snorted. Shu Guang might have foreseen this situation. Think about it, fourth elder. Oh, fourth elder, his aura always erupts like a raging wolf. Against the enemy, he would attack fiercely, then fall into their rhythm. Either the enemy would beg, or he would go even crazier. Like a ferocious wolf chasing its prey. But wolves, these creatures are not only deadly and ruthless, they also have a heart filled with fury. By the end of the day, the human would be driven to the very edge of the cliff by the mad wolf. The wolf's eyes gleamed, much like the eyes of Fongya now, both of them flashing with a spark of lightning. What seemed like a decisive blow, ready to take him down, unexpectedly made this man even more bloodthirsty. He sneered. What a pity. Moon/1/. Luli turned around in surprise. Suddenly, Fongya was full of vitality, breaking through his limits, and with a violent surge, sent Luli flying through the air. Blood-drenched lament passive skill. When the player loses 1% health, their attack power increases by 1%. After the player's health is restored, the passive skill will disappear within 5 seconds. The number 99% appeared above Fongya's head. He slammed his foot into the ground. The sword materialized in his hand, and a purple aura surrounded him. He raised his sword, ready for the strike. He said, Moon/, are you ready to receive my blow? Luli widened his eyes in surprise, leaned back, and dodged the opponent's attack. He brought his sword up to block the slash but was still knocked backward. Luli thought to himself, his power has indeed increased exponentially. Fongya leaped into the air and swung his sword down directly at Luli. He used all his strength to hold on, the blade pressing right against his neck, the pressure so intense that the arena floor was once again shattered. The two judges broke into a cold sweat. Contestant Fongya, with a single strike, destroyed the platform. We'd better get used to this. Fongya excitedly sought his opponent, Moon/, still trying to hide? Sensing his opponent, he turned his head. Luli launched a new technique. Bolts of lightning continued to erupt. Fongya kept provoking, the victory leans toward me again. Luli followed up with another move, his cloak trailing behind him as he moved to his opponent's rear. Fongya, alert, slashed his sword forward, but was already sent flying. He said, too slow. Furious, he leapt high into the air, causing rocks and dirt to scatter. The two resumed their aerial battle. Moon/'s companions commented, second brother is being overwhelmed. That madman dared to touch our husband. Just wait, I'll show him what I'm made of. This really is a showdown between masters. Shu Guang spoke up, let's just decide the winner. Lightning from both sides shot out, clashing violently in midair, forming a fireball. Both were clearly exhausted. Fongya started it. Moon/, I've been through countless battles. You're the craziest one I've ever met, so let's settle this with one final move. He closed his eyes and said, end it. Then he opened his eyes and unleashed the Beast Slayer technique, Enforced Combat Will. Explanation of the technique, Enforced Combat Will ensures that the target, locked on for 10 seconds, cannot avoid the attack. The target also receives extra damage, with a 20% increase in total damage dealt. Indeed, Luli's body was locked down. His entire form was enveloped in the purple aura of Fongya. He spoke, let me end you with my strongest move. He used the wolf blue technique, and a massive blue wolf appeared behind him. Luli's face remained unchanged, and he said, it's been so long since I've felt this way. What was his other hand doing? A golden hue began to glow. In his hands now were two weapons. That's right, I forgot to mention I'm ambidextrous with weapons. Earlier, he had killed the president of the Holy Light Order and acquired the Hidden White and Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Further explanation: Hidden Dragon in the Abyss is an assassin's equipment, with a strength of 100/100, an attack boost of 480, critical hit bonus of 240, and speed boost of 99. Its special feature is that it can split into two Hidden Dragon in the Abyss blades. Each time the Hidden Dragon in the Abyss is used to attack a target, it leaves a mark on the target. Each mark increases damage by 1%, up to a maximum of 240%. A dragon's head appeared behind Lu Li. Fonya laughed maniacally. Ha, Moonslash, you truly are not an ordinary person. He didn't remain indifferent but instead smiled. Come here, and let's see who the real madman is. On one side was a dragon, and on the other side, a wolf. The two charged at each other, a terrifying sight. The moment of explosion was extremely intense, with bolts of lightning in various colors: red, yellow, orange, purple, and blue striking from every direction, converging at a single point on the ground. The point of contact between these energy streams emitted blinding light and shattered the ground into pieces, creating a powerful and dramatic effect. From a distance, one could witness how earth-shattering the event was. Dust filled the air, and even the two judges could not stay seated on their chairs. The bald-headed judge stammered. Is there a result? The one with the glasses scratched his head. Wait a moment, how can we know with all this dust? The bald-headed judge continued. It seems we can see now, there's a result. After the brutal aftermath of the earth-shaking battle, the arena that was once solid was now reduced to nothing but standing stone pillars, broken rock walls, and cracked ground, the clear marks of the tremendous power that had collided. On a rocky peak, Moonslash, the survivor and victor, stood tall, full of momentum. On the opposite side, the defeated foe lay sprawled, his body drenched in blood, a testament to the brutality of the battle. Moonslash, he is the ultimate victor. Congratulations to Moonslash for advancing to level 4. Someone commented. What? He's already level 4? Isn't this the final match? Fonya bowed his head before his opponent, congratulating the player Moonslash for reaching the top 4. Eighth brother stood with his arms crossed, commenting. Fourth elder really lost, and he lost directly in a face-to-face encounter. It's rare to see. Dian Dian also said. Blood-drenched lament from fourth brother, along with the damage boost from the forced combat will, combined with Wolf Blue's already high damage, how could he lose? Shu Guang raised a hand to his chin and remarked. The final wave caused a lot of damage to fourth elder. The reason for his loss is that he became too greedy for the attack power that blood-drenched lament provided him, while his own health dropped too low. Moreover, I've always felt that Moonslash still had plenty of strength left. He must have been hiding an ace. To conceal such strength, this person is truly interesting. On the battlefield, they might have been enemies, but once the match ended, both returned to a friendly state. Lu Li helped Fonya to his feet and asked, How do you feel? He responded, This kid, you really know how to fight. This time I was careless. Wait until I recover my state, we'll have another match. Fonya continued to smile, pointing at him and saying, But I have to admit, your ultimate move, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, was really strong. Even though I lost, I'm still at ease. Lu Li replied, This is the most interesting match I've played since starting this game. He wasn't done yet. By the way, would you like to join our Prashao guild? If you do, the position of third elder will be yours. He politely declined. Thanks for the offer, but I have other important matters to take care of. Fonya switched topics. No problem, whether we're teammates or not, we're still friends. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Fonya is always there for my friends and will never go back on my word. When you're free, let's meet offline for some grilled food and drinks. Lu Li laughed and agreed. Ha, sounds good. The two players left, leaving a mess for the organizers. The commentator said, The intensity of this match has been made clear. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us as we quickly repair and reinforce the arena. the two judges were left with headaches. Hurry and send someone to ask King's orders. We need to know how many more levels of reinforcement are required. The person in black spoke. My lord, do you think the next match will be even more intense? The other person placed a fish on his head and said, it's very likely. If it keeps going like this, before the champion even appears, we, along with the audience, will already be left in tatters. A man slept in the darkness, wearing a red cloak, coughing repeatedly. In front of him was the battle screen, but behind him, there were many wires attached. He was the king. A voice echoed from outside. Emperor. The king replied. What is it? The voice outside continued. My lord wishes to ask for your instructions. How many more levels should be reinforced for the arena? He answered. Reinforce it to the highest level. Don't delay the competition any longer, hurry up. The voice outside responded. Yes, I will report it immediately. After saying this, the king coughed so violently that blood splattered. The king was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, with countless wires crisscrossing his back, and no trace of life remained in him. At his feet lay a pile of paper soaked in blood. He thought he had to quickly find the strongest warrior. Time was running out. The time for repairs was slipping away, and the stage was gradually becoming as beautiful as new. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, said the host. Under the king's encouragement, the new arena had been completed. This time, the level of sturdiness was directly enhanced, ensuring that the issues from before would never happen again. The host continued, now, to continue our competition, let's welcome the next contestant. Please welcome contestant number 26, a Fei, handsome and confident. A Fei made a grand entrance. He said, the handsome guy steps onto the stage to face contestant number 1, Xiaozi Guang. A Fei's confidence evaporated when he saw his opponent, exclaiming, are you kidding me? Why am I facing first elder? Xu Guang remained calm, arms crossed, and responded, please. Without hesitation, A Fei thought about the future. But what if he won and had to face the president of Pashao? Wouldn't that make him the MVP here? Xiao La Xiao would definitely use her admiration for him to try and get close, then ask to meet him. For their first meal together, should he take her to a noodle shop, or maybe to a Western restaurant? After finishing their meal, they took a walk around the shopping center and planned to watch a movie afterward. Lost in his own thoughts, he rested his hands on his hips and let out a carefree laugh. He. Xu Guang interrupted A Fei's musings and said, do you know what the first thing a mage must do when facing a warrior is? Still deep in his thoughts, he replied absent-mindedly. What is it? Suddenly, Xu Guang rushed forward and said, it's to create distance. Taken by surprise from the sudden attack, A Fei was momentarily startled. He continued thinking while forming a fireball, which appeared somewhat heavy at first glance. To his surprise, its speed was incredibly fast. He responded with a mid-rank spell. Xu Guang asked, why didn't you use your left hand to counter? The left hand has a shorter casting time, and the chances of me hitting myself are lower. A Fei cleared his throat lightly and said, you were just lucky. Without further ado, he swung his leg in one arm, continuing to cast his mid-rank spells. One fireball after another shot out, each attack a perfect example of the fire's mercy technique, always maintaining an air of calm composure. Xu Guang commented, yes, creating distance, and then using your illusion skill to disrupt my rhythm. This strategy isn't flawed, but unfortunately. With that, Xu Guang began to unleash his own moves. His sword sliced through each fireball A Fei conjured with ease. A Fei suddenly looked confused, and he sank to his knees on the ground. The person standing, holding his sword, still had flames flickering on its blade. Xu Guang continued, it's a pity, your strategy has fallen apart. Now your fighting spirit is gone, you can't defeat me anymore. Surrender. Just as his opponent had predicted, A Fei's will to fight had completely vanished. He couldn't think clearly, unsure how to proceed with the fight. Once again, the commentator's voice rang out. Player Afei has been completely suppressed and is unable to use any skills. How can there be such a big gap between two strong players? The strength of Captain Pashao is truly profound and unpredictable. Outside the arena, his teammates were also anxious. Little Pepper kept cheering him on. Come on, Afei, get up and fight him again. Hua Xiao was more somber. No, the gap in strength is too big now. She thought for a moment before adding, I remember now. That Captain Pashao, whose real name is Yang Guang, is a top-tier professional player who's been famous for a long time. He has been active for over 15 years. He's participated in more than 100 world championships, winning over 30 titles. 2 years ago, he retired and became a coach, and it was unexpected to run into him here. Little Pepper continued to cheer, Go, Afei, if you win, you can make money, and if you lose, it won't be a big deal. Ignoring the encouragement, Afei was lost in his thoughts. No, he couldn't do it, there was no way to fight back, it was just too embarrassing. He glanced behind him and saw Luli pointing at his head, perhaps he was offering some kind of suggestion. Suddenly, memories of the past rushed back, with the sound of the mouse and keyboard clicking continuously. Many voices echoed. Help me, there's cheating going on. Don't shoot me. Then, there were also calls for orders. Boss, 1 instant noodle cup. 3 young men sat in front of the computer screen. Afei said, Finally, we've reached the final world boss. No one has ever passed this stage before. What strategy should we use now? The older brother, who was eating a bowl of noodles, pointed at his head and said, Adapt to the situation. But Afei sighed, Every time I ask, you always say that. But when we fight, it's always the boss pulling aggro while second brother supplements and harvests, and I just have to adapt to the situation. I know you guys don't like my gear. Holding the noodle cup, Afei raised his hand to explain, It's not that the boss doesn't have any ideas. The other brother stood up and patted his head to comfort him, Stop blabbering. The reason the boss pulls aggro is because he only knows how to hide in the bushes. Second brother, I play support because I need to time everyone's skill cooldowns. The other brother nodded while slurping his noodles, That's right, the one who can adapt the best among us is definitely the one who can figure out how to ride the divine horse and glide through the winds, the style that only you can pull off. You're the one who always surprises us. Exactly, you're right. Surprised by the unexpected compliment, Afei's face turned red. Alright, now that you've figured it out, hurry up and prepare. It's time to fight the boss. Noticing the change in the opponent, Shu Guang let out a soft sound, and his fighting spirit was restored. Not bad, thinking about the past, does it excite your mind? Afei began to retreat. The assistant, Little Spirit, appeared and spoke to her, This person is constantly nagging in my ear, it's so annoying. Please send me my playlist. Upon receiving the command, Little Spirit responded, Alright, Master, your music is playing now. The music is ready. The power of music was truly astonishing. Afei's fighting spirit surged like never before. He shouted, That's right. Afei closed his eyes, savoring his favorite tune, his feet moving in rhythm with the music. Shu Guang was quite surprised. Afei charged toward his opponent. Shu Guang swung his sword, but Afei easily dodged and collapsed to the ground to avoid the strike. He looked down, startled, as Afei's damaged hand was aimed at his lower body. Luckily, Shu Guang's agility allowed him to narrowly avoid a fatal blow. He asked, Is this your new fighting style? Attack on 3 fronts? After the previous strike, Afei regretted that it had missed slightly. He quickly launched another attack. Let's try this, he thought, using the fire-style attack again, but it didn't pose much of a challenge for Shu Guang. He blocked each fireball and commented, The accuracy of the scattered attacks isn't very high. With that, he leaped forward, preparing to strike his opponent. Frozen for a moment, Afei waited for his opponent to come closer. As soon as he did, Afei unleashed his Fire Dragon Spiral technique, and a vortex of flames like a tornado appeared in the arena. Little Pepper praised, "It's beautiful." With a face surrounded by the fire dragon spiral like this, he wouldn't die, but he'd definitely get torn apart. The battlefield is hotter than ever. The two contestants stand facing each other, unleashing their signature moves. The commentator says, "It really seems like contestant Xu Guang can handle a Fei's moves with ease." He places his sword on his shoulder and says, "From the perspective of a mage, your close combat skills aren't bad, but you're still a mage at the end of the day." With that, he strikes, sending a Fei flying into the air. A Fei raises both hands in defense, his face contorted in a grimace. Then, even in mid-air, he manages to cast the Iron Song, 10,000 heavenly star flames, all for my use. Military fire shows mercy. Numerous fireballs appear above Xu Guang's head, forming a dense net that engulfs him. The fiery net is then hurled straight down toward the opponent. The heat spreads to the seats of the two judges. It's terrifying. It seems like a Fei's move has been upgraded. The arena may shake once again. A Fei exhales sharply. Phew! How was that? Did it work? A laugh comes from the midst of the flames. Ha, it's Xu Guang with the shield in hand. Not bad, this move works, Hua Qiao comments. No, such a powerful move didn't land. Little Pepper is surprised. How is this possible? Clearly, it seemed like so many skills hit, but the result is as if nothing happened. Luna also wonders, the opponent hasn't even cast a single move yet. Luli was silent, lost in thought, while a Fei's flames burned somewhat weaker than before. Xu Guang still stood behind his solid shield, not counterattacking at all. He began speaking again, "Your attacks are starting to get messy." Indeed, a Fei's strength was gradually running out, sweat starting to bead on his face and hands. At this moment, he appeared half the size of his opponent. Xu Guang started to make his move, and the burst from before was actually not bad, but it was still just returning light reflex. Even though his face was drenched in sweat, he smiled, awaiting something. The high point had arrived, and Xu Guang's sword swung down in front of him. However, music was something entirely different. Just moments ago, a Fei seemed drained of energy, but now, flames of white surrounded him. These were the brightest, hottest flames. With just one hand, he stopped Xu Guang's sword strike. The explanation of the technique, infinite firepower, which completely consumed the current mana points. It activated the infinite firepower state for 10 seconds. In the infinite firepower state, skills no longer consume mana, cooldowns are reduced by 70%, and damage taken is increased by 30%. It was astounding. Xu Guang exclaimed, "Is this a legendary skill?" The clock started counting down from 10 seconds, and a Fei asked him sternly, "Did you leave some food?" Without waiting for a reply, he immediately launched a kick to Xu Guang's chin, sending him flying into the air. Great Flame Burst, he thought to himself. Is this the Great Flame Burst? With 7 seconds left on the countdown, a Fei's speed seemed to be rocket-powered. He dashed behind Xu Guang and said, "Master, your reaction is too slow." Once again, he used the Great Flame Burst technique, kicking Xu Guang so hard that his face slammed into the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. Xu Guang painfully coughed up a bit of blood. With 5 seconds remaining, a Fei was preparing his triple dragon fist technique. The tide of the battle had shifted in his favor. The onlookers each had different opinions. Den Dian said, "Is the mage really that strong? How can he beat the first elder?" Third brother smiled, "Legendary skills can't compare to epic level abilities." Fonya, intrigued, said, "The newcomer isn't bad." Little Pepper proudly stated, "A Fei is so handsome." Luli praised, "Not bad, he's made a lot of progress." Luna analyzed, "This kind of skill is perfect for a Fei's flexible fighting style." Hua Qiao thought to himself, "No wonder he's my brother-in-law." The fireball technique had been amplified 99 times, and with only 3 seconds left, it became a super-sized fireball. The ball looked like a miniature dwarf star. A Fei yelled out, announcing his move, and hurled the fireball straight toward his opponent. Shu Guang looked up at the sphere, raised his shield to defend, and thought, if I face this head on, I might be done for, but nothing is impossible. He used the counter-reversal technique, explaining it as follows: after activation, within 1 second, it can reflect damage. The damage returned is 30% of a person's maximum health, which is really powerful. Indeed, there was only 1 second left for both sides to unleash their full power. That single second caused the fireball to fly back toward Fei. He was truly worried about what lay ahead, not a bit of it. Then, he was engulfed by the fireball. His teammates shouted his name. Ah, so it's clear now. The people watching from above also commented, such a pity, Fei has lost. Shu Guang's counter-reversal technique has swept away Fei's victory. Congratulations to Shu Guang for becoming a level 4 powerhouse. Watching his opponent fall, Shu Guang remarked, in those last 10 seconds of unlimited firepower you unleashed, both the overwhelming strength and the idea of skill combination were nearly perfect. He smiled and gave a compliment to his opponent, you're a smart and talented player. With proper training, you'll definitely be able to stand on a higher stage. At the same time, as Fei hit the ground, Shu Guang's pants slipped down. The entire audience erupted in cheers from all around. That butt's really white. Despicable, not only is he strong, but his butt looks white too. Oh my god, what's that? Cover your eyes. Is he showing off his body? Is that extra? Even the host had to remind player Shu Guang, hurry up and put on your pants, because this is a live broadcast and the whole country is watching. Blood was splattered across Fei's face and body. He smiled and thought, this is fine, at least I know for sure I'm no match for him. Before losing consciousness completely, he still thought about his main task, gathering as much information from him as possible. Second brother, from here on out, I'll have to rely on you, Shu Guang said, grinning happily. He didn't expect that my earlier evaluation of him wasn't high enough. That's right, I'm starting to like you more and more, Fei said. Fei looked at Zi Guang's pants, which had slipped down to his knees, and sighed. Boss, aren't you going to pull your pants up? You don't have some special preference, do you? The other players looked at this scene with faces full of frustration and helplessness. In the stands, the MC with the fish on his head clenched his fist on the table and held his head in despair. The show is almost over, hurry up and get them off the stage. The MC, wearing black glasses, spoke up, please welcome the next player to the stage. Please welcome player number 18, Hua Xiao, to battle against player number 3, Gui Jian, from the Pushao Guild. Hua Xiao had bright purple hair and a dress slid high up her thighs. As she stepped onto the stage, she stretched her arms, thinking, finally, it's my turn. Is my opponent ready to die? In contrast to Hua Xiao's bold entrance, Gui Jian suddenly placed one hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Senior Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao, extremely surprised, asked, you know me? Kneeling Arrow smiled sincerely, Sister Hua Xiao, I am your fan. I've been following you for a long time. Gui Jian reminisced about the past and shared it with Hua Xiao in a tone full of admiration and pride. I know you've had a 10-year gaming career and that you began to gain fame in your second year of professional competition. I remember when you participated in the National League of Legends competition, and in the very first round, you took home both the FMVP and the championship title. The following year, you switched to playing shooting games and directly earned the title of Best Marksman in the global PUBG competition. 3 years after your debut, you became the cornerstone of the AF Club. In the annual gaming reports, you were ranked as the #1 female gamer for 3 consecutive years. There are so many more things related to you. Even now, I still feel very regretful that you retired. Hua Xiao watched him talk non-stop. She propped her chin with her hand and thought, this guy doesn't like me, does he? No matter how I look at him, he seems very sly. If I had to rate him, it would be around 20 to 30. Moonslash is looking at me right now, I can't hesitate. I have to reject him firmly so he knows that my heart already belongs to someone else. Little Pepper, standing outside the arena, signaled to Hua Xiao, Sister, why are you standing there in a daze? There's something strange behind that person. Hua Xiao turned to look at little Pepper, her face filled with confusion. Hearing something from behind, Hua Xiao quickly turned around to look. At that moment, Gui Jian had sprouted numerous tree roots that surrounded him. He let out a loud laugh. I didn't expect your extension to be so simple. The roots of Gui Jian's tree grew larger and larger, like a massive root, and Gui Jian stood on top of it. He chanted demonic tree descends for 10 seconds to summon the magic tree. The magic tree couldn't move but would attack any enemy that entered its range. Its health was 150% of the summoner's. The magic tree was immortal and would regenerate endlessly. By this time, Gui Jian had finished chanting demonic tree descends, and a gigantic magic tree now occupied more than half of the arena. The two commentators sitting in the stands were startled and exclaimed, "What? Competitor Gui Jian is summoning a towering giant tree on the stage." Gui Jian was now standing firmly on a branch of the tree, smiling as he said, "Sorry, but you've already lost." Hua Xiao stared at Gui Jian and replied, "Just relying on this tree?" With that, Hua Xiao charged straight towards the tree. The tree's roots constantly attacked her, but she skillfully dodged every strike. Gui Jian raised his bow and drew his skill, arrow rain formation. A series of green arrows quickly flew towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao immediately responded. She stomped her foot heavily on the ground and used her skill, Terrified Trample. She sent all the arrows flying away, but from within the mist, one arrow shot out swiftly, grazing her face and leaving a wound just below her right eye. Gui Jian smiled cunningly, drew his bow again, and shot a shadowless arrow towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao did not retreat. She moved forward while using both hands to deflect the incoming arrows. Not a single arrow touched her, all of them were knocked away far into the distance. She thought to herself, this tree mainly relies on Kong Zhang, enhancing vision and disturbing the opponent, while the archer constantly shoots. This strategy will really wear out close combat warriors, and I must find an opportunity to approach. While thinking, Hua Xiao reached out and chopped a nearby tree root. She then lifted the heavy log onto her shoulder and, with all her strength, hurled the log straight towards Gui Jian. Hua Xiao took a step back for momentum, then leapt and stood on the flying log heading straight for Gui Jian. Gui Jian smiled, both hands drawing his bow in preparation. He whispered, "Target, mandala arrow." The arrow shot out, crackling with electrical sparks as it rushed straight toward Hua Xiao. Immediately, the log that Hua Xiao was standing on was split in half by a demon's arrow. Hua Xiao performed the mountain-piercing spear technique, creating a golden light that shot straight at Gui Jian. She spoke. "I won't give you the chance to shoot." Gui Jian showed no fear, he smirked, then countered with the sky-piercing arrow technique. Instantly, a wave of purple energy shot out from Gui Jian, knocking Hua Xiao down and causing her to crash to the ground. Gui Jian smiled mockingly. "It seems that after retiring from the army, your reflexes are slower. Isn't it obvious that an archer should have some defensive skills when standing at a distance?" Having fallen to the ground, Hua Xiao furiously looked up and shouted, "Say what you want now, later all you'll be able to do is cry." Suddenly, Hua Xiao spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and one of her knees buckled. She braced herself with one hand on the ground to support her body. Electric sparks in purple flickered across her body as she trembled. "I'm poisoned." Gui Jian stood and looked at her, smugly thinking to himself, "I knew you'd resist the attack. Now, come over and I'll cut you down. That's why I aimed the mandala arrow straight at your heart. The poison from the mandala arrow won't stop until your blood is completely drained." Gui Jian sneered and shouted down, "How long do you think you can hold out under my control and the wear and tear I'm causing?" "Idle." Hua Xiao only looked, without saying anything. Hua Xiao stood up, clutching tightly at her wound, which was spreading more and more. There were only 30 seconds left before she would be killed by the poison. According to her calculations, Third Brother would continue to stand on the tree, first shooting arrows, then using vines to attack her. In those 30 seconds, she would have to deal with the distractions from the vines and the attacks from the archer, all while closing the distance. Hua Xiao recalled the moment when she was knocked away by the magic shot from third brother's bow. The next step, then, would be to avoid the knockback skill and use the most explosive combo to eliminate him immediately. Just as she finished planning, Hua Xiao saw a flash of green light on the tall tree, aimed straight at her. Third brother still wore his usual squinting smile, taut bowstring in hand, and said, "Hey, I don't have any good intentions for you." Severing arrow, a technique that summons 10 arrows, which, along with the vines, charged toward Hua Xiao simultaneously. She quickly spun around, flipped once, and landed, narrowly dodging the attack. With perfect precision, she moved. The vines and arrows missed their target, crashing into each other and disintegrating. The green arrows pierced through the vines, forming a surge of attack, and the vines caught fire as a result. Third brother stood firm on the tree and calmly said, 20 seconds left. Hua Xiao stomped the ground, and purple magic surged up from the earth, helping her crush the tangled vines while propelling her body into the air. She continued to summon lightning that wrapped around her legs, preparing for her next strike. Third brother remained unmoved by the magical barrier in front of him, as if nothing had changed. Her attacks were still as monotonous as before her retirement. After saying that, he drew his bow and shot back at the purple magic from her non-arrow strike. The two types of magic collided, causing a small explosion. The impact from the non-arrow strike sent Hua Xiao flipping backward. But immediately, she gathered power in her arms, clapping her hands together with force, merging the two flames into a gun. A large fire spiraled upward. Hua Xiao shot forward, surprising third brother. Even the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done." Player Hua Xiao had utilized the distinct abilities of her skills to charge toward player Wei Jian once again. With a sharp swing of her arm, the flames followed her strike, smashing into the branch where third brother was standing. The branch shattered in the blaze, forcing third brother to jump to another spot. Only 15 seconds remained before Hua Xiao would succumb to the poison and lose her life, yet she kept chasing after third brother. Her strike was aimed directly at her opponent, but he quickly dodged. The strike then slammed into the ground, causing it to crack open. Third brother, moving backward, took 3 more green arrows and launched 3 split arrows, sending dozens of arrows toward Hua Xiao. This time, she decisively threw the thick bark of the tree that third brother had just summoned, directly at the arrows. The 3 split arrows were blocked, but the bark began to crack. Following the cracks, purple light began to seep through, forming strange shapes. The bark shattered into small fragments. Electricity struck Hua Xiao, and the mandala arrow appeared in the blink of an eye, seemingly regaining the upper hand. However, Hua Xiao was paralyzed by the blow, her body losing control as she fell from the high ground, much to third brother's satisfaction. 9 seconds left, seems like the lady doesn't need to count anymore, Fengya commented from the side. What? Third elder's attack, even when he wins, doesn't feel satisfying, Shu Guang added, standing beside him. Third elder's fighting style might be drawn out, but as the deputy commander of the team, what mattered most to him was winning in the best possible way. Third brother recalled the preparations for the match. He had researched his opponent in advance. For every adversary, third elder always gathered data beforehand, analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, and then devised the perfect strategy with the highest chance of victory. Especially when facing long-established opponents, third elder's combat skills were flawless and without any gaps. In the face of such thorough preparation, Fengya had a question, so, doesn't that mean he's invincible? Immediately, Shu Guang decoded the situation, in that case, certainly not. After all, data is dead, but people are alive. But the one directly fighting, like third brother, has noticed something unusual. This isn't right. Why hasn't it been declared finished yet? Could he still not be dead? Just beneath the tree, a thick plume of smoke appeared. Hua Xiao rushed out of the smoke, quickly charging toward third brother, but he remained calm. With the toxic wound she had just suffered, she only had 3 seconds left. Don't hesitate any longer. After speaking, she drew her bow and shot another horizontal shot, but Hua Xiao dodged it. She leaned back, using the sand to continue sliding forward. By the time third brother realized, she was standing right in front of him. Miss Zhao launched 6 punches controlled by purple lightning. Third brother dodged the incoming strikes one after another. 2 more seconds, my health is at 70%. Even if I stand still for you to hit me, it wouldn't be enough time. He continued asserting, I've won. However, Hua Xiao kept attacking. One punch landed directly, knocking third brother away, and the bow and arrows in his hand also fell. The other 6 arms continued to charge forward, surpassing their limits. Even with just 1 second remaining, Hua Xiao pushed herself to keep controlling the arms to fight. In no time, third brother was sent flying by her blow, losing consciousness. Hua Xiao, on the other hand, was already succumbing to the poison. Her face was mottled with blood vessels stained purple from the lethal toxin. Both of them lost control and fell down. The loudspeaker announced that players Hua Xiao and Wei Jian simultaneously fell and lost their fighting ability. The man wearing black sunglasses asked Hua Dishui, My lord, how is the result of this match going to be decided? He sighed and then announced over the loudspeaker, Please wait a moment, this match will be decided by the king. Fengya stood in the stands with Zi Guang and asked, First elder, what did you just say about third elder? That 2-second 70% health loss from your brother seemed a bit exaggerated. Shu Guang smiled and replied, his eyes still fixed on the arena. We spoke too soon earlier. Hua Xiao truly deserves her reputation as a top-tier expert. If I'm not mistaken, she may have entered in the zone towards the end. Fengya asked again, what kind of state is that? Shu Guang immediately explained, simply put, in the zone is a state of superhuman performance where the body and mind are perfectly integrated, often seen in sports. In this state, the brain's nerves and muscle cells enter an excited state, and the surrounding environment feels different. One can make accurate decisions on how to react and feel extremely comfortable and natural, letting the body relax and perform movements with ease and excellent form. So, I guess Hua Xiao surpassed her own limits in the zone, which allowed her to make that incredible play. Fengya sighed, that's amazing. I'll try it later. Hua Dishui and the bodyguard whispered to each other. After a while, the bodyguard spoke up, Dear spectators, thank you for waiting. I will now announce the result as decided by the king. After that, Hua Dishui continued. The king's decision is that although both players performed excellently, time waits for no one. We sincerely apologize to the two of you, but the promotion has failed, and you are stopped at the top 8. We are truly sorry, please leave the arena. Hua Xiao left the arena looking very disheveled, her appearance pitiful beyond words. Little Pepper supported her, exclaiming, Sis. But Hua Xiao replied, It's fine. Reaching Moonslash's side, Hua Xiao lowered her head and softly said, I'm sorry, I lost. Hua Fei raised his hand in a gesture of comfort. You did very well. Lu Na also chimed in, praising the final counterattack as outstanding. Moonslash spoke up. How can a tie be considered a loss? You did great, your attack in the last 2 seconds nearly surpassed the highest value for this level in the system. Hua Xiao, who had been crying, suddenly stopped, lifted her face, and asked Moonslash. Hubby, are you comforting me? It was my carelessness this time, but I won't lose again next time. She looked so excited, as if she had just found true love, but on the contrary, Moonslash seemed unhappy. Hey, don't call me that, we're not in that kind of relationship. She replied. But you'll be my hubby from now on, that's how it's supposed to be. He countered. I'm not planning on dating. The announcement from Hua Dishui echoed again. Alright, next up are the final 2 players of the top 8. Please welcome player number 7, Lu Na, to face off against player number 2, Pashao Lei Dao. Lu Na was encouraged by everyone to keep going. Right after that, her assistant Little Spirit appeared and said to Lu Na, Lu Na, you have a call from your dad. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she picked up the phone. Ahem, Dad, you're looking for me? Her father replied, saying that they had just received a report from the laboratory, and her compatibility was higher than others. He wanted her to come to the company with him. Luna answered yes. She thought to herself, Dad wants to take me to his company. I remember the last time I went to his company. But suddenly, she was startled and remembered something. Oh no, I'm in the middle of a match with Moonslash and the others. She anxiously said. By the way, Dad, could you wait for me a little longer? Before she could finish her sentence, her father impatiently responded. I don't like waiting. The butler will come to pick you up immediately. Luna replied. Yes, I'll get ready. He looked at the phone with a background image of Luna showing 89%, and thought to himself that maybe this was fate's arrangement. Luna quickly went to Moonslash's location, bowed politely, and explained. Sorry everyone, something urgent has come up at home, so I won't be able to participate in the competition for now. A face smiled. There are 2 of us here, don't worry. Moonslash also chimed in. It's fine, family matters are more important. Little Pepper also smiled and said. We're all friends now, no need to be so polite. Go on quickly. Luna apologized again. Sorry, everyone. She then connected the information with Hua Deshue and reported that her status was currently offline. She wasn't participating in the match anymore. Hua Deshue recounted this to the bodyguard, who was surprised and asked, What? Why? The player Luna chose to forfeit the match. Hua Deshue responded, Maybe there's something more important going on. Attention, everyone, as player Luna has forfeited the match, player Lei Dao will directly advance to the next level. For now, only 3 players remain, Shu Guang, Moonslash, and Lei Dao. The champion title will go to one of these 3 players. Let's look forward to it. So, who will be the first to step into the arena? Please welcome player number 2, Lei Dao from Prashao Guild, who will face off against player number 3, Shu Guang from Prashao Guild. Looks like it's an unexpected internal battle within the Prashao Guild. A face stood next to Moonslash and sighed, When Big Bro plays the final, you must be extra careful of that guild leader. He's ridiculously strong. Little Pepper added, although his moves have no openings, his fighting style is a bit outdated. You might be able to break through from that angle. The person in the gray cloak looked surprised. Huh? We really have to fight? Ziguang laughed mischievously. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a proper spar. Third brother chimed in, we must avoid this kind of battle, or we'll reveal information to other guilds. Fengya seemed uninterested and remarked, What? Lei Dao spoke to Ziguang, but that assassin is mine. I want to fight him. He asked again, It's rare to see you take the initiative to use Moonslash. Does that interest you? Then he waved his hand towards Hua Deshue's area. Hey, I surrender, he said, then turned to Lei Dao and added, You owe me a meal. Lei Dao was speechless. The 2 of them continued to comment together. Hua Deshue said, The Shu Guang team member said the match selection gives Lei Dao a direct promotion. The bodyguard added, It's reasonable to avoid fighting within the same team, but I have someone who will let the Guang team member level up. Hua Deshue responded, Maybe they think whether it's the Shu Guang team member or Lei Dao, either one can win for sure. Then it was displayed on the announcement board. We won't say much more. The audience has finally arrived at the final match. Please welcome player number 3, Moonslash, to face player number 2, Lei Dao, from the Prashao Guild. Who will be the champion warrior? Let's wait and see. The 3 of them, Afei, Little Pepper, and Hua Xiao, cheered him on. Afei, the most excited, shouted, Big Bro, you will definitely win. Big Bro, you will definitely win. Hua Xiao complimented, The scent of hormones is too strong, while Little Pepper simply said, Do your best. As Moonslash stepped forward, he encountered Fengya. He exclaimed, Fengya. Fengya spoke to him, Bro, earlier when we fought, you exposed quite a few moves. To make it fair, I'll reveal some information about my sister, but you definitely won't be able to beat her. With that, he glanced over at Lei Dao. The final now began. As the match started, it was Lu Li and Lei Dao facing off, both using the hidden white skill, making them both translucent. The commentator, upon seeing no one on the arena, asked, "Hey, where did they go?" Hua Shui replied that both players had simultaneously used their stealth abilities. In stealth mode, he and Lei Dao were searching for their opponents. When they both located each other, that was when they prepared their fighting stances. As the stealth mode wore off, both immediately unleashed their moves at each other. Lei Dao's move was a kick, with flames at the foot. He wasn't holding back either, drawing his sword to counterattack. When the two moves collided, they created a huge shockwave. However, it seemed that Lei Dao was the weaker of the two, causing her to be pushed back. With the momentum from behind, the two continued fighting in mid-air and on the ground, their speed so fast that they created numerous afterimages in the sky. Seeing so many Lu Li and Lei Dao in the sky, the commentator asked, "Suddenly, there are so many Moonslash and Lei Dao players on the field, is this a technique for splitting into clones?" Hua Shui answered, "No, these are just afterimages created by their incredible speed." He raised his hand, preparing to swing his sword. He struck wildly, creating slashes aimed at Lei Dao, but she managed to dodge them all. At that moment, Lei Dao charged, delivering a series of kicks, but Hua Shui used his sword to block them. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to give an inch. Then they both rushed towards each other, their kicks clashing with a seismic impact. The force of their kicks collided, pushing both of them backward. After observing the battle between Hua Shui and Lei Dao, a Fei asked, "Are they evenly matched with you, brother?" Hua Chao responded, "They're still probing each other, the real fight hasn't even started yet." Little Pepper couldn't understand, still questioning, "Is this just a test after all this time?" Luna glared, preparing to swing his sword at Lei Dao. She wasn't one to back down either, immediately using the skill Rage Ring. When the two abilities collided, it created a powerful shockwave. The ground trembled, and both the commentator and Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "The collision of skills is incredibly strong." It seems like this is the ultimate battle of top-tier assassins. Suddenly, a bright red light flashed through the white smoke. It was Lu Li. He was charging toward Lei Dao with his sword, but she used her Fade ability, dodging to the side. He quickly launched a powerful kick that sent her flying. She used Blink to rush toward him, raising her leg to prepare for another kick. But he had already anticipated her move, using his backstep to teleport behind her. Lei Dao reacted swiftly, spinning around. She immediately used backstep to get behind him, kicking him in the back of the neck. By the time he regained his stance, Lei Dao shifted her focus and aimed at his sword hand. She locked his arm and performed the cross-legged aerial strike, trapping his neck between her legs. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This is it." Lu Li quickly created another sword to strike at her. As the blade swung towards her, she gracefully performed a mid-air somersault, completing 3 perfect rotations, narrowly avoiding his attack. The two of them stood frozen, motionless. He thought to himself, "Is she still just testing me?" He silently recalled what Fomya had told him. "Brother, don't blame me for speaking frankly. If you fight, you won't stand a chance against my second sister. Since joining, I've fought her thousands of times over the past few years, but I've never been able to win." At that moment, the scene shifted to Lei Dao's past. She held a sniper rifle, accurately shooting each of her enemies. Fomya continued recounting. "My second sister in real life was once the leader of a mercenary team and had been through countless hardships. Some say she's not only accurate with guns but also knowledgeable about all types of firearms. She held 2 curved knives in her hands and wiped out the remaining soldiers. Even with just one knife, she could easily kill dozens of people. You must be curious about why someone like her would come and play games with us." At that time, he also replied, "I'm curious too." Right then, Lei Dao held a gun, aiming directly at the head of a gangster who was sitting casually with his legs crossed on the sofa in front of her. "One time, after a drinking session, my second sister got drunk, and that's when we learned the reason why. She had once been assigned a mission, where she faced a criminal gang involved in the trafficking of children's organs. They not only targeted people with strong backgrounds but also kidnapped children as hostages. But the worst part was that even my second sister's teammates had been bribed by the enemy, so her own teammates unexpectedly appeared behind her. One of them raised a knife high, ready to strike down, and she was stabbed deeply in the neck by a teammate. She adjusted herself slightly, then bent her arm holding the gun behind her, firing one last shot at that person. The pistol was empty by then, the final bullet had already been fired. In the urgent situation, without much time to think, the older sister grabbed the dagger from her body and made a quick, lethal strike to the boss's head. At that moment, he had already pressed the button to activate the bomb, and the timer on the bomb started counting down. He had pressed the remote control before dying. She helplessly cried out in agony, "No, boom!" The poor children were burned to death right before her eyes. She dropped to her knees, watching the children slowly charred to black. That event became an unbearable burden in her heart. Later, she gave up her job as a mercenary and returned to her home country. Somehow, she later got acquainted with our boss, and he shamelessly dragged her into our weak team, making her an esports player. Normally, she played games decently well, but when it came to shooting games or virtual reality combat games, her skills leaned heavily on one side. She played in such a way that she would crush the other players. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the older sister is currently ranked number 1 in the assassin leaderboard on the domestic server of the game Phantom Moon, with the top spot held by Lei Dao. He glared and said, "The top assassin mercenary on the domestic server." After finishing his sword, he smiled and said, "Interesting." She remained silent, not understanding what he meant. She reached behind with her weapon, assuming a battle stance, and then both of them charged at each other. Moonslash and Lei Dao are clashing. Is that the sword sheath? The sword hasn't been drawn yet. A streak of golden light flashed across Lei Dao's neck, but he nimbly dodged, not forgetting to counterattack with red electric sparks. However, the sword was fast, and Moonslash was knocked away, but quickly regained her footing and rushed back towards Lei Dao. Seeing this, Lei Dao immediately split into dozens of clones. Thunder clone technique, Moonslash wasn't outdone, instantly releasing a brilliant beam of light to shatter those clones. The two continued their intense fight. Hidden white, in an instant, Moonslash vanished in a burst of white light and reappeared behind Lei Dao to strike. Unfortunately, he managed to dodge again. On the sidelines, Xu Guang chuckled, surprised that Moonslash still had a trump card. This was really interesting. Do you think Moonslash has a chance of defeating second sister? He turned to ask Fonya. Well, at the moment, no, she doesn't stand a chance. Back on the battlefield, Lei Dao finally drew his gleaming sword, crackling with golden lightning. Lei Dao of mine can summon lightning to attack. Technically, I don't even need the sword, but that would ruin the fun. With those words, Lei Dao stood tall, and countless bolts of lightning descended. The strike aimed at Moonslash, and the thunder would only stop when the enemy was dead. Under the weight of this demonic technique, Moonslash knelt, her eyes wide open. However, he did not give up, shouting loudly the technique of searching for the dragon in the abyss. The sound of the Li TPH bracelet exploded with a loud bang, and two bolts of red and yellow lightning collided fiercely in the sky. The commentator, with a broad grin, reappeared. The legendary technique of the player Moonslash. Fonya, watching from the sidelines, immediately remarked, "This time, the second sister won't be able to react in time." Xu Guang nodded, also surprised, as it was the first time seeing a clone use a technique. The clone of Moonslash on the field was currently talking to his real self. "Be careful, I feel like the ultimate move is a bit off." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lei Dao appeared from mid-air, thrusting his sharp dagger straight into the back of his chest. Such a pity, just a clone? Moonslash actually leapt far away. Girl, what? Divine resistance, passive skill, displayed in the description, when taking a critical hit, can tear through space to dodge and restore 20% health. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Moonslash broke into a sweat. You are indeed very strong. Lei Dao laughed. You're no slouch either. You almost killed me, but too bad, you have no chance left. All of Lei Dao's clones appeared, along with a massive thunderstorm descending from the sky, aimed at Moonslash. Boom boom. A poor crow flew by just as Lei Dao was summoning the thunder, and was instantly roasted into grilled meat. In the stands, the commentator had to bring out 2 pairs of sunglasses to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Player Lei Dao is using his clone technique in coordination with lightning to try and defeat player Moonslash. Moonslash, on the field, was struggling, dodging the bolts of lightning. His 2 weapons scraped hard against the floor to maintain balance. Doesn't this weapon have a cooling system? A Fei, lying on the ground, couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this a buff? My infinite firepower is still time limited, yet her thunderstrike doesn't need any. Hua Xiao propped his hands on the floor, thinking. The quality of this weapon is something we've never encountered before. Fengya, on the other side, also discussed. The 2 brothers have fought this well, but after this, they really won't be able to continue. Big Sister holds a mythical grade weapon. An orange introduction panel appeared. The original Lei Dao mythical grade weapon can evolve according to its owner's level. Feature 1, Thunder Slash, Feature 2, Thunder Strength, Feature 3, Lightning Strike. Moonslash was confused. How is that possible? It's not even time for the mythical boss to be released yet. Lei Dao smiled. Exactly, it's not the time yet. It's just here to scout. Scout? Are you the scouting type of player? Moonslash furrowed his brows and asked. Do you know Han Yixiao? What's your relationship with him? We're brothers. Can you share some information about him? No problem, thank me later. But there's one condition. Lei Dao interrupted. Defeat me, then we can talk. If you're really his brother, your strength must be on par. If you lose, then that's it. Moonslash exhaled and spoke with resolve. They both continued charging at each other like moths drawn to a flame. Flashes of red and yellow lightning intertwined, blinding the air as techniques were unleashed one after another. Lei Dao had struck several times, hitting the chests of Moonslash's clones. Even so, a powerful lightning strike still left Moonslash severely wounded. It seems you haven't heard about your brother, Moonslash remarked. This isn't over yet. Moonslash quickly got back up. It turned out that the clone had only pretended to be injured. The real Moonslash had circled behind Lei Dao at some point. So that was it, only the clone drew attention, while the true killing move was hidden in the shadows. Too bad Lei Dao had already figured it out. Lei Dao swiftly turned around, but to his surprise, it wasn't Moonslash yet. Who told you I'd attack from behind? In front of Lei Dao now, Moonslash raised his weapon, and a green explanatory text appeared, Shadow Clone, which took 80% of the attributes of the main body. Within a 500-meter radius, it could switch positions with the main body. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The blade cut through the air. Lei Dao remained silent. You want both of us to die? Not happening. On the other side, Moonslash's hair turned white, and a crimson aura enveloped everything, devouring everything in its path. One side of Lei Dao's mask cracked, revealing his pitch-black eye. Looking at the scene before her, she recalled a time long past in her memories. Back then, amidst the carnage of lifeless bodies, a young man with a radiant smile and shining armor approached to inquire when he saw her sitting helplessly on the ground. Little sister, are you all right? I'm fine. Where are the others? They're all dead. The battlefield was littered with countless corpses stretching endlessly, no wonder it was a mythic boss of immense strength. Our Prishao was certainly a hidden beta version, one of the first to encounter a boss of this level. Defeating it and obtaining its resources was the biggest difference between us and the other players. At this moment, Shu Guang was covered in blood, handing the ruby stone to Lei Dao. We've reached our limit. This is for you, will it work for you? A prompt appeared, showing a code box for the Supreme Welfare Pack of the Heavens Mandate Company. Shu Guang turned towards the boss. Here it comes. The boss seemed provoked, preparing to unleash an attack on him. He could only block one hit for her, the rest she would have to handle herself. I'm leaving now. Shu Guan gradually faded, as if disappearing into technical data. Using the split body technique, Lei Dao charged forward, his black death sword cleaving the boss into hundreds of pieces. Defeated. The boss finally collapsed. It was over at last. As the boss shattered, a brilliant halo emerged, revealing a knight in armor, wearing a crown of green fur. Be proud, for it is a lifelong honor for you to witness my true form. Tremble in fear. Lei Dao was stunned, looking at the boss in its new form. The second phase? Thunder punishment. The boss, with its imposing form, unleashed hundreds of lightning bolts that shattered the surrounding mountains. A mere human, caught in the divine storm, would be reduced to dust. The mythical boss smiled. Lei Dao's mask shattered into pieces. This is an entirely different level. The power behind this everything, all the money and effort from both guilds, it's all gone to waste. What can be done now? She half closed her eyes, watching the impending attack. Die! A bolt of golden lightning shot toward Lei Dao but stopped abruptly as a young man appeared on top of a nearby mountain, calling out to the boss. Hey, big guy, why are you picking on a girl? Don't you have any shame? The boss, furious, looked up. Who dares stand above me and challenge my thunderous wrath? The boss shifted its focus to the newcomer, revealing a handsome young man with slicked back hair. Hey, you're the one who struck first, he said, flashing a devilish grin before gathering red magic in his hands. Blue Heaven Finger, a blood-red attack, charged straight into the boss's golden lightning and shattered it. Blue Heaven Finger, are you Wu Yu? The boss was stunned after taking a severe blow. The handsome man jumped down from the mountain peak, about to die, but didn't waste words. In Wu Yu's hand was a 2-meter-long spear as he charged at the boss, still keeping his mouth shut. Don't even think about killing me. The Aula mode activated, a fiery red blood color surrounded the area. The boss was defeated, and a golden sword appeared in mid-air. So it's this mythical equipment. Lei Dao quickly rushed forward and grabbed it. Wu Yu was still in a daze. See, it's yours, the handsome man smiled, I just happened to pass by. My name is Hani Xiao, nice to meet you. He said that and walked away. Is that it? Lei Dao froze. If he killed him, he could have taken the equipment. Lei Dao called after Hani Xiao. Humph, what's the matter? I hate owing others. I'll repay this favor to you. The memory ended, and she returned to reality. Moonslash, after activating the Azura mode, now pointed his weapon at Lei Dao's throat. The commentator shouted loudly. Moonslash, you won Moonslash? The entire arena echoed with his name, repeated over and over. Moonslash, Moonslash, Moonslash. Now can you tell me about your brother? Moonslash looked down at him. Lei Dao seemed to see Han Yishao from back then. She drifted into another memory. The handsome young man waved his hand when she said she wanted to repay him. No need. I just happened to pass by. It has nothing to do with me. Lei Dao hesitated for a long time. No, you've already killed the boss and given me the gear. I have to repay you. Then just give the gear to me. He teased her relentlessly. No, it's very important to my guild, Lei Dao hurriedly said. Well then, give it to me, and I'll lose it. You pick it up, and that's the end of it. That's not okay either. The two of them kept going back and forth. This wasn't allowed, and that wasn't allowed. What exactly did she want? He Yishao scratched his head. After a moment, Lei Dao thought for a while and said, Our guild offers escort and leadership services. I'll guide you with gear and resources. It's all yours until you've saved enough to buy back this gear. He Yishao suddenly pointed behind her. Cautiously, Lei Dao turned around and got into a combat stance, but there was nothing there except for a wild chicken. When she turned back, He Yishao was nowhere to be seen. Lei Dao quickly chased after him, shouting, Stop! Don't run. From then on, no matter spring, summer, fall, or winter, the two of them stood side by side. During one boss raid, Lei Dao was knocked far away by the tail of a flying beast, her mask falling off in the process, revealing a beautiful face marred by a scar that crossed it, ruining her perfect appearance. Wu Yu hurriedly took down the boss with a blue heaven finger and rushed to her side. Here is the translation of the text you provided. Here's your mask, Lei Dao. Are you okay? I didn't expect you to be so cute. Are you wearing a mask because you're worried about too many people chasing after you? He Yi Xiao winked. Lei Dao fell silent. Don't comfort me, the truth is this scar looks really bad. He Yi Xiao smiled brightly. What are you talking about? I think it looks pretty cool. You look stunning, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. Lei Dao blushed. Then from now on, I won't wear it when we're together. Back on the battlefield with Moon Slash, Lei Dao gently touched her mask. My brother and I have been teammates for a long time. He's really skilled, one of the best. Moon Slash silently thought, these two definitely have feelings for each other. So, when was the last time you saw him? Moon Slayer asked. The last time, Lei Dao recalled the past, on a vast prairie, under the cool moonlight, the fire between them warmed them both. He Yi Xiao lay on the ground, one hand resting on his forehead. Xiao Dao, I think I should leave the team. Something feels off with this game. Someone has opened a door they shouldn't have. He Yi Xiao replied thoughtfully. Lei Dao responded. Then I can't go with you. That place, only I can go. Wu Yu sat up. Are you afraid I'll drag you down? Lei Dao retorted. No, I'll go quickly and come back. He Yi Xiao smiled that infuriating smile again. Until I return, offline will invite you to go for hot pot. Is having hot pot considered a date? Lei Dao blushed at the thought. I have two very interesting younger brothers. You will enjoy meeting them, Wu Yu continued. Back to reality, Lei Dao said to Moon Slash, since then, I haven't believed anything he said. Moon Slash deduced, shouldn't the door be opened? Is it endless hell? Did he mention where it is? Lei Dao replied, not at all. Alright, thank you. This information is very important to me, Moon Slash bowed. You're welcome. If you hear anything about him, let me know, Lei Dao said in a deep voice. By the way, before he left, he mumbled that if the door isn't closed, it will open everywhere. Moon Slash asked again, everywhere? A golden notification appeared, congratulations to Moon Slash for passing the recruit test and becoming a peerless ultimate warrior. The cheerful fish head commentator exclaimed, he will receive a huge reward from the king, with the right to choose a gem embedded in a legendary weapon. His team will also have the opportunity to form a princess rescue team. Each member will have a chance to visit the king's treasury and pick a treasure. Now, let's celebrate Moon Slash's victory. The commentator shouted loudly. In a nearby room, King, with hundreds of IVs connected to his body, coughed hoarsely and said, there is no more time, bring Moon Slash to me immediately. Before entering the palace of the kingdom, Lu Li and the other warriors met the butler of the castle. The butler introduced the two individuals who would guide his army for the rest of their journey within the castle, Jai Air Wu and Jai Air Fa. As they stepped through the door, some of his soldiers were left in awe by the magnificent grandeur of the castle. However, there were others who, upon seeing it, could only sigh, thinking it was a symbol of the exploitation by the capitalist class. They were then led to a place that the two Jaiers introduced as the treasure vault of the king. Perhaps it was because of this that the path to that room caused some anxiety. Along the way, Little Pepper couldn't stop worrying because of her fear of heights. But Fei reassured her in his own way. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Don't worry, I'm here, so you won't fall. He pouted and continued, the king really likes to show off, huh? He built a treasure vault and then dug a huge hole. He probably thinks it's for water. And 1 treasure per person, isn't that supposed to be 4 in total? But just as he finished speaking, his attention was caught by a gleaming golden light right in front of him. They had arrived at the room containing King's treasure vault. Seeing the pile of gold, silver, and jewels stacked high like a mountain, Little Pepper and Afei's eyes lit up. They hurriedly grabbed whatever was within reach, despite Jai Wu and Jai Afei's objections that each person was only allowed to take 1 item. In contrast to the two who were dazzled by the material wealth, Luli and Hua Xiao remained calm and composed. When Xiao wanted to give her reward to him, because she felt that she didn't lack any equipment, he refused. There's no need. I need equipment that will help me pursue targets. Pick something quickly. Upon hearing this, she was greatly amused. He even knows exactly what he needs, yet still says he doesn't care about me. The two Jair wanted to invite him to the lowest part of the palace before selecting any treasure. The king was waiting for him there, and he had agreed. After walking up the stairs for a while, he jumped straight down to the lowest level. Perhaps it was because the stairs seemed too long, and walking took too much time. At the lowest point, which was filled with water, the king was already waiting for him and invited him to sit down. You must be very suspicious, the king said. As the king of a country, how could I possibly be in a hurry and so eager to invite you to meet with me like this? However, contrary to what he thought, Luli had no interest in that at all. What intrigued him more was the question of why, if the man wanted to save his daughter, he didn't just send all the warriors instead of expending so much effort in this wasteful, time-consuming competition. The king, although his face was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, still forced a praise out of his mouth. No wonder you are worthy of being chosen as one of the warriors from thousands. Not only do you have a talent for martial arts, but you also have a gift for intellect. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, the place where Luli's hands had been resting on the chair locked tightly around both his hands and neck with extremely sturdy shackles, preventing him from escaping. The king remained calm. That's right, there's no saving the princess or killing dragons here. The purpose of this selection is to choose the best physical and mental resilience. I want to grasp youth and strength in my hands once again through your body. I want my legend to be rewritten in the mortal world. With that, he threw his cloak aside, revealing a body that was incredibly strong, surrounded by a glow of blue light. Seeing that the situation wasn't in his favor, Luli tried to find a way to escape, but the king merely sneered. Stop wasting your strength. The material of this lock is the final substance from the ultimate duel. It's truly an excellent vessel. I don't want it to be damaged in any way. His eyes, red as blood, gleamed and emitted some kind of energy that affected him. That was the rebirth through extermination. At this moment, the room containing the treasure vault was split into 2 different emotional states. While Little Pepper and Afei were lost in the gold, silver, and equipment, it seemed that Hua Xiao had realized something was wrong when she saw the two Jair locking the door. The two Jair's gazes had completely changed from when she had encountered them outside the door. What are you doing? Are you still asking that? Of course, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, they launched their attack and pulled all the equipment toward themselves. When Hua Xiao saw that her 2 teammates were still clueless about what was happening, she told them to ignore whether they were NPCs or not, and just finish the fight first. But right now, they were no match for them, as they had been thrown back before even getting close to the enemies. Perhaps they found it too easy to attack them, so they laughed disdainfully. How laughable. Is this all it takes to become a warrior? This is only half of the power of the Vault King, and they can't even withstand it. Hua Xiao frowned as she looked at them. That's really strong. Taking a hit like that caused a huge drop in health. This is no different from the difficulty of a group of 50 players. Moonslash over there is definitely in danger now. Down there, Luli was still being relentlessly attacked by King. King shared his past with him. Long ago, why did emperors desire immortality? Was it for enjoyment? Or for power? Or simply out of fear of death? These are just greedy and foolish people, completely unworthy of being emperors. My desire for immortality is the will of the people, the will of the era, and more importantly, it is the will of God. The moment I opened my eyes, this world was nothing but a stinking chopping block, and all the people were just fish waiting to be slaughtered. Upon closer inspection, it is a monster that devours humans. The mountains, rivers, and lakes can all consume people, and in the end, humans have started eating each other. Even the sky itself can't bear it, can it? That's why he chose me. Go and support me in overthrowing and chasing after this world. I have pacified the wars, eliminated the demons. I have been reborn and built my own country. A prosperous and powerful nation. My bloodline has begun to be passed down. Just when my great achievements were beginning, a group of high-ranking officials claimed that I was about to die. Me? Die? This world has light because of me, and people cannot live without the sun. The old kingdom cannot survive without its king. It's impossible, it's impossible. He clearly chose me. Why is he abandoning me now? I can't die. I'm willing to give everything. The heavens have heard my voice, and she responded to my wish. She recognized me, she inspired me. He remembered the fearful expression on his daughter's face at that time. She had thought he was mad because of what he was doing, but he had ignored her words. Mad? No, I'm more lucid than ever because of my noble ideals. For this great journey, you must become my nourishment. Become a part of this glory. Daughter, don't be sad, don't be sad. You've just turned into light and returned to the sun. He told Luli that he should be proud because he was the final step in his ascension. While he was trying to kill him, Luli managed to escape. Such a boring story. Hearing his voice from above the stairs, the old man immediately realized that the Luli he had faced earlier was not real. When he heard Luli say that he was no different from those greedy and vain people, the old man immediately denied it, saying, "A fool like you could never understand my greatness." He said that, then called the two Jair guys down. When Luli saw them, he realized something wasn't quite right here. And just as he thought, his three teammates had been easily knocked out by them. Upon learning this, he angrily jumped down, rushed at the three of them, and demanded to kill them. The two butlers sneered upon seeing this. "Do we want to die? Ha, you don't know your own strength." At this moment, they each transformed into a staff and a sword from the king's weapon. Like a tiger growing wings, the old man became complacent. Those so-called warriors are just a title given to you. Killing you is easier than squashing ants. It seemed Little Pepper wasn't happy with something. She muttered. What the heck is going on? Didn't get the reward? Why did the NPC suddenly turn into a boss? Their strength is ridiculously strong, right? One strike and they've wiped out someone already. Hua Xiao appeared more composed than the person beside her. And indeed, she was. She said, "My earlier prediction was pretty spot on. The difficulty of those two bosses could already reach a 100-level dungeon. Moonslash by himself probably wouldn't last long." Upon hearing this question, Little Pepper glanced at her with one eye. Probably 30 minutes. When Xiao asked if Little Pepper wanted a cup of coffee, since it was highly likely they wouldn't sleep tonight, she replied, "I'd like a banana latte." Lightning streaked across the sky, signaling the approach of a storm. Seeing the sky in such a state, a phase already heavy heart grew even heavier, as he felt utterly useless for not being able to help his older brother. He then extinguished the cigarette he had been smoking and sat down in a chair. "Ah, big brother, hang in there. We'll be there soon." At this moment, Luli was caught in a 1-against-3 situation, and it was one that was far from advantageous for him. He launched a series of attacks on the enemy king, but the man was barely scratched. Seeing this, the old man arrogantly pointed his sword at him. "This move didn't hit you because I don't want to hurt dung right now. Once you see the difference, just obediently accept my baptism." People like you have never seen a real storm, thinking that after killing a few small monsters and winning a few battles, you can go up against me. I am one who stepped out of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea. Realizing he was in a precarious situation, with danger looming, Luli continuously reassured himself. It's not about the level difference. No, I have to keep moving. If I show fear, there won't be any chance. When he saw the opponent make his move, Luli used Hidden White to become invisible and made his escape. He realized that the gap in points was too great to face the opponent directly, so he had no choice but to resort to guerrilla tactics and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The king also realized that you were trying to escape, trying to play a game of cat and mouse. Ah, except I am not a cat, I am a tiger. Then he continued launching a new strike, aiming to control the gravity of the entire space. Luli was also affected, and though he didn't want to, he was dragged down to face him directly. He used his clone technique and launched a flurry of attacks, but once again, they were useless. The old man seemed to quite enjoy this clone technique of his, so he said, "When I've got you under control, I'll definitely give it a try myself." Luli noticed the old man had revealed a weakness and did not hesitate to strike. But once again, his attack was blocked. The two Jai heirs appeared. His Majesty is not alone in the Deshan region ahead. Since when did you think you were challenging alone? Then the three of them pushed him underwater. At that moment, he realized the two stewards weren't just weapons they could move on their own. That meant he had to fight three people, not just one. His eyes flashed with fury, he couldn't hold back anymore. Above him, the two stewards were chatting animatedly. "Sister, you're not going to crush His Majesty's new toy with just a bit of force, are you? Don't talk nonsense. I just gave him a little push." But the joy didn't last long before their emperor was attacked. Nevertheless, he remained very pleased with himself. Ha, how interesting. This new form could bring so many surprises, it seems. At that moment, Luli appeared in a completely different form than before. Seeing his master injured, Jair Fa angrily rushed forward to attack Luli, but he managed to dodge. This only made him and Jair Wu even more furious, determined to find him no matter what. However, at this point, they were no longer a match for him. Seeing him about to attack his master, Jair Fa pushed him away from behind in a fit of rage. This action greatly irritated him, so he used his illusionary god ability to transform himself into a divine being, a passive talent of his race. Though his intelligence was reduced by 20%, his strength was increased by 20%, and on top of that, he had the ability to heal himself. Without hesitation, he moved in close and attacked the king, injuring him. Upon seeing this, the two Jairs lost their composure. "Your Majesty, your hand. You'll die for this." The king, on the other hand, showed no sign of fear, and even seemed to enjoy the situation immensely. "Moon Slash, you really surprised me. A form like yours really pleases me. I get it now. You must be the sword granted to me by Heaven Ascension, my peerless treasure blade. Not bad at all. Do you have any hidden skills you'd like to share with me?" While he spoke, the wound on his hand was already being treated. Luli knew that the Moon Slash, which was supposed to pierce through the air, couldn't deal any real damage to the opponent, so he could only bet on his Hidden Dragon in the Abyss skill. This made the old man even more excited. Since this skill had quite an impressive effect when viewed on the screen, the old man wanted to try it for himself to see just how powerful it truly was. Both sides fought fiercely. When he saw that the opponent's attacks couldn't reach him, the old man sneered in contempt. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing more than that." Little did he know that Luli had used a clone technique to create confusion. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. He was continuously attacked by Luli without any chance to fight back. If it weren't for the help of the two Jair, he might have already lost by now. The old man sent praise for the skill as well as for Luli. Ahem, I take back what I said earlier. This skill does have decent power, but when I think about it, your strategy is even better. Time was running out, the game needed to be finished quickly. Seeing him like that, Luli realized that his recent attack had been effective. However, he couldn't relax for long, because soon after, he was once again overwhelmed. Even though he tried to find a way to escape, he couldn't. And in the end, he was completely controlled by the old man. The old man raised his staff and said, "Don't even think about running away. Accept the baptism ceremony and devote your life to my grand journey." Moon/warrior, huh? Or should I call you the moon/player instead? Hearing him say that, King was completely stunned. What did you just say? King stood there, staring at Luli, who was trapped within the magic circle. Should I call you the moon/player? He was surprised by those words. What was he talking about? The man, holding the staff, remained calm. Hard to believe, right? The gods have revealed this fate to me. You, the player, with such an arrogant title. But the gods also said, our existence, as well as the existence of this world, is merely a tool for your entertainment. Every tree, every flower, every word, every expression of every person is designed. A place shrouded in darkness. King didn't miss a single word. At first, he thought it was just a threat, a kind of rejection from the gods, until the gods enlightened him with wisdom. It was a man with a thin body, crowned with a crown. Then, he realized the harsh truth about this world. Nothing of mine had a past or future. My mind only held fragments of memory. Each day, each hour, each minute of mine was bound by rules, repeating endlessly. The king, ruler of millions, the savior of this era, was just a pawn for your amusement. He was unwilling to accept what he had gone through. But I will not accept this fate. I am the king chosen by the heavens. I was born to overthrow. Then King cast a spell, causing the water to churn, with streams of magic surrounding him. You are the strategists of this world. I must eliminate all of you. The staff in his hand emitted a voice. King. The massive sword accompanied the strike of 1,000 years, the blade as sharp as 1,000 lifetimes. At that moment, Luli was still trapped in the magic circle, his body held tightly by the branches. He thought anxiously to himself, this body has the ability to think independently. How can this be? This doesn't make sense. Suddenly, the man spoke, what is it? The source of all these anomalies is related to this. King used his own power to create a red sphere, moving closer to Luli. I am very curious, after taking the bodies of those people called players, where do your souls go? Suddenly, Luli interrupted with a question. I have one last question. King generously gave Luli time to voice his thoughts. Speak, don't drag it out any longer. He knew that a person named Han Ishao couldn't be like this, but Luli had asked a question. Upon hearing that name, King was momentarily stunned. Ha! That name sounds very familiar. Before the man could even remember whose name it was, Luli loudly shouted, go to hell and ask slowly. Red beams of light gradually appeared around him, body snatching rebirth. Luli's eyes emitted red flashes, body shift and shadow swap, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving another body behind his bait. King was furious at being tricked again. Damn it, again, another clone. With quick thinking, Luli saved his life, teleporting to a temporarily safe place. Fortunately, he had left a clone in a safe spot earlier. His expression turned grim, and he became more cautious. The cooldown time for body shift and shadow swap was 30 minutes, and he couldn't be caught again. A purple system notification appeared with the following information: Phantom Gulizarayaman, passive racial talent, agility increased by 50%, with camouflage skill. This left King stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. His face darkened as he realized that this new vessel was too unruly. It seemed the only option now was to sever its limbs and slowly fix it. As soon as he finished speaking, King cast a spell, causing a water orb to rise into the air. He coldly executed an elemental freezing control technique. The water orb quickly froze, causing the lizard-like creature clinging to the corner of the wall, about to escape, to freeze in shock. Terrified, it realized the exit had been completely blocked. King shouted loudly, "Aren't you going to blow yet?" He once again used magic, turning his tongue of ice into rain, and the ice ball quickly shot down, with large chunks of ice falling. The lizard man gasped for breath. "It's so cold, my body is about to freeze." It should be noted that the lizard was a cold-blooded creature. Its body temperature changed with the surrounding environment. Unable to regulate its own temperature, the lizard man quickly dodged the large ice block, almost losing his life in the process. King saw that he had avoided it and sneered, "You can't escape from my palm." Just when it seemed like he had avoided the large ice block, unexpectedly, he was still struck and fell straight down. That was Luli, who had been hit. At that moment, he was in intense pain, pierced by sharp ice spikes all over his body and unable to move. King used his strength to flip the ice block where Luli was pinned by the sharp ice spikes. "Run, let's see where you can run to." Luli gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of pain and drenched in sweat. "I've used up all my escape skills." King quickly grabbed his neck. Body snatching rebirth. Red lightning bolts simultaneously appeared as the magic was cast. The power of the magic made Luli want to struggle and flee, but it was already too late. From above, a few drops of water fell onto the tip of King's nose, catching his attention. He looked up, and there, where the water ball he had frozen once stood, a red mark like fire suddenly appeared in the center of the ice block. The sparks gradually melted the thick layer of ice. Great flame burst leaped down from the sky, and the two of them stood in front of Luli. Hua Xiao quickly delivered a kick to King, a powerful blow. Due to his carelessness, he was struck by the attack and sent flying. In front of them stood Little Pepper, a Fei, and Hua Xiao. "Honey, we're here," Little Pepper said, assuming a defensive stance. Moonslayer, a Fei, also spoke up. "Brother." King staggered to his feet, the staff in his hand suddenly raised. "It's them. How could it be?" "Emperor, we personally killed them back then," the sword in his hand seemed to justify. Yes, they truly died under the sword wind explosion. At this moment, King was filled with nothing but anger toward them. Enough talking. This is the unusual feature of this player family. If I use body snatching, I can completely kill a player, and from now on, I'll definitely turn all of them into vessels for me. Luli slowly reminded the three of them. Be careful of King's face. It looks terrible, disgusting. In contrast, Afei was surprised by his brother's words. Looking down at his chest, he explained. That's right, he uses that face to trigger his body snatching skill. It's very likely that it's not just about causing harm to the game characters. Afei waved his hand to comfort. Don't mind about the face, quickly rescue the second brother first. Little Pepper also came closer. I'll help too. King began commanding the sword and staff to drive away the swarm of insects that were obstructing them. The staff, upon hearing the order, started to radiate its power. Yes, Emperor, the sword wasn't far behind, emitting a green aura, rotating in a cycle. The staff moved closer. Damn, making us lose face in front of King, Little Pepper warned. They're here. Afei stood ready, prepared to deal with them first. The two of them combined their forces and unleashed the fire meteor technique. However, the staff simply shattered the attack with a single strike, leaving no trace of damage, resisting the force of gravity. She sneered, well, you could call that magic. Afei and Little Pepper exchanged glances, nodded, and clasped hands, a beautiful red light flickering into existence. Their finishing move was flawless coordination, a combination skill where the two danced with a fiery dragon coil, successive fiery tornadoes spinning and attacking the staff. The overwhelming power forced her to simply stand there, covering her face, unable to resist. The flames roared, and the staff absorbed it all. Damn it, this skill could melt ice. The place was both foggy and rainy, making it hard to see anything clearly. The sounds of battle and the crackling of lightning erupted simultaneously, all originating from Hua Xiao, who was relentlessly attacking with her sword. She coldly gazed at him. Mountain ceiling technique, countless arms from Hua Xiao's magic flew toward the sword to subdue it. He grew furious. You? You think you can suppress me? Dream on. The sword wind explosion, Hua Xiao countered, don't even dream about it. The attack, incredibly powerful, sent the sword flying, and he was forced to retreat far away. King caught the sword, still wanting to make a defense or justification. Emperor, I. He couldn't get another word out. Shut up. King had lost his temper. This time, he truly unleashed his strength. Anyone can waste my time, huh? His magic was so powerful it suppressed Hua Xiao, the pressure overwhelming. He struck first, the sword wind explosion. Lu Li shouted anxiously, be careful. Fei frowned, that move again, but she remained calm as she faced it. In the darkest moment, don't be afraid, because light will surely come to break through it. Pashao Guild arrived to help, and another team managed to timely intervene, stopping the aftermath. Shu Guang used his shield to launch arrows towards the king, who blocked them with his own shield. It was precisely because of his carelessness and lack of vigilance that he was struck by the arrows, letting out a painful cry. Lu Li stood by, watching in surprise. Why are they here? Lu Li asked. Fei threw his arm around Lu Li's shoulder and explained, we just went online and started discussing tactics. We felt that relying only on the few of us wouldn't be enough to deal with this kind of boss. So, we went around gathering our team, and coincidentally, they were nearby. Shu Guang's team is shielding them, so we're technically not involved in the fight. After this, we can consider ourselves friends. We'll split the rewards for defeating the boss 50-50, how does that sound? Lu Li didn't hesitate, okay. Fei teased, we're short one person, that's not fair. Fengya grinned and interrupted, let's put the old stories aside for now. Let me take a shot at the boss. Moonslash wasn't backing down either, let's see. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Shu Guang laid out the battle plan, third elder, attack from a distance. Got it, fifth brother, provide control support. Second brother, let's follow fourth elder, the two replied in unison. At this moment, Fengya had already gotten close to the king, planning to land a strike, but unexpectedly, the king blocked the blow with a single hand, throwing Fengya back. Get lost! He shouted. Fengya didn't back down either, quickly recovering and rushing forward again, determined. Second brother and Fengya had gotten close, but before they could even touch King, a gravitational shockwave erupted, and with just him alone, he was able to deal with the two of them. A flash of green light appeared, followed by a barrage of magic arrows that caused the staff and sword in King's hands to fall. Third brother observed from afar, successfully disarming him. Fifth brother wasted no time and acted quickly, causing his legs to be tightly bound by emerging tree roots, limiting his movements. Fengya and second brother seized the opportunity. Wolf Blue, Thunder Explosion, both attacked from two sides. They thought they would be able to defeat the boss. It's harder than we thought. The two powerful spells combined into a large, two-colored whirlwind, with tremendous destructive force. Fengya, shut up and die. Second brother already sensed something was wrong. Something's not right, fourth elder had increased the distance, but it was too late. King, with his tall and strong frame, grabbed both of their arms and lifted them up effortlessly. It's too late. Fengya struggled to break free. Let me go. Second brother, in pain, used his remaining hand to try to pry the tight grip off his arm. But King only gripped harder, tossing them both like balls, each thrown to different corners of the room. Third brother, seeing the situation was bleak, decided to intervene. Shadowless arrow, the arrow was shot. Who would have thought that with just a pair of hands, one could seize it, throw it back towards him, and return it to the person? Unfortunately, third brother was injured because of this, enduring the pain while struggling to hold on. Fifth brother, weak and frail, summoned my creature because King had quickly sought revenge and held the enemy back. She fearfully retreated, saying, "Don't come closer." Ziguang had quickly used his blink ability to arrive and blocked the blow with his shield to protect his teammate. Sixth brother adjusted his position, increasing the distance between them. King relentlessly struck the shield, his forceful blows sending water splashing around. Can you block this? Let's see how long you can endure. Shu Guang remained unfazed. My shield is to protect my teammates, and as long as you harm them, what you'll face isn't just my shield, but also my sharp sword. Half of his face began to change, and along with it, half of his body transformed as well, radiating a dark red power. This time, Shu Guang fought back. In his battle armor, Pashao, and he engaged in fierce combat, shaking the surroundings with their intense clashes. Luli gave orders to assist Little Pepper and, following the instructions, reached Third Brother's side, helping him remove the arrow and trying to hold back his pain. A Fei arrived to help him take medicine. He was in agony, coughing incessantly. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao had arrived to help Fifth Brother, each of them doing what they could to assist Shu Guang's teammates. On this side, he was still fighting fiercely. From a distance, Luli, taking advantage of the opportunity to cut off King's two arms, didn't just stop there, he also dealt a large blow, stabbing him in the back. The man hadn't expected that someone like him would resort to such underhanded tactics. Moon slash, my patience with you has reached its limit. The threat was uttered. The teammates from both groups had recovered and all rushed to surround King. The staff and sword were King's weapons of concern. Emperor! The collective attack from everyone was intense. Vivid lightning bolts poured down in torrents. The explosion that followed was explosive, sending flames blazing high. Those below couldn't understand the situation and were worried. An explosion? Another one, puzzled, was the airborne castle of King. A few knights noticed it and quickly summoned the guards. The thick smoke obscured the vision, so Luli asked, "Perhaps it's been resolved by now?" Shu Guang, be careful. What's going on? Fengya says all the damage should be enough already. Gradually, a tall figure emerged from the thick smoke. It was King, and he wasn't hurt at all. Instead, the two had taken all the hits for him, the sword and the staff. The sword, which he had always reprimanded, now asked, "Emperor, the staff is weakening. How are you? Are you hurt?" He covered his mouth with his hand. "I'm fine. You all did well." In return for that protection, he ruthlessly destroyed it. "You are loyal, but your strength is too weak. Allow me to wield the painful scepter." Emperor Tan Kiem could not help but be astonished. Why? Little Pepper explained that all of the previous attacks had been blocked by those two butlers. Third Brother was stunned, and yet, he's still not dead? Fifth Brother wondered aloud, what is he doing? Shu Guang, hold your sword, hurry and strike again. The blood-red eyes were glaring fiercely as they growled, and around King, streams of blue and red energy swirled, gathering into two glowing orbs in each of his hands. Moon slash, even without a vessel like you, I will make the one who oversteps pay. In the chaotic scene of swirling blue and red energy, powerful bursts of energy radiated out, creating dazzling streaks of light and flying shards, evoking a sense of devastating power at play. Royal Tempest, a technique that made the space tremble violently, the swirling blue energy formed concentric circles. A blinding explosion of energy tore through the space, with overwhelming force. The people below were also in panic. "It's an earthquake," they screamed. "Run quickly, help!" Continuous cries for help echoed. A man wearing a fish helmet on his head stood stunned at the scene. "How can this be?" The subordinate pointed a finger. "My lord!" The entire sky castle was destroyed, and the explosion not only devastated the castle but also severely affected the people. Amid the desolation, King stood on the clear blue water, surrounded by shattered stones. The scene resembled the aftermath of a brutal battle. Above, the still water reflected the grayish-white ruins of the destroyed structure. Luli painfully staggered backward. "King praises your life, and yet you're still alive. Indeed, you're the vessel for my heaven's mandate," he asserted confidently. In the dark red virtual space with intersecting lines resembling a matrix, a pink notification suddenly appeared with the message, "Activating the Random Achievement Repository." Activating the Random Achievement Repository to attack King. King's attack seems a bit too trivial. Please use all your strength to make your opponent despair and cry, that would surely be very interesting. In the devastated, ruined space, with smoke and dust rising in the air, King and Luli faced each other. King covered his mouth, smirking, and sarcastically asked, "Well, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Luli glared, his voice gritting with tension. "One last move." Luli switched the interface to the A2 mode. King stood with his arms crossed, his expression one of disdain, saying, "Honestly, I'm starting to respect you. How can you still have such strong fighting will, even now?" The two people charged at each other, fighting at high speed, creating intense motion effects and bursts of energy. After a while, Luli managed to get very close to the king's face. He launched a quick attack, causing the king to unexpectedly retreat. He continued to strike at the king, but the latter still harbored thoughts of contempt towards him. The speed and strength had both increased considerably, but that was all. Suddenly, Luli's hand touched the king's face, causing the king to panic. The king slammed into the wall. He intended to land a blow with his left hand, a red beam of light expanding from the punch. He swung forcefully, sending Luli flying backward. With his massive frame, the king leaped upwards, intending to continue the assault. He unleashed a powerful strike, with immense energy emanating from it. The king prepared to deliver a final, devastating blow to the opponent below, even though the ground where Luli stood had already been destroyed, with shattered stone fragments flying around. The king dove down, striking fiercely, but fortunately, Luli was able to block the attack. Everything around them shattered. The king, filled with fury, thought to himself, his strength is still growing. What's behind him? The Asura mode concentrated the will to fight, enhancing attributes. When the will to fight fully condensed, it could unleash the fury of Asura. Note, in Asura mode, defense is impossible, evasion is not an option, and fleeing is forbidden. If the will to fight dissipates, it cannot be condensed again in a short time. Luli lifted himself up and hugged the man, causing him to unexpectedly fall backward. Both of them flashed a challenging smile at each other, looking incredibly intimidating. King created large and small circles of energy to push him away. In his heart, he cursed, "Get lost, you crazy bastard." But that didn't cause Luli to falter. He continued to smile confidently and charged back into the fight. He landed a powerful surprise blow, causing the man to retract his hand. Luli kept attacking relentlessly, causing blood to spray from the man's hand. King, in his fury, used his other hand to punch Luli's stomach with great force. The two of them clashed their hands together, creating a massive explosion of energy. Their combined strength merged, generating a destructive force that caused the surroundings to be thrown into chaos. Red sparks surrounded them everywhere as they continued their fierce battle. King used his power to slam Luli hard into a large wall. The man was sweating heavily, his mouth exhaling smoke. Clearly, his ribs and arms must have been broken, right? On the other hand, Luli grew even more ferocious, a madman. Truly, a madman. Luli didn't say a word, only smiling with satisfaction. He charged forward again, the smoke rising thickly. The energy from the small island in the sky radiated in all directions. The fish-headed man spoke up, "It must be that big-hearted bastard who wants to attack King." The other man in black continued, "The transport device to the floating castle has been damaged." What exactly happened up there? Suddenly, something fell down. The man in black pointed up and said, "My lord, look, it's the warrior in combat." The one with the fish head ordered, "Quick, save him." Luli stood firm amidst the smoke. His king was constantly bleeding, unable to last much longer, he really couldn't bear it anymore and had to break free. He leapt up, his arms outstretched, creating two streams of different colored power, one red and one blue. He unleashed the move Royal Tempest. Luli did not react, he simply stood there, calmly closing his eyes. But as soon as he waved his hand, the technique was destroyed, leaving the king stunned. He exclaimed, "Impossible." Luli smiled triumphantly, creating a line of power. The white fruit Luli used the Asura's Wrath technique to counterattack. This technique defeated the king, splitting him in two. However, the blast of power fell with his body. The king groaned in disbelief, shouting, "No, no." He was terrified as Luli approached, weapon in hand. "No, no, no." A vortex appeared, and the king screamed, "No! I can't die! I can't die! Save me! Please, save me! I am willing to offer my soul. I swear to be forever loyal to you, the infernal purgatory, please save your servant." In Luli's eyes, they turned red, his gaze widening. In the sky, purple chunks slowly opened, revealing something. The warriors lay scattered on the ground, and one of them spoke up. These warriors must have been protecting the king. After being injured by the evil dragon, they fell here. After such a fierce battle, the emperor must be in great danger right now. We have to think of a way quickly. The man with the fish head shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and help." Suddenly, something appeared, making him wonder, what? What is that? In the sky, a crack appeared. The man in black hesitated, as if it were the apocalypse. The king of Tepanai raised his hand high, laughing loudly and shouting, "The goddess has answered me, the infernal purgatory has opened." Tears rolled down his face. "Indeed, I am the one chosen by the heavens, it really is me." Suddenly, something sharp streaked across, causing blood to spurt out. Luli stood there coldly, looking down at the king. "Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Do I really want to take a nap?" His head fell off, blending with the stream of blood. The goddess living in the infernal purgatory was unaware that she might encounter someone soon. "How would you judge my life?" The crack in the sky grew larger. Luli stood there, eyes wide open. Is this the infernal purgatory? The place where Big Brother disappeared. He didn't hesitate any longer and jumped up. He gritted his teeth, determined to pour everything into this. "Finally, I have found it." A flash of light passed through him. Luli's face clearly showed worry. Inside, he wondered, what's happening? "I can't move." He stood there, unable to do anything more. Clearly right in front of him, the eyes appeared and spoke. Luli's heart began to feel uneasy, wondering who was behind him, so detestable that even his eyes couldn't move. The eyes spoke. "Do you want to enter the infernal purgatory to find Han Yishao?" Countless other eyes flew out from the cracks. No need to search anymore, he was already dead. Suddenly, a barrage of chaotic sounds rang in Luli's ears. "I lied to you, he's actually almost dead, and it shouldn't be more unpleasant than death. Don't you want to speak? I'm sure he really wants to meet his brother." "How pitiful, let him meet." "Meeting seems to be fine, but I don't want them to meet. How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors?" The eyes gathered together, forming a beam of red light that spread everywhere. "There, you lost. They can't meet. Actually, whether they meet or not doesn't matter." Seeing this, Luli felt very confused. "Hurry up and think of something." The eyes had now formed into a human figure with large wings, "because you are about to die." Its hand unleashed a small force that made Luli feel puzzled. Without hesitation, it immediately attacked, causing Luli to retreat, his body almost severely injured. The iron armor on Luli's body shook violently with fluctuations. Hidden behind the steel armor is the face of Luli, enduring. "Warning! Warning, the player's heart rate is decreasing, life-threatening danger is imminent, forced logout is initiating." Logout failed. A pile of data is being emitted from the British person. System error is rebooting, reboot failed, reboot failed. Controls Luli with a sharp purple ring. "Before you die, I will show you the opening act." Now, new cracks appeared in the sky. The opening act that even you, in the end, couldn't stop. In another space, Mei Xin and Mei Ming were standing under the cherry blossom trees, about to take a picture. Mei Xin complimented, "Wow, this place is so beautiful, let's take a picture." Mei Ming smiled brightly and agreed, all right. Suddenly, the sky behind them darkened. Mei Xin wondered, Wait a minute, why did the sky suddenly get dark after I adjusted the brightness? Yeah, it was fine just now. They looked up and saw the sky tearing apart, each of them questioning, what is that? The sky is cracking? Elsewhere, upon seeing the broken shards in the sky, people were also surprised. What is that? It must be some special event or something. Some people were sitting around a campfire in the freezing cold snow. One of them asked, what is that? The other replied, a dangerous scent. Bright purple cross marks covered the earth. The world gradually unfolded through magical purple blocks. Two parallel worlds faced each other. On one side, the world radiated green energy, while the other side emitted red energy. The person with the snapping fingers commanded the connection. As soon as the order was given, the two worlds were linked by an overlapping coverage. When the red energy poured down, it caused a massive explosion beneath the earth. People cried out in fear, be careful, step back, it might be some legendary treasure or something, it feels like a teleportation portal. Someone's footsteps approached slowly. Bloodclaw smiled smugly. This is the world of the players. Zhuan Huaishui grinned widely, finally having made it here. He flashed a cunning smile, determined to kill them all. Looking out at the vast scene with the gloomy sky, torn apart by blocks of purple light, enormous red beams of light shining down on the ground, the person with the snapping fingers asked, isn't it magnificent? The person with the snapping fingers announced, players, at this moment, the game is entering a new phase. Phantom Moon 2.0, the infernal purgatory, has been unlocked. Luli's body is gradually disintegrating, and the life essence of the players has disappeared. A group of warriors charged into battle fiercely. The leader, dressed in a black cloak, had a formidable face. A warrior spoke up, this little soldier is too strong already, trying so hard to be that powerful, their gear must be top-notch. The leader smiled slyly, his hand conjuring flames. Is this what they call a player? A bunch of weaklings like this? Suddenly, enormous sharp spikes erupted from the ground, injuring countless warriors. The earth itself launched an assault, and some lucky ones who managed to escape were terrified and wanted to retreat. We can't win this, let's run. The remaining teammate agreed, yeah, run fast. Bloodclaw appeared out of nowhere, threatening, where do you think you're going? Before they could respond, he swiped his claws through them, sending sparks flying and tearing their bodies into pieces. Countless others rushed forward, fighting fiercely. Don't act so cocky, monsters. The Pekin Royal Guild members surged forward, determined to reach the summit. Charge, charge. Huaishui, with a stern expression, conjured green magic with his hand. His fist tightened, radiating green energy. That power spread out, with an enormous destructive force, sending everyone else flying. Bloodclaw proudly shouted, Master is amazing. The leader also chimed in with praise. My lord, the peerless godlike power. Huaishui's face revealed an expression of wicked authority as he held a blue energy orb in his hand, emitting strange beams of light. Kill these players, collect their fallen souls, and you may return to Blood Moon City, exchange them for whatever you desire. Go, power, wealth, and influence are waiting for you. Bloodclaw and the others smiled smugly and stepped forward. In a modern city where heavy rain poured down, in a quiet small room, a mother stormed in and shouted. What time is it now? Playing all day until night and only know how to play, if you used half of that energy for studying, I'd be going to burn incense for our ancestors now. While the child remained motionless on the bed, the mother walked over and opened the curtain. Wow, it's raining so heavily. You won't even get into university at this rate, let alone find a job. What are you going to do? Get up, shower, and change your clothes now. Your dad will take you to the extra classes in a bit. The mother moved closer to the bed with an angry expression. Get up now. Can't you even listen to your mother? After all the trouble I went through to raise you, and all you do is play games. I'm going to smash your game console now. The high-tech headset was thrown to the floor. The mother shook her son desperately. Are you deaf or something? Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? The son's face was stiff, his mouth agape, his eyes white. Outside, the rain was growing heavier. In another room, a girl was sweet-talking her boyfriend. Sweetheart, stop playing games, come spend time with me. The phone rang, striking exactly 8:30, and many others were also controlled by this game. On the news, the reporter announced, according to the report, due to the global popularity of the game Huanyu, which was released by Heaven's Mandate, a highly serious technical issue has occurred, causing over 1 billion players worldwide to be unable to exit the game. The reporter's face was filled with anger. Currently, several 100,000 players are in life-threatening danger. Next, let's go to the reporter on the ground, who is at the headquarters of Heaven's Mandate. At the scene, Heaven's Mandate was in total chaos. The citizens shouted angrily and demanded answers. What exactly is this incident? Is it a technical failure, or is it part of a planned conspiracy? Please explain what led to this situation? Countless reporters asked, how long will it take for Heaven's Mandate to come up with a solution? Can Heaven's Mandate bear the responsibility for compensating the many victims affected by this? But the only response they received was, we cannot answer. We cannot answer. The reporters were deeply enraged. Can't answer? Is this the response of Heaven's Mandate to the entire world? Is this your attitude? Facing lawsuits from various countries, you still can't provide an answer? The spokesperson affirmed, at this moment, only Heaven's Mandate can resolve the situation. All you can do is wait. The interview ended there. Under the rain, people whispered among themselves, what? It's over already? Are you trying to provoke the people of the world? This is a major kidnapping operation that the company Heaven's Mandate had planned in advance. In the central meeting room of Heaven's Mandate, everyone was arguing endlessly. Everyone raised their voices, shouting, such a huge oversight, how is your technical department working? If you don't understand anything, then don't talk nonsense. A major issue like this, if not handled properly, will ruin the entire company, everyone knows that. The leader slammed his hand on the table, and the others fell silent to listen. I asked, and they answered. He began asking, what is the cause of the players being unable to log out? One person spoke up. The explanation is a bit complicated. The leader responded. Then just say it simply. The other person answered. Yes. The operation principle of the fully immersive game is to use the game helmet, linking the player's consciousness to the game network's central system, allowing real-time transmission of the player's actions and the game's feedback. The person continued. However, last night the network center suddenly blocked the transfer channels, causing the player's consciousness to only be able to move inward, unable to return to the player's brain. If the helmet is forcibly removed, it will sever the connection and cause severe damage to the brain, leading to brain death and fatality. The leader asked, what about the emergency solution? The blonde man sighed and answered, all the backup routes have been blocked as well. A man in black added, just cut off the power to the network center and shut it down. Problem solved. The blonde man pointed and shouted, idiot, how is this any different from taking off the helmet? Right now, the player's consciousness is trapped in the central network. Once the system shuts down, it will damage the nervous system of all the players. The leader spoke up, shut up. No matter what, the technical department must speed up the decryption. I will arrange for the best IT experts in the world to provide technical support. The PR team needs to increase the budget and minimize negative news. Help me arrange a meeting with the Secretary General of the United Federation as soon as possible. He declared the meeting adjourned. The room fell silent, leaving only the leader behind. He tapped the table, and a technological screen appeared. He touched something on the control panel and stared intently at it. Xiaoyu was lying on a modern metal bed, with numerous black cables and devices attached to her body, her chances of escaping the game slim. It was the second day in the city. The rain fell during the night, and the cold, greenish light reflected off the towering buildings, creating a lonely, gloomy atmosphere that felt like cyberpunk, with a touch of science fiction. The news broadcasted the latest hot topics. The crisis caused by Heaven's Mandate Corporation had led to a large number of people losing contact. Many key personnel were absent. The danger and casualties were escalating. A man and a woman sat motionless on chairs, their heads bowed, wearing virtual reality helmets and handcuffed, as if they were deeply immersed in the simulated world. The scene evoked a sense of unease and fear while the television continued to blare. Attention, everyone, please be aware of sudden changes in your surroundings, and proactively contact your close family and friends. If communication is lost, please make sure to visit their residence to assess the situation. If you are far apart, kindly make a phone call. The phone on the woman's lap rang loudly, but she could no longer hear it. Mom, pick up the phone. Mom, pick up the phone. The entire city was without power in the torrential rain, creating a sense of anxiety among the people. God, the area is out of power. Is anyone in charge of this? Destroy it. My food still hasn't arrived after 2 hours. How much longer will this rain last? The first floor is about to flood. At the upstream city embankment, in a room, 3 people in white coats had their heads bowed over the table, unconscious, still wearing headgear that covered their entire heads. The intercom echoed with a call. Control room, the heavy rain is causing the water level to rise. Please open the water release valve immediately. Repeat, please open the water release valve immediately. The repeated cries echoed, but no one was left to hear them. Please open the water release valve immediately. Repeat, please open the water release valve immediately. Elsewhere, a tiny human was urgently trying to communicate with the system while facing a bizarre creature, its body emaciated, resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. The skin was purple and shriveled as though it had been scorched, its hands unnaturally long, distorting into sharp blades that scraped across the ground. Exit the game, I want to exit the game. It swung its hands, the sharp blades aiming to kill the player. The boy could only feel fear. I still have to go to work, I don't want to play anymore. His mother, a stream of red fire shot out. The blonde-haired teenager, as fiery as the flames around him, kicked the monster's leg, causing it to fall. It was burned to death in the intense heat, like molten lava. That person is a fae, you should ask that player. Hey, has anyone ever seen a really handsome guy? A black guy wielding twin blades? He stammered in response. No, never seen him. A fae was extremely anxious. Damn it, why couldn't he find second brother no matter where he went? There was no information here, so he used his firepower to fly away. Second brother, the player from earlier, reached out, calling to him, trying to hold him back. Please, don't leave me. In the space, a dense array of screens filled with neon pink and purple data interfaces and charts flooded the view. Binary code and information panels blinked rapidly. Luli was floating in this space, dazed. Am I about to die? But his brows furrowed tightly, and he resolutely said, I'm not willing to accept this. At that moment, the clown's book appeared with a notification, you have completed a random task, killing the golden flower by yourself. The system is randomly distributing rewards to you. Your reward is a lucky resurrection. A shimmering golden coin appeared. It had saved Luli's life. He sat, panting, in the murky water, his back resting against the large stone cross amidst the debris, surrounded by smoke, wreckage, and dirt. He gazed at his hand, letting out a relieved sigh. I'm alive again, but my body feels so heavy. The sorcerer wielding the staff suddenly appeared. This time, I summoned a zombie, that miserable version of myself. I am indeed stronger than you. Luli looked around at the unfamiliar place. This place was. The sorcerer, whose face resembled that of a black bear, pointed at him. Come here and kneel, swear loyalty to me. He stared at him in surprise. Luli stood up and approached the sorcerer, causing him to feel uneasy. What do you want to do? Lu Li replied. I want to ask you something. The sorcerer, still unaware of the terrifying nature of the man before him, stubbornly said. What kind of attitude is this? Kneel down for me. Immediately, a powerful force erupted from Lu Li, sending the stone crosses floating on the murky water flying. This single strike was enough to frighten the sorcerer, causing him to kneel and clasp his hands in a plea for mercy. I'll speak whatever I know. I'll speak whatever I know. In the space filled with purple and pink numbers, a figure as dark as ebony, with 2 wide wings, appeared. Its face bore 4 glowing spots. The person spoke up, as if talking to the orbs in that purple space. How strange, a string of codes suddenly appeared in the monster world, resembling moon slash. Impossible, we killed him with our own hands. There's no time to deal with this now, we must focus on handling the issue with traditional passage. But if those orbs kept talking too much, she would snap. Stop making noise, whose territory did that thread of essence appear in? One orb responded. In the domain of the Blood Master. Upon hearing this, she made her decision. Then let the Blood Master take care of it. At Blood Moon City, in the hidden realm of the City Lord. A white-haired man sat arrogantly on a stone in the middle of the Blood Lake, with the gigantic skeleton of a dragon behind him, its sharp teeth bared, the atmosphere oozing death and malevolence. An orb appeared from the purple space here and spoke. Master Yu's command has been conveyed. He closed his eyes and coldly uttered a single word. Understood. The Blood Master called out the name Xuanu. He rose from the murky red water. He ordered it, you go and do it. Xuanu knelt before him and respectfully said. Understood, Master. As for Lu Li, that wizard fled the moment he saw the danger. My lord, unless there is anything else, I will withdraw now. I have already gathered the information I needed. The connection between the monster world and the player world is seamless. Monsters can freely enter the player's world, hunting and killing players. As long as they collect souls and kill the players, they will completely destroy them. Lu Li remembered the figure clad in black with 4 glowing spots on its face. She was the Blood Lord, but he didn't know her personally, and the origin of all this chaos came from that person. Was she human or something else? But the most important thing was knowing that the boss was still alive, and it was very likely that she was trapped in the hands of that person. Before leaving, he looked up and scanned the vast space around him. As long as he could find her, all the questions would have answers. Lu Li turned to leave, but then realized, had he been seeing things? It seemed like there was a figure at the top of the mountain, but it wasn't his imagination, someone was truly standing there. Wait. Lu Li spun around to check, but the figure was already standing right behind him, along with a gigantic horse. The person and the horse had closed the distance between them in an instant. He stared in shock, faster than any enemy he had encountered before. Xuanu held the reins in one hand and summoned his blazing red weapon with the other blood lance. He thrust the blood lance directly at Lu Li. Lu Li barely managed to block it with both his small hands holding his sword, but he could only fend off part of the strike, feeling the weight was too much, his arms on the verge of shattering. The spear in Xuanu's hand plunged straight down into the midst of the desolate battlefield, filled with leaning black crosses and scattered rubble. A violent rage erupted. From the epicenter of the blazing red explosion, Xuanu still rode his black horse with blue eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura amidst the flying debris. Taking advantage of the chaotic space, Lu Li used his shadow clone technique and paralysis burst to launch an attack. The black horse neighed loudly, instantly breaking his move. The technique it used was the Stomp of War. Its wide strike had terrifying power, sending everything around it flying far away, creating a large crater. Lu Li and the rocks were thrown back by 100 meters, and the black horse huffed and puffed, struggling for breath. The man in armor spoke, I am Xuanu, ordered by the city lord to take your life. Xuanu raised his spear, displaying his might. Lu Li, standing at a distance, assessed, too strong, stronger than the king of Tepanai by several levels. My body hasn't recovered yet, I'm in an extremely weakened state. He immediately devised a new plan: retreat for now. Xuannu, with murderous intent, chased after him, aiming to kill. The horse galloped forward, and he swung his spear, severing one of Lu Li's arms. Lu Li clutched his empty right shoulder, blood oozing out, and quickly turned to flee. His speed was several times faster than Lu Li's. He crouched down, gathering speed. Normally, he wouldn't be able to shake him off, but if he implanted the paralysis burst into his leg. Lu Li used the speed paralysis, immediately running as fast as the wind, vanishing from sight. Xuannu, seeing him run at such speed, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The horse's hooves scraped the ground as it prepared for the chase. The pursuit lasted from the time the sun was still shining until darkness enveloped the entire space. The moon had risen high above, and Xuannu was hot on Lu Li's heels. He ran with difficulty, his speed was sufficient, but the strain on his legs was immense. His legs were gradually losing sensation, and with his arms continuously losing blood, the speed paralysis would soon reach its limit. Once that happened, he would be caught instantly. His eyes darted around, relying solely on the terrain to buy himself more time. Before Xuannu's spear could strike him, Lu Li leapt to the side. Lu Li jumped off the towering cliff. At that moment, if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the blazing red slash on the ground would have incinerated him. Lu Li fell at an extremely fast speed, landing in a body of water. Upon touching the liquid, Lu Li used his illusory divine merman race ability to form a long tail, making swimming easier. Xuannu, looking down from above at the rushing river, tightly gripped his red-hot spear. With a swift motion, he struck a horizontal blow, unleashing the bloody battle on all sides technique. The long column of water was sent flying upward. He struck 2 or 3 more times, and in the end, the water fell back into the river. The water poured down onto him like rain. Xuannu tasted the flavor of blood, and it was truly exquisite. He had found the scent of Lu Li. There was no escape for you now. The water flowed calmly, and Xuannu slowly walked toward the bright, golden moonlight. He rode his horse, looking down from above. Lu Li lay on a rocky outcrop beside the river, the hunt had ended, and death awaited. His body was battered, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold and helpless, filled with bitterness. How ironic it was. Just returned to life and now had to die. Is this a game to you? Oh, heavens! The moonlight was about to hide behind a layer of clouds, but suddenly, a streak of fiery red shot through it. Across the vast sky, it streaked swiftly, leaving only a red dot behind. The villagers saw it and mistakenly thought, "Oh my God, a comet?" A mother urged her young child, "Quick, make a wish." The red streak pierced through Xuannu before he could react. Xuannu began to slowly vanish, recognizing the move. A cross-shaped door appeared, and stepping through it was Wu Yu. Xuannu stared at her in disbelief. "Wu Yu Lord, why?" Wu Yu stood with her arms crossed beside Lu Li. "You kid, every time I see you, you're always in such a mess." Even Lu Li himself was surprised to see her there. Wu Yu furrowed her brows and reminded him, "Call me master." Xuannu gradually faded away, and before disappearing completely, he managed to utter a few words. "By the order of the city lord." Lu Li sat up, confused, looking at her. "Master." In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and red lightning struck down towards the two of them. Wu Yu calmly gazed at the light, while Lu Li was somewhat startled. From the center of the vortex's eye, a gate rose into the sky, and 3 people descended from above. 2 of the bodyguards, holding their spears, spoke in unison. "Blood Moon City, Xuehe's city lord arrives." Xuehe had also appeared here. In a cold voice, he asked, "Wu Yu Hall Master, why did you want to kill my Xuannu? To stop me from acting?" Wu Yu coldly called his name. "Xuehe's city lord." Lu Li, sitting beside her, was already trembling all over. What is she saying? Why don't I understand? City Lord of Blood Moon City. Lu Li was under immense pressure, a strong murderous intent hanging in the air. The atmosphere became heavy. He gritted his teeth and stared at the white-haired man. This man was Wu Yu's direct superior. It seemed that today, no matter what, death was inevitable. No, before I die, I must clarify my relationship with Wu Yu. I can't drag her into this. Shuai landed, impatiently saying, Wu Yu Hall Master, do you want me to repeat myself? She was not afraid to retort. You say it again, I still don't understand. The pressure from the city lord was not insignificant, it was extremely terrifying, scaring all the beasts away. Run, quickly, quickly, retreat now. All the animals fled. Move, move, no need to stay here. Shuai folded his arms and spoke, I am the city lord of Blood Moon City, governing the entire city. You, however, are the head of Dongyu Hall, in charge of resource distribution and the Blood Pool's secret realm. Wu Yu changed the topic. Recently, the economy has been declining, the city's finances are running low, and the city lord's residence needs to reduce its expenses. Shuai became angry. Don't think that just because you were brought here by my father, you can act without restraint in front of me. Wu Yu continued to threaten, the taxes for officials, big and small, in the city should be increased a little. Shuai, provoked, unleashed his strength in front of her. With my strength, I can defeat you. Wu Yu was not afraid of him. Oh, I almost forgot, the military quotas for the defensive formations in the world game must also be reduced. His eyes, which had been shut tightly, were forced open. You dare! Shuai's power erupted, shattering the stone mountains, creating deep chasms and releasing a terrifying pressure. Wu Yu paid no attention to what he did. She used her magical powers to move Lu Li past Shuai and said, the resource distribution of Dongyu Hall was decided by past city lords, why would we be afraid? If there's nothing else, City Lord Shuai, I will take my leave with this person. He lowered his voice and shouted, leave that person behind, that's the one master you killed. Wu Yu coldly looked at him, remaining silent as if deep in thought. Lu Li looked at her, and in the blink of an eye, before Shuai could react, Wu Yu swung her hand, severing Lu Li's head in front of many onlookers. Shuai furrowed his brow, but could find no fault with her actions. Wu Yu held his head in her hand and opened the cross-shaped door, intending to leave. If it's Master Yu's command, of course, Wu Yu will not defy it, but I quite like the appearance of this head. You can give it to me as a decoration. The three of them stood silently as they watched her walk away. The two bodyguards standing next to Shuai laughed loudly. Wu Yu is usually unruly, beyond control. Even in front of the city lord, she must obey orders. But the expression when Wu Yu killed Pretty Boy, no need to mention how spectacular it was. Two subordinates were raised, revealing wounds on their bodies. Shuai, enraged, shut them up, and their large bodies twisted and bled, groaning in pleas for mercy. My lord, please spare us. But Shuai clenched his fist, causing the two massive bodies to explode into a shower of blood, his anger making him almost delirious. She listens to Master Yu's orders, not mine. Bathed in blood, drenched to the skin, his mind began to slip into madness. She doesn't even see the city lord in her eyes. Wu Yu, sooner or later I will crush your arrogance, and make you into a dog that obediently listens to orders. In the secret realm of Blood Moon City, the blood pool was merged. Wu Yu brought Lu Li back to this place, where he immersed himself in the blood pool, beginning to recover his white bones. The two of them conversed happily. You said your younger brother once liked 3 people at the same time, but in the end, they just wanted to rob and kill people. That's right, Wu Yu said, sitting cross-legged and smiling, it's quite interesting. The outside world is indeed fascinating. Continue, don't stop, tell me more, Lu Li waved his hand, eagerly urging. Alright, then after that, my younger brother and I couldn't understand why we did it either. It's so strange. Even after meeting A Fei, we never spoke to her. We just wanted to quickly find clues about the boss. So why, now that I've met her, do I want to tell her everything? The sound of water droplets falling onto the lake's surface marked the passage of time. It had been quite a while, enough for Luli to share everything. Wu Yu then asked him, "So both your and Boss Han Yizhao's identities are players?" Luli affirmed, "Yes, that's right." She stepped into the blood pool, approaching him, looking down from above with a proud air. "So, what makes you think I will continue to help you?" Wu Yu analyzed, "If I continue to help you, it's all harm with no benefit. Pushing you out would be effort with no harm." Luli was also aware of his own worth. "Yes, right now, since you haven't turned me into ash, I am very grateful to you. Therefore, I must confess everything to you." He bowed his head before her. "The more I approach the truth, the further I seem to get, the more powerless I become. Right now, you are the last straw of salvation for me, if you wish to help." Luli performed the ritual like a true servant, his hand pressed against his chest, sincerely saying, "I am willing to offer everything for you." At this point, Luli solemnly placed his hand on his chest and spoke clearly, "I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, my lady." In his skeletal form, Luli declared, and as soon as the words left his mouth, his flesh began to gradually regenerate, returning to its original shape. Suddenly, Wu Yu placed her foot in front of him, leaving him puzzled. Wu Yu sat on a high throne made of blood, surrounded by dark red blood veins, resembling a luxurious seat, with Wu Yu herself as the queen. Her face was full of pride, her hand propped on her cheek, and she leisurely rested one foot on the armrest. That foot was right in front of him, and she spoke, "Very well, then first, lick my foot clean." She then stood up, swaying her hips, calling out to him with a master. Wu Yu ordered with amusement, and when she saw him remain motionless, she taunted, "What's wrong? Can't you even do something as simple as this? Didn't you just say you were ready to offer everything for me?" Luli looked at the delicate, white feet in front of him, gritting his teeth, then gently licked them. She was so embarrassed that her face turned completely red, her hand clenched tightly and lifted to her mouth. She hurriedly stepped back 9 meters from him. She still shyly said, "I understand your determination, but there is still a huge gap between your current ability and what you want to achieve." He immersed himself in a sea of blood and asked, "Exactly how far is it?" She pondered for a moment and replied, "In our world, all monsters are divided into 3, 6, or 9 different levels. In the 3 lowest ranks, the 9th rank is called the destitute. The destitute usually refers to extremely weak monsters such as birds, rats, spiders, or centipedes. They always do 2 things: eat other monsters and prevent themselves from being eaten by other monsters. The 8th rank is called the warrior. The most primitive way to increase strength is by eating others. When some destitute monsters eat enough of their kind, they will be promoted to warriors. Some warriors are selected and raised in captivity, forced to perform labor such as farming, transporting goods, building houses, and so on. The 7th rank is called the poison master. A warrior is provided with resources through labor. In addition to constantly devouring other monsters, once they complete their accumulation, they will be promoted to a poison master. While enhancing their power, they will be given the opportunity to learn. Once they begin to master their skills, their social status also increases, and they are permitted to engage in activities such as trade, repairs, assassination, or other jobs. These are the 3 lower levels, and they represent the growth sequence of most monsters, although some monsters are born at a higher level. Next are the 3 intermediate levels. The 6th level is the mid-grade killing spirit. Only those from the 3 lower ranks, upon reaching a certain level of strength, are qualified to participate in the promotion contest held at their fortress. Only after passing the exam can they be called a mid-grade killing spirit, which grants them the right to join the regular army, be acknowledged by the secular monsters, and bring pride to their clan. The next level is the 5th level, known as the demon. Monsters at this level are very strong in combat and hold good official positions within the fortress. Oh, by the way, the one named Xuenu who was chasing you earlier is one of those demon-level monsters. At this moment, the 2 of them sat side by side on the blood-red beach made of skulls. Wu Yu remained in a relaxed sitting posture, one leg crossed over the other. She looked at the dejected Luli and said, "That Xuenu, the demon-level monster, is at a level I cannot compete with." She comforted him, saying, "Don't think too highly of yourself. On average, you can only find one demon among 10,000 monsters. She began to speak again. The fourth level can be called a great danger. Monsters at this level have the power to level mountains and rivers. They can be considered true powerhouses in the monster world. She visualized them in her mind. When these monsters appear, they are often huge, ferocious, and aggressive. Their hands can strike down a whole group of people. She paused and continued speaking. At this level, they already hold a high status. They can influence the development and direction of the city by participating in meetings. These are the three middle-tier pillars of the monster world. The next step is the upper-tier level, the level of my master, the hall master of the four directions. Each city has only 4 hall masters, and they are the ones who control the most important powers, military, resources, equipment, and so on. The 4 hall masters promote the development of the city through cooperation, as well as through checks and balances. As for combat strength, it's hard to describe. Just imagine it yourself. The person above me is the city lord, the one you just met. The city lord is the spokesperson for the highest authority and power within their jurisdiction. The entire monster world is divided into 9 regions, each corresponding to one of the 9 city lords. Each city has at least hundreds of millions of monsters, and because of their different statuses and positions, the city lords have different methods of management, with their customs and traditions varying as well. After finishing the introduction, Wu Yu lightly tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "Do you understand? The distance between us is vast, isn't it?" He remained silent and answered coldly, "Understood." She glanced over at him, offering more information, "And that mysterious person you mentioned, the one who connected the players to the monster world and gave the order to City Lord Shuihe to kill you. From what I know, there is only one person who has the ability and the qualifications for such a feat, Master Yu, the leader of the monster world. No one knows what she looks like. She is the goddess of the entire monster world. She controls everything she knows and possesses peerless power." Moonslash remained silent at that moment. Seeing that he didn't respond, she too kept quiet. After a while, she spoke with a hint of sadness. "Sometimes, it takes a lot of courage to learn how to let go. Growing up is the process of discovering that you are not the center of the world." He held his head and replied, "I know that what I have to do is difficult, if not impossible, but I have no choice." He confided in her, "Boss is my brother, my family. Without him, I would have either frozen to death or starved to death by now. But not only was I unable to save Boss, even if Faye got dragged into this. I'm so useless." He closed his eyes, blaming himself. Hearing this, Wu Yu told him, "Come here, relax, and take a deep breath." She resolutely pulled him down, making him kneel with his head resting on her lap. His face was filled with confusion at that moment. Then, she comforted him. "You don't need to blame yourself or take responsibility for everything. Life is too exhausting like this." He responded in a low voice. "But I." She gently patted his head, which made him slightly come to his senses. "You're not going to grow stronger like this. Your goals and motivations are for others, not for yourself." His eyes widened, surprised by this statement. He murmured, "For myself?" She continued speaking. "Those who truly want to become stronger will never stop hearing the most primitive desires in their hearts. Ask yourself, do you truly enjoy every battle? Do you feel happiness deep within your heart from victory?" He was stunned by her words, feeling a sense of joy. He gradually remembered that, at first, fighting was just a game to him, or maybe it wasn't even a game at all. He simply wanted to accelerate the progress and quickly uncover clues about the boss. Even when his abilities improved, fighting only made him feel repetitive and bored. Until the story developed, he had begun to crave the struggle to vent his anger, but fighting at that point no longer brought him any joy. Each line of memory surged forward like broken shards of glass. He thought of it as someone else, until he met them in the arena. It was there that he felt the pure joy that fighting brought him. At that moment, he temporarily forgot everything. He just wanted to enjoy the battle, only desiring to win. He was like a madman, his eyes glowing red. Win! I want to win, I will win every battle, I will crush every enemy that stands in my way. Her lips slightly curved upward as she watched him transform into the shape of a bloodthirsty white tiger. Satisfied, she said. It seems we've awakened an incredible monster. He was now lying on Wu Yu's lap. She continued to stroke his hair, but her voice gently called to him. Disciple, think it through and get up. My legs are numb now. He hurriedly sat up, his face filled with embarrassment and awkwardness, so much so that smoke seemed to rise from his head. Stammering, he said. I'm so sorry. She glanced at him. Now that your heart is clear, the path ahead will be much easier. He hesitated and asked. What should I do next? She pondered for a moment before replying. Do you still need to ask? He stared at her, cautiously saying, Master, I don't understand, I don't know. She hesitated for a moment. Of course, it suddenly occurred to her that she didn't know, sweat dripping down her forehead, muttering to herself, how could this be? Of course, the master knows. I was born at the grand evil level, and just breathing every day makes me stronger. But I can't say that, I need to make up something to deceive him. After all, this little fool looks really dumb. Seeing this, he could only sigh, say something. Her eyes suddenly lit up as an idea crossed her mind. She raised a finger towards Luli and solemnly spoke a name, Han Yishao. I suddenly remembered that Han Yishao once said. He was a bit surprised and asked, my boss? She then recounted every word without missing a beat, explaining that if one wanted to become stronger, they shouldn't overlook the resources around them. There were many ways to increase strength in Blood Moon City. The Hall Master of Nanyu Hall had a secret method to enhance the body, which was the best first choice for building a solid foundation. After hearing this, he thought for a moment. Based on his boss's understanding of the game, this choice was not wrong. Then I'll start with Nanyu Hall. Hearing him, she finally stretched and comfortably said, Go ahead, do your best, Master will keep an eye on you. However, she still didn't forget to remind him, my master and the Hall Masters have a very bad relationship. If they find out you're my disciple, you will probably die the next moment. Therefore, you must figure out a way to enter Nanyu Hall yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, he was extremely surprised and stunned, exclaiming, Huh? Wu Yu, irritated, pinched his ear and ordered, Huh? What do you mean, huh? Before you leave, you need to massage my feet. He cried out in pain, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. At this moment, Luli was wearing a black cloak, walking inside the city. He passed by the monsters, but they seemed unaware of anything unusual. He was very relaxed, with his hands in his pockets, walking leisurely. He recalled Wu Yu's words from earlier, remember to disguise yourself when you go out. After all, you're already dead in this world. Sighing, everything was happening too fast, he needed to sort out his thoughts first. Now, he was in a world full of monsters, in an area called Blood Moon City, surrounded by countless powerful enemies and an unreliable master. He needed to use this place as a springboard to constantly improve his strength, then fight his way to master you and take down the boss. Luli made meticulous plans, looking at the map to check the location he needed to go. It was right here. He looked ahead with determination and said, This is the first place on the path to becoming stronger in my cultivation. At that moment, he walked up to the gates of Blood Moon City, south of the gluttonous fiend pavilion. He recalled and said, Wu Yu once said, Nanyu Hall primarily manages the production and preparation of food for Blood Moon City. The Hall Master of Nanyu Hall is also a food enthusiast. This gluttonous fiend pavilion was established by the Hall Master of Nanyu Hall. She often comes here to research culinary arts, so the chances of meeting her here are the highest. He stepped onto the steps, intending to enter when one of the gatekeepers called out, Hey, stop. The other one also asked, What are you here for? He replied indifferently, Just here to eat. Upon hearing his response, they were slightly surprised. Both of them spoke at once, to eat, to eat. Then they burst into laughter, unable to stop. One of them opened his mouth wide and blew him down, causing him to disappear from view, shouting loudly, "Get lost!" The other gatekeeper looked down on him disdainfully, casually standing next to his companion, inspecting him from top to bottom and said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If you want to eat at Gluttonous Fiend Pavilion, you should at least be at the demon level." Seeing the gatekeeper's strength, the man couldn't help but be surprised. He stopped in his tracks and thought, so even the gatekeeper is this strong? Looks like I can't just barge in after all. He recalled what Wu Yu had said, if it's truly difficult to meet the hall master of Nan Yu Hall, master will tell you a secret trick. The two gatekeepers saw him stepping up the stairs again and warned him, "Hey, don't be so ignorant. If you dare take another step, we won't let you off as easily as last time." He blatantly lied, "I'm the chef sent to cook for the hall master." The two guards were immediately taken aback and quickly opened the door for him, fawning as they spoke, "Please come in, so you're the chef. We offended you earlier, please come right in." Then, they lowered their heads, closed their eyes, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your offering." Inside the Gluttonous Fiend Pavilion, the monsters were sitting and feasting. Shortly after, a staff member approached enthusiastically and asked, "May I ask if you're the my lord here to cook for the hall master?" He replied indifferently, "That's right." The staff member placed both hands near his knees, bowed his head deeply and said respectfully, "Then please follow me." The catfish-headed monster who was eating couldn't help but exclaim, after trying so many places, "The taste at Gluttonous Fiend Pavilion really is the best, huh?" Sitting across from him, another replied, "Yeah. Can you really eat it 100 times and never get tired of it?" As he walked up the staircase in the hallway, the aroma of the dishes wafted around him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The smell is truly delightful." The staff member ahead, leading the way, introduced, "Just ahead is the back of the kitchen." Both of them had arrived at the main kitchen, where the staff pointed to the space where other kitchen monsters were cooking and said, "For chefs have already started cooking before you, and now they are in the final stages. Please wait a moment." The two-headed chef was skillfully chopping, while the one next to him was expertly tossing ingredients in a pan without letting anything spill. The other two were confidently presenting dishes to be served to the hall master. At that moment, the referee rang the bell, signaling the end. Ding. Time is up. Please, all head chefs, stop cooking immediately. Several staff members dressed in black appeared and began to carry the visually stunning dishes prepared by the chefs. The referee said, "At this time, the staff will collect the dishes you've prepared." The chefs, now relaxed, spoke to the servers, "Be gentle, don't disturb the presentation of our dishes." "Why are you so worried?" One chef said, "My hands are shaking, but what's there to be concerned about? The taste of the dishes we made will definitely be fine." The 4 dishes served by the staff were 1. Mountain bamboo shoots stir-fried with sea worms, 2. Southern-style fried rice, 3. Blood-drenched wings, and 4. Spicy steak. The judge announced that the creations you have prepared would be presented behind the screen and would be tasted by Hall Master my lord before a final decision is made. At this moment, he was overjoyed and thought, "Hall Master is here, my luck isn't too bad. Is this a cooking competition? Why does it feel like the chefs are really nervous?" In order, the chefs were, the two-headed monster first, the green goblin with long, pointed ears second, the one with a head full of teeth and no lips third, and the pig-headed one fourth. All of them lowered their heads anxiously. The judge then announced, "Hall Master my lord has tasted all your dishes, and will now immediately announce the results." Hall Master's comments were, "Dish number 1, the bamboo shoots are cut too thickly and have an uneven texture. The fried rice in dish number 2 is too oily. Dish number 3, the elbow meat lacks flavor. The steak in dish number 4 is overcooked." Hearing those comments was like a dagger to their hearts, and they were now frantically begging, "Please, Hall Master, grant us another chance." The judge and the servers in black uniforms, each with one hand on their left chest, bowed deeply and sincerely said in unison, "Thank you for your offerings. Thank you for your offerings." Suddenly, everywhere turned the color of blood. Some droplets of fresh blood splashed in front of him. The attendant who had been following him placed a hand on his shoulder. He smiled widely, his grin reaching from ear to ear, and said in a sinister tone, "My lord, it's your turn now. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Luli glanced at him. He pointed respectfully in the direction and said, "Please, this way to change your clothes." Luli casually slipped his hand into his pocket and replied calmly, "I know." He sighed deeply. Is making food really this simple? Wu Yu, you've tricked me again. At that moment, he gripped the doorknob and pushed open the door to the gluttonous fiend pavilion's changing room. Inside, 3 figures appeared. One stepped forward toward him. He had already changed his clothes. Luli glared at him. The man, with a mustache at the corner of his mouth, was tall and imposing like a bodyguard, his voice booming as he asked, "Are you my opponent for the 4th round?" Immediately, he released a terrifying aura, but Luli remained calm, still with both hands in his pockets. The man furrowed his brows, assessing his strength, before turning away in disdain. "Oh, where did this chicken come from? You don't even carry the scent of experience. Do you think the gluttonous fiend pavilion is some kind of joke? Comparing yourself to someone like me is nothing but an insult to my culinary career." After speaking, he slammed the door shut. The blond man with pointed ears like a goblin slowly approached at this moment. He looked at him with a face full of admiration. "Indeed, what an extraordinary temperament. It seems that you are definitely not an ordinary person, but what a pity. Among the 4 of us, only one can survive. I hope that in your final moments, you can taste the most exquisite flavor." Hearing his words, he immediately understood the situation. What he meant was that among the 4, only one would be chosen? So, the rule of this game was that the losers would be killed. Even if one succeeded, only the best would be chosen to survive. There was nothing more to it. The staff member outside continued to urge, "My lord chef, have you changed your clothes? The competition is about to begin." Luli, now dressed in his chef's attire, replied, "I'm ready." He glanced at the 2-headed man who was sitting dejectedly in the corner of the room. The 4 of them then made their way to their respective tables. The referee from earlier shouted loudly, and the next 4 chefs appeared. He quickly explained the rules. "Welcome, 4 excellent chefs. I am the host of this competition. Now, I will announce the rules for you. In this cooking contest, we will provide the ingredients, and you must make do with them. The competition lasts for 1 hour, and the final decision will be made by the head of the hall. No objections will be accepted in any form." He glanced at the large pan in front of him, lost in thought. "And cooking competition?" He mused inwardly. It's been such a long time since I last cooked. The last time he had cooked was when a memory of his family before flashed in his mind. He had been sitting at the head of the table, wearing gloves, and had just brought another pot of food to the table when a face smiled brightly and handed him a bowl of rice, saying, "Big brother, can I have another bowl?" At that time, Luli advised, "Eat a little less, you've already had 3 bowls." A Fei couldn't help but compliment, "The braised pork is so good, it really makes you want more rice." He Yishao, sitting opposite, also spoke up to remind, "Little brother, that's enough, sit down and eat with us." The image of the 3 of them happily enjoying their meal together was a beautiful memory that would never fade for him. The announcer declared, "All the chefs are absolutely confident in their cooking skills. Therefore, we have prepared a variety of random ingredients for everyone to showcase their adaptability as chefs. Please open the covers in front of you and discover the random ingredients inside. You will have 2 minutes to familiarize yourselves with them." He picked up one side of the cloth from the table and thought to himself, "Random ingredients. As long as they're not too weird." But as he lifted the cloth, he was stunned, his entire body went rigid in shock. What lay before him was the body of a chef from before, wasn't it? Every part was scattered haphazardly on the table. The referee spoke up to remind everyone, "Please remember, Hall Master my lord treats every ingredient with the utmost respect. Poor cooking skills, along with wasting food, is an absolute crime." Hall Master my lord, out of compassion, forgave their sins after their death and allowed them to offer their bodies, becoming valuable ingredients. He placed his hand over his left chest and said, "Once again, thank you for their contribution. Alright, the competition starts now. 1 hour remains." He was rather surprised by his attitude. Is this really what they call contribution? The blonde-haired man used his power to make a pig's head levitate above the table and said with glee, "I actually got a human pig's head. Luck is truly on my side." The man with the beard reminded him, "Don't get cocky, goblin meat has its own special flavor too." He looked at the corpse on his table, feeling nauseous. Great, how was he going to deal with this pile of meat? Not only did it look disgusting, but it also smelled terribly rotten. He quietly thought to himself, this was just the first level, he had to stay calm. There had to be a way. The real problem came from the ingredients. What should he do if the ingredients weren't fresh? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He snapped his fingers with excitement. I've got it. We'll use the bold, spicy Sichuan flavor to mask the unpleasant taste of the ingredients. This is what we call using poison to fight poison. He surveyed the items on the table and thought for a moment. There was no problem with the flavor or the seasoning, but the time was limited to just 1 hour. Then we'll go with sliced steamed meat, a signature dish of Sichuan cuisine, to determine the winner. He got to work, his hands swiftly slicing the meat. The sliced steamed meat should be made with the best cuts of pork tenderloin. The thickness of each slice should be carefully controlled at around 2 mm. If the slices are too thick, they'll be difficult to cook and eat. If they're too thin, they might lose their flavor. Next, he moved on to marinate the Finyuan meat. This lower quality meat needs to be marinated longer with salt, cooking wine, onion, ginger, and other spices to mask its unpleasant odor. His skilled hands gently sprinkled the seasonings into the bowl of meat. The blonde-haired man stared at him, puzzled. What kind of cooking method is that? He sighed. Indeed, men are always full of surprises, but it's a shame he chose the most disgusting parts. The blonde-haired man, brimming with confidence, said, "Victory will undoubtedly belong to my beauty, along with the delicious dishes I'm about to cook." Immediately, he sliced the pork into thin pieces with ease, without even touching a knife. Just by extending his 2 hands, large chunks of meat were transformed into perfectly sliced pieces. Meanwhile, the MC was smashing the goblin meat with a pestle. He was hitting him while shouting loudly, which annoyed the blonde guy. "This savage, can't you be a little gentler? Are you cooking or hammering the wall?" He looked on disdainfully. "Oomph, if you don't like it, just stay away. Stop mumbling." He was secretly thinking to himself. His goblin meat wasn't as delicious as pork, but the toughness of the meat was better. He wanted to create the most elastic goblin meatballs by continuously hitting them. Meanwhile, Luli had started adding ingredients to the pan. The referee announced, "There's still 20 minutes left. Please pay attention to your time management." He had already set his plan. After preparing the chili oil, the next step was the most difficult phase of the hot pot dipping, where the meat slices only needed a few seconds to cook. At the adjacent table, the man with 2 heads was gloomily staring at the corpse on his table. Holding the knife in his hand, he couldn't bring himself to strike. He stuttered. "No, I can't do it, I can't do it, I have no hope." Suddenly, he screamed loudly. "No way, I can't do it. Boss, wait for me, I don't want to compete." Then, he took the knife and slashed his throat, committing suicide. His blood splattered everywhere, making him gasp in shock and wonder what was going on. He then saw the blood from the man splatter onto the bowl of meat he was marinating.